welcome. It is stream time once again. It's been a little while. I never let it go. I never intentionally let it go this long, and I just opened my thing and it goes, "Wow, 6 days ago." Oh, amazing. It's probably like a little off. It might have been a week ago. But the last stream that we did, I'm sure some people maybe didn't get the chance to watch it while it was live. We went for quite a while. It was like a 10-hour stream. Again, it was one of those. As always, as ever, it didn't start out that way. Today's can't be that long because I got Halo Night later. So, unfortunately, it's only going to be at most like a 6 or 7 hour stream. We are starting early, but as ever, it wasn't planned. It was just something we came across. As someone said, hopefully this stream won't be a planet-sized black pill like the last one. You know, hopefully. One can really only hope for good feels and happiness. My avatar says all you need to know about that. But we're gonna get started. And I don't have anything too particular. Last time I didn't have anything too particular saved. But we found some good stuff. If you weren't there last time, again, it's been about a week. You've probably seen it unlisted, or maybe saw it live, whatever. It started out as a normal trash stream. Everything started out fine. It was a perfectly ordinary day. And then we clicked on a video that was a 2-hour... I don't even know, like, drama. It wasn't really like an accused video. It kind of was. There was a bit of that. There was a bit of accuse. But it was just generally like drama. And it wound up being a terrifying rabbit hole of a person who seemingly has had their entire life just broadcasted on the internet. Entire teenage from 12 to... Now they're 19. It is the right pronoun that it has requested. It is now 19. I still haven't been able to wrap my head around that. And yeah, the entire existence of it on the internet has been through people. Oh, someone's got a train out there. Someone's playing with a train. Someone's playing with trains. Yeah, people just sort of completely. I mean, there was a timeline that we looked at that was like a Google Doc that had in year order. It had like 2016, September, whatever. Birdie turns 12. Just, it's very odd stuff. And this is the future we've chosen for ourselves. But as you can imagine. That wound up being... I'm only really scratching the surface. There's a part where it's implied that someone is a better person now because they've transitioned. Lots of good stuff. Go check out that stream. Again, it wasn't intended to be that. It was just like an hour or two into the stream. We'd already covered a couple things that were also pretty funny. There was the guy who is trying to take predator catchers to war. Not Ethan is online, a different crazy guy. Crazy, not just pathetic. And we saw that. We saw a few other things, but yeah, it did kind of devolve into birdie drama, as Black Brains asked. I hope you're not joining the birdie drama community. No, I don't know. I think I'm good. I think I'm good on that. But we'll see what happens. We might come across another 6-hour black pill session of a different sort. We'll see what's going on. Let me see. Folger Kelly, member for 7 months. Thank you very much. I have game controllers and stuff in the way of my I got some manga in Japanese a little while ago, which I'm definitely not able to read at this point in time, but it's fun to look at the pictures and wonder what they're saying, and occasionally translate a kanji or something and feel like I have a big brain. But got those in the way here. Yeah, one of them is Pop Team Epic, which I understand is kind of does not look like something that I would enjoy, but I understand it's kind of an interesting thing. I know that the Kiryu and Majima voice actors both have done work for the little girls in in Pop Team Epic. I'm not sure I understand. I'll have to watch some of it to get my mind in the right space for what the hell I'm reading there, but it's yeah, it's interesting. It's in Japanese, so I don't know what the fuck. I just don't know what the fuck's going on. But yeah, thank you very much, 7 months member. I think that was 8. I'm not sure. Who's counting? Folger Kelly suggests, if I can make an anti-black pill recommendation, the epic pirate action in the rest of the Our Drawings movie. The Our Drawings movie, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we did watch some of that at one point in time. You know what, we can get started with that. We can do a little Our Draw. I don't know how much epic pirate action I'm in the mood for this morning, because I did want to get to some classic user-style users. I want to get back to Tivy's cringe list, because that's where we found... That's where we found the Birdie video, as well as a few other good things. And apparently it's only getting larger. It's only getting longer. But, we get started with this. Now, Our Drawings was a video that we started watching a little while ago. It's from somebody named Kalobi Productions. And we got about 10 minutes in before just kind of giving up on it. With the idea that in the future we will watch more of it, and that day has come. It's not exactly clear what the fuck this is. It's got more dislikes than it has likes. You can see not a super positive reception to this. But it's got, you know, not a lot of... and when we watched this, we were just very confused. There is a beatboxing puppy. I guess I'll skip to this. There's also graphics that look like this, but don't worry about that.
Beatboxing puppy.
Huh?
I'm the beatboxing puppy. I know you think it's funny.
We don't. We actually don't, really. Yeah, very confused as to what the hell's even going on in this. We watched about 10 minutes of it, and it at every moment along the way, it seemed to be... like, it's supposed to be a full animation film, whatever this creature is. It's like an ice cream sandwich with a blueberry underneath it. I still don't know. It looks like an antivirus mascot from, like, a German company from the 90s. It would have just had this bizarre, like, Rayman-esque mascot that makes no sense. But, yeah, every moment of this, up to this point, kind of felt like the movie hadn't fucking started yet. Like, there's, like, a trailer voice kind of thing, and it'll keep showing a scene, and then having, like, yes, I was the queen, and things were great, and it feels like trailer footage. It's like the, you know, the establishing shots with the narrator guy in the movie Ratatouille, the Ratatouille ripoff, where it's like shots of Rio de Janeiro, clearly, because it's made in Brazil, but it's like dubbed in English, so it's like, ah yes, this beautiful city, this wonderful prestigious city, and that's like basically every scene in this has that kind of feeling, like it's supposed to be the beginning of a movie setting something up, but it just keeps happening. It keeps ending one scene and then going into another scene that's exactly like that. I think that's just how this person thinks movies are made. I don't know, but let's, you know, we're a little earlier on here, and we left off somewhere. She was in a hospital bed. Think hard, you're lying here in a hospital bed. So she's fighting, Elsa from Frozen. And that's like her sister, I think. You're really
starting to piss me off.
And then we've got we've got the kid from fucking Undertale, but again with an ice cream sandwich head. There's no rhyme or reason for this. This isn't like Kingdom Hearts where it's like the fucking ice cream is symbolic. I mean, maybe it is, but we don't have any reason to think that at this point. I mean, maybe at the end of the video we'll find out that William Afton secretly loved ice cream sandwiches. I don't know.
Oh, and newsflash, anyone can draw. It just matters if you suck or not.
Baby, we're all tracers.
Shut the fluff up!
Apparently, this person was also known for being an art tracer, which, as we know, is worse than pedophilia and zoophilia. That is the worst thing that one can do, is trace art. You are going to get a 400-page Twitter thread about how triggering and problematic it is that you traced art. You traced a render of Amy Rose from 2003's Sonic Heroes. And you're 8 years old, but god damn it, you will never forget this lesson that we are about to teach you, you piece of shit. Thread start. Tweet number 1 of question mark.
There is no human being on this planet who can defeat me. You made
I'm
a
already
big
Tracer.
mistake. Ah!
Does anyone realize I'm a talking rock?
No, no one realized that. You don't look like any more than like a rock than you do like a blueberry. Or, and again, this ice cream sandwich thing is not explained. It's just, he's just got one on his head. Why does he have sunglasses? Why would a rock need because he's cool? This is so bad. This is just so bad. And here's the monster from Monster by Mistake, the classic Canadian animated sitcom. Oh, he suplexed that bitch. He cunt punted her. I mean, okay, it is better action than, like, let's be completely honest here. We've got unbroken shots of action here. There's a lot of movies that could fucking dream of like, imagine Batman Begins, but with action shot like this. It would have fixed that entire movie. There's like a trend of just making your fucking action scenes be like a bunch of cuts for no reason. It's terrible. It's terrible. Or it's a scene from the movie Bohemian Rhapsody about Queen. But you know, this doesn't have that problem. This is shot beautifully.
To be fair, art is really expensive. Drawing tablets will run you a couple $100. And don't forget the software needed to even get started.
It's a huge challenge for beginners. Then you gotta factor in the time it
I
takes.
love when you can clearly... This is like a Bob's game, like, Quickville type of thing, where it's like, they made a story about making animations. Like, it's what's the name of that manga that's like, it's like a shonen manga, but it's about writing manga, I think, is sort of the plot. It's something like that. But it's more, yeah, this is like, I'm assuming we're gonna put the bullies in their place. That's what that Elsa character is, right? Is like one of the bullies. By the way, I don't know why we have a kanji on the lockers here, but I'm assuming that's what the Elsa character is like one of the bullies, yada yada, art tracer. It all seems to be like, I'm going to put my life in a movie, and, you know, it's about as interesting as you would expect that to be. I do think we will skip ahead eventually. I just want to catch up to where we left off last time. I want to skip ahead to wherever the pirate action begins.
Takes to master
Because I was promised pirate action.
the whole drawing thing. With the way the
Bakuman,
economy's
yes.
going, you won't be able to move out till you're 50.
An injury shifted the trajectory of Paige's life. All her expectations and goals, dreams and aspirations vanished.
Yeah, you see what I mean? It's like this sort of... It's like if... I mean, everyone always says this, and it's not this... Well, actually, it might be 6 months ago. Everyone always says AI, but, like, this does feel like if you got... I mean, it's the same kind of... sort of uncanny... Not even uncanny valley. I mean, of course, the animation, the graphics look bad. It doesn't look right, and that has its own whole uncanniness, but... like, the way that this is put together, the voiceover, the music being used, the type of shots being shown, it reminds me of, like, when you see one of those tweets that goes around that has some, like, horrifying fucking girl in it that's, like, made with AI, and her voice is AI, and she starts singing an AI song that she made with AI, and of course it looks terrifying. And there's a bunch of idiots in the comments clapping, and dropping their phone number for the AI girl to call them. I don't know that this was actually made with AI. I mean, the visuals are clean enough. They were probably made by a person, but I don't know. It feels like the same type of outcome. Just I don't know. Maybe this guy's brain is the same. It's the same wavelength as like ChatGPT. I don't know, which I've heard understands the legal system. So at least
A
there's
young
that.
girl, she was experiencing a childhood that no one would wish on their worst enemy.
Thank you, Tivy.
She wondered why the heavens would do this to her. The doctors said she would recover eventually, but that her future in sports would now be shaky.
Was there a future? Was there sports? What the fuck? We had pronouns guy at the beginning who sounded like Cartman. And then there was a beatboxing puppy. And then she started fighting Elsa frozen cummies in space. And I don't know. I guess that's what injured her. Something about sports. Apparently she loved sports. I don't think we saw any proof of that up to now. But this is really going to get in the way of her hopscotch career, which up to this point has not been mentioned, but she loves hopscotch, and she was going to be a pro at hopscotch. It's not going to happen now. This is very sad, actually. You can
Once
hear
she woke
the
up from her
music.
coma, she found a new interest: drawing. She would practice all day, and one night, when she went to sleep, she closed her eyes, and all she felt was pure lightness, pain releasing from her body. No anxiety, no panic.
She's gonna fucking die. This is great.
It was like a dream.
Huh?
She felt a strange, unexplainable rush of emotions.
And
then she-
you and I, there's a way! Oh, never mind. Never mind. We're in the Pinocchio level from Dream Drop.
It was her
Look at this fucking gormless face.
escape.
What is... I mean, obviously what is happening. It looks worse than it ever has at this point. This looks like someone... This looks like literally like a 5-year-old put together a level in the game Dreams. Where it's just like, there's no lighting, there's no style, there's just a flat text. Is this supposed to be the moon? She's doing this, I feel like she's doing the, like, gravity leap thing, like when you see a movie, they land on the moon or another planet, and it's like, whoa! And they jump around, except she's clearly just jumping around like it's normal. Hang on. You know, everybody, this is a really exciting stream. I just want to make sure it's scored correctly. This is some, we were promised pirate action, but I didn't expect that we were going to get jump action. I didn't expect that we were going to get jumping action. Oh yeah. Time for jumping action, people.
Is music. So now let us listen to the music and identify the beats.
Oh, she can feel it. She's here for it.
But that was too
Everybody jump around! Yeah! I like the way her whole face blinks. See that? You see the way her whole... Maybe I'm wrong. It just looks like her whole face is, like, scrunching in for that blink. Yeah! I don't know. We don't need to do the jumping for forever, but I just that's a good, just put it on double speed and it's the beatboxing puppy. I know you probably forgot about him. Okay, right, that scene's
Together,
done.
Paige and her new friends closed their eyes and were teleported into the drawing world that she had kept hidden away.
Oh, so they killed them. So this is Heaven's Gate. All right. I love the way that like this guy and this guy both have the same shoes. I mean, they're dressed identically. It's just one's white and one's black. It's Fred and Shaggy from the Velma show. Sorry, Norville. Yeah.
This is unbelievable. Girl, this world doesn't just look like a two-dimensional image or a cartoon. It looks real.
Oh, that's what you're going for, is it? That's a shame. Yeah, so I watched Toy Story recently, and it's pretty famously known. I don't know if this is true, or if it's just like one of those things that everybody has kind of assumed to be the case. I don't know if this was said by one of the people who made Toy Story, but I've heard it 100 times, and that's that Pixar knew that they couldn't make a full fucking movie of people look right. So they hedged their bets on, well, it's just toys, and don't look at Andy or Sid or his mom for too long. Don't look at any of them for too long. And, you know, for 98% of that movie, when it is just the toys, you do mostly forget that you're still in an era where the humans look fucking freaky as hell. What I'm saying here is you had every opportunity to not try and convince me this looked real. You had every opportunity to just be like, wow, this looks like wow, we're really in this virtual world you created. Wow, our life is like a video game, but instead you're trying to tell us this is
two-dimensional image or a cartoon.
Okay.
It looks real.
Whoa, incredible. Whoa.
I'm sure you've heard that humans only use 10...
I love the way it feels like the music was just like they were about to finally start the movie, but then it just fades to this other scene. Like, why is this a clip version? Like a clip show version of itself? What the I've never seen something like this. It's like it's not willing to sit fucking still and just have like a character tell a story or have any kind of scene happen. The moment anything looks like it's starting to happen, the music is finally kicking in. And you just fade it to another fucking scene. Like, what the fuck? Who would do this? This is insane!
I'm sure you've heard that humans only use 10% of
Yeah,
their...
this is like video game cut. It's like when they make a thing in like Shenmue or something. Fuck you, that's how it's pronounced. Shut up. In like Shenmue. Shenmue, that's the famous game where they have you know, they'll have like, you know, the cutscene theater, and it's like really obviously not. I remember watching some of those. Like, I think I got Shenmue 2 as a kid on the Xbox, and I'm like, well, I didn't play the first one. I'll just watch the cutscene mode. And it's obviously just like this. It is. It's exactly like this, where it's like faded. It fades out where the gameplay would start, or like a boss fight, or something would happen, like dialogue boxes, and then it just fades back to like what the next cutscene would be. And like generally it tells the story, but it's like obviously missing huge chunks of the fucking adventure, I guess. You know, you see that sometimes. Yeah, that is basically what this is. It is a video game cutscene movie. It's Kingdom Hearts Key, or whatever. Actually, I think that's a little better than this.
Brains, correct? Well, that's a myth. The truth is we only understand 10%. I've unlocked the missing pieces to the very delicate...
Really, we're 14 and a half minutes in. We're still setting up what this movie is about. I'm fascinated by this. Are we gonna be in the last fucking scene of this thing and it's still just gonna be like, once upon a time, there was a girl! Just like, yeah, I get it. She's got fucking powers. This is like Empress Teresa.
Fractions of imagination itself. Everyday ideas float around in our heads. It's only when you
Shenmue.
translate that idea to something tangible does it become real. A physical abrasion is left behind. A trail of solid core material adheres to the sheet of paper. Well,
What?
yeah, when I write my name down, it immediately becomes something that actually exists. And 5 seconds ago, it was just a blank page.
I feel like they're trying to have like themes. They want this again. It's like Toy Story almost. It seems to be like anything your mind can dream of. It's trying to have like themes about like art becoming real things that matter. The process by which, you know, pen to page translates to timeless art that everyone will remember. And it's not, I don't think it's getting that across. It needs the Rugrats music, but there already is
Becomes something that actually
loud emotional music in the background, so like whatever.
exists.
They're trying to rise above their station. Also, this is the white woman jump scare from that FNAF game.
And 5 seconds ago, it was just a blank page.
Sage retard wisdom.
Exactly! May I ask you something? When you look at a cartoon, you never really focus on how it got there. Our brains assume it was all made at once. People never think twice about the rough drafts, blocking, or final cleanup. The same concept applies here.
This is so very, very silly for a video. I'm not even going to deign to call this a movie. This is so fucking stupid for a video like this to try and preach to me about the process of making cartoons or something. Why don't you fucking hone your craft a little bit longer and then you can maybe make this a story. This is something that would be, I can see, it's sad because it's way too, it's far better than what they're capable of. Like, I mean, if the plot was just, you know, good guy, bad guy, something simple, love story, whatever, then maybe they could at least manage to make that happen, you know, in spite of the bad animation or whatever. But the actual point of this and plot is, it seems to be pretty heavily tied in with the visuals of what you're seeing being like groundbreaking and I don't know, inspiring. Like, this is supposed to inspire me. Like, if this was a Hayao Miyazaki fucking film, the plot of it was about, like, the artistic process, like, that was the theme, then it would be, oh, okay, yeah, sure, this is maybe... Because, like, I feel like this would be maybe a pretty good story if it was told well. I'm sure there have been stories that have been like this. But if it actually had the art to go along with it, if, like, fucking... you know, Mobius had done this fucking thing, you know, instead of this, instead of what we're seeing here, then maybe you could tell a story about how inspiring it can be and blah, blah, blah. You're making art and cartoons, the process of cartoons. But right now I'm thinking about the process of making this cartoon and how fucking stupid this is and how bad it looks. So you really don't want to draw too much attention to that, I feel. I feel like drawing more attention to the fact that you're an artist who made this. This took 6 years, by the way, I'm pretty sure. And it also had, like, a GoFundMe, I think. If I'm not mistaken. I think that's actually mentioned in the beginning, but who can fucking say? It was probably mentioned in voiceover or some shit. I don't know, but... yeah, alright.
How did we get here?
Heady stuff.
Concentrate. How did the two of us arrive here? Where are we?
I don't know. They all died. Alright, what is this? What the fuck are... We're in the snowy tundra.
Here.
We're looking at this shot of trees, and then it's like...
How did we get here?
Yeah, how did we get here? I don't know, the movie's literally too confusing to understand that! That's the problem! How did we get here? I literally don't know! I have no concept of how we got here! I can't even fucking begin to really guess how we got here! They might actually just be dead! But then you go from this shot of trees...
How did the two of us arrive here?
Fade to black.
Where are we?
Back to a shot we already saw. You can't do this. You can't do a thing where you go, yeah, I know, you can't draw attention to the fact that it's confusing, that nothing makes sense, and you've jumped around, and then just go back to a scene you already showed us. What the fuck is this? And then they have the gall to see that, fade back to the trees, motherfucker! Ice Age 19, 2024. Our drawings. Okay. Okay, now we have more stock assets from free3dassets.gov. I'm sorry, I don't know if I could ever be convinced. I'm sure people have probably, if they look hard enough, they could probably find whatever, like, asset store these were taken from. I'm willing to bet so much on that no one involved in this actually made this character model, or the other one, or any of the ones that look, you know, not great here, obviously, because there's no lighting or fucking presentation or anything, but, like, you know, like they could be in a mobile game or something. Like, this looks like not that bad. He could be in, you know, like a phone game. I don't know, some shit like that. But then, I still feel like that's above their pay grade. I feel like the fucking rock with sunglasses that looks like a blueberry with an ice cream sandwich on its head, that might be. I guess they did probably make that ice cream sandwich child, so maybe they do. Maybe their skills they do extend this far. I don't know. I guess to their credit, then, if they made these models, some of them do. I mean, none of them look consistent with each other, so that's a problem. Like, this looks more like Big Hero 6 compared to the other one that looked like, I don't know, Incredibles or something. But they all do, I guess, look kind of Pixar-ish, I guess. They kind of have kind of zoned in a bit, if they made these models anyway. I guess that's point in the favor of they made all of this, because it looks consistent enough, but also, like, again, like, they're all just taken from asset packs. It's like the Amazing Bulk. It's like, toward the end of that movie, when there's just, like, a leprechaun, like, 3D dancing leprechaun, and all this just stupid shit, because I guess the creator of it was like, yeah, whatever, fuck it, use all of the 3D clip art that we have and just throw it in here. And that's basic, that feels like what we've got here, but, I mean, maybe it was made, I can't tell, really.
Another
maybe it was made by the actual people.
Art Style 4, Magnetic Attraction.
Sandwich Child is their logo, that's true, yeah.
Useless art. I need stronger drawings. Kalobi.
Oh no, it's specifically talking to the person who made the video now. This is so embarrassing. This really, it truly, I am 100% convinced now that this is a Chris Chan Bob's Game type of scenario. Where they've made the actual story about the meta-textual narrative of them going insane while they make the fucking story, basically. Which, again, is something that can only work if you're talented. This is really sad to watch someone try to shoot so fucking high. You know, it would be one thing to make a 3D animated film and just have it be like, you know, whatever. Again, like a love story or some shit with, like, animals, whatever. Make, like, Over the Hedge. You could probably pull something like that off. It wouldn't be that difficult, you know? But this is trying to be, like, more deep than your average Pixar movie. This is trying to be, like, innovative, groundbreaking shit that, like, it's like the Metal Gear Solid 2 of fucking animated film or something. And, as you can imagine, unless you're extremely, extremely talented at doing something like that, it's going to wind up really pathetic and sad like this.
I need stronger drawings.
I need better drawings. Hey, Kolobi, step up your fucking game.
Kolobi, I've seen you before.
Are you the man behind the mask? Who's killed numerous drawings in an attempt to salvage their energy?
So that is Kolobi. Kolobi is the person... I mean, that is his voice. The first time we saw this channel, by the way, was a video where this person's voice actor, so I guess Kolobi, the titular Kolobi Productions, the main head honcho in charge, he had a video where he was talking about the Inside Out movie from Disney or Pixar or whatever, and how Riley, the little girl from that, had a bunch of harsh rules that she was being forced to follow by her evil parents. And one of those rules was to eat vegetables. One of those rules was being told to have a good day at school. That's a rule, and that was a harsh rule that constitutes like child abuse at the hands of the parents, was wishing their daughter a good day in school. And we came to the end of it and realized that it was most likely just some guy with fucking problems who actually thinks these things. I don't know, it was a very, very confusing video what the fucking point of it was. It seemed a bit like a fetish, you know? It seemed like, you know, she's been a naughty girl kind of thing, like, almost. It seemed a bit weird. I don't know what the fuck the point of that was. But then, yeah, it was brought to our attention that he has this hour-long fucking quote-unquote movie. And, I guess they did make these models because the eyebrows on this thing look like Saints Row 1 eyebrows. The same as, the same as fucking Zuko over here has the same eyebrows. So yeah. Wizard
Useless
Zuko.
art. I need stronger.
One of the rules was to watch the parents kissing. Yeah, there was some very strange things in that video. It was not your average video.
Drawings. Kolobi, I've seen you before.
Are you the man behind the mask? Who's killed numerous drawings in an attempt to salvage their energy?
I'm going to draw a new Earth.
Are you the one who was researching spiders with the Amazon when my mom died?
Surrender, and your sacrifice will help create a utopia that will...
Okay, so this is a Sephiroth-type character who wants to... He wants to use Kingdom Hearts to create a new world for dark drawings to exist.
Benefit humanity.
Right.
I need to collect powerful drawings.
How many drawings have you killed, huh?
I like, you know, I've really enjoyed playing through the Kingdom Hearts games. I really have. They've been a great time. The story is very dumb most of the time. There's parts that are okay, but the games are really good. But my favorite thing, well, some of them are. Well, some of them are pretty crap. My favorite thing about this, you know, going through Kingdom Hearts is that now I can communicate with users. It's like how I've been learning Japanese, basically. I can communicate with users on a level that I never could before. I think I see it all more clearly now. As I see this villain just standing here boringly monologuing with nothing visually interesting here. I'm just like, oh yeah, Dream Drop Distance, right. You know, just talking about the power of drawings and darkness and yada yada yada. You know, I really do feel like you know, at any moment now we can get a boss fight where I spam triangle and win.
I can sense a powerful art style within you. This is the strength I require.
You're a madman.
Nani? I thought that was like a boner in someone's pants for a second. So, this is shot so poorly. This is so bad.
You're a madman.
You're a madman! He draws something here. I don't know if it's just my, like, contrast, or if it's this video. Can anyone else fucking see? It looks like just like a couple of lines, I guess. I can't make out what the fuck that's supposed to be. It looks like a fossil of like an eel. I don't know what the fuck that is. It's a couple of lines on the paper. I don't know what he drew, but apparently whatever it is, it's like programming. Somehow that drawing translates in this language into whatever. I guess he just held up the paper. Was it like a stop sign? There nothing? My screen might have been dirty. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there was anything on there. Was that it looked like he drew something though. So why would he draw whatever? Why does this kid have an ice cream sandwich? This is so fucking stupid.
Kolobi is now my drawing.
This is okay. This is terrible, but this is also, I guess, like the closest we've come to almost having like a normal scene, like that would be in a movie or something. It's still edited horribly. I don't know who the fuck thinks this is what, like, this is what I don't get when people make shit like this that's so terrible. How difficult is it to look at, like, fucking Bug's Life and just be like, yep, make it kind of like that, you know? Like, where are all the weird fade to blacks and shit that are in the movies that these people actually watch? That inspired them to make this? Like, where in Mars Needs Moms do they have it fucking paced like this? Nowhere! Where did they learn to pace this shit? I make jokes about Kingdom Hearts. Even that game has better pacing! There's not even any video games that are like this. With this weird editing and there's like this fucking lo-fi hip-hop beats in the background the whole fucking time. Who thought this was fine? How difficult is it to fucking look at a normal movie and just be like, oh, right, yeah, this is completely off. Obviously. Clearly. What the fuck?
Drawing.
I barely escaped with my life. What's strange about this situation is that character was not drawn by Paige. I knew I had to warn the others. He's a foreign drawing, not created by Paige Foster.
Mist was an unknown drawing.
So this is like... I can't get over the fact that the mask looks like... The outline looks like Bart Simpson's head. But it's like Batman mask, I guess. What is this character, though? This is such an awful character design. I mean, I've let this go. I haven't even mentioned it. It's like some kid. It's some generic-looking fucking face with like a bootleg Batman Beyond mask and then like a rice field motherfucker hat. I guess. Cool outfit. What is this guy? What the fuck? It's like the worst Mortal Kombat character ever. But I guess if you piece together the lore here, what is trying to be communicated, I guess, is that these characters, these people are all like the drawing characters made by this Paige girl, the human girl. But that's really hard to tell like that's the plot, I guess, because there's no style to any of this. So, I mean, you could just put her next to the ice cream sandwich head kid. I mean, there's a beatboxing puppy in real life, isn't there? Like, that was in the real life setting at her school. Was her and her friends, and she's like, by the way, I have a beatboxing puppy, and it just breaks into song. So that wasn't a drawing. Maybe she drew that to life. You like the famous DS game. Cooking Mama. But maybe she drew that to life. I don't know. But whatever it is, they all look the fucking same. She looks like these characters. So I guess this is supposed to look like real life is the thing. That's the problem here, is this is supposed to look like real life, which is interesting if you think about that even on a conceptual level, how fucked that is. The concept that she's drawing these things and her power, I guess, is to make them come to life, quote unquote. Well, What if she draws them and they're in like a weird style? What if she fucks up the drawing and they're like, I mean, and they're like horribly deformed for one thing. That's a whole other can of worms. But like, what if they're in like a manga fucking style? They're in like anime style. Are they just gonna come to life and look like this guy? Is that there's like no accounting for style? If you made a drawing, quote unquote, that was like Picasso, would that just like, would all the pieces write themselves logically, or like how would that look in this quote unquote real life style? It doesn't even make any sense if you stop and analyze it.
Who had snuck into her world.
Yeah, what if she draws fluffy
had
ponies?
Never seen this man before. No other human being had ever been inside of her art. Who could this man be, you may ask? Everyone had their guesses. Paige's father, her sister Pillow, who could have shapeshifted.
Pillow? Her name, you named your character Pillow. Why would you do that? Is she a pillow princess? Is that the implication? Because this is our drawings princess movie, so I guess if she's one of the princesses and this is a sister, that makes her Pillow the princess. That's cool. That's cool. Better than Elsa, I guess. I like that name better. Right. So I mean, the questions are being posed. Could it be her father? I never thought that or cared, really, but thank you for asking the question for me.
Everyone had their guesses.
Everyone. They all thought
Paige's
so.
father, her sister Pillow, who could have shapeshifted, or
Pillow?
even one of her classmates.
We need to defeat him. Puzzle and Albert, I need you two to help find food.
Okay. This... I know this wasn't made... It seems like it was made for spite or something, because if you look... Fun facts about my film. This took 6 years to complete with no outside funding. Oh, never mind. It was not funded. Sorry. This was no outside funding, which still doesn't, like, looking at this, you can't brag about this. You can't be like, well, I made this with no help from anyone. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like you did that, and you're also not very good at it at the same time. Like, there's probably a lot of people who could do a lot better. I'm not trying to be a bully, but, like, just factually, there's probably a lot of people who could have made a fucking one person making a Blender movie a lot better than this, honestly. Also with no outside funding. So, like, you can't brag about that. This movie was created almost entirely in Blender. Less than 10 people donated to me because they had little faith that I could create a movie on my own.
Pillow, who could have shapeshifted,
her sister Pillow,
or even one of her classmates.
We need to defeat him. Puzzle.
We need to defeat him!
We have a new enemy in town.
Yeah, it's not good. So the guy who just said that in that horrible tone of voice, with that horrible microphone, that's the guy. That's the one who's making this. I always say, I can't understand people who are making something and can't show any fucking enthusiasm for it. You see it all the time. You see people who, like, they write and direct their own movies and they also star in them, and it's easy enough to go, okay, you can't act, but, like, it's like you don't even want to be here. No one is forcing you to fucking make this, dude. Caleb, whatever your fucking name is, no one's forcing you to make this awkward pile of shit.
We need to defeat him.
We need to defeat him.
Puzzle and Albert, I need you two to help find food for the group. I'll pay the both of you a lot of money for this.
Yeah, I guess those fucking people that didn't believe in you were right. This animation was made by 2 people. Yes, the whole movie. No, Paige Foster is not Moana. Well, I didn't think that, but I don't know anything about Moana, so now at this point I'm assuming that this whole thing is somehow a ripoff of Moana. I guess that shouldn't be one of your bullet points, is that it's not a ripoff of something else, because now I'm just, now it's just in my mind.
But you gotta help us. Is there anything else you guys need?
I need
Oh, good God.
Look, we are lost in this world and we need help to get out of this mess. So please stop trolling.
Trolling? Is that what this is? Is he retarded or is he trolling? I can't tell. It's just like the guy who made this fucking movie.
Sir, wouldn't it be better for you to send him back to preschool?
What are we supposed to feel with this? I can guarantee whatever they think this is supposed to be, it's not. I can absolutely guarantee that whatever they're trying to make me feel right now... Is this funny? Is this, like, supposed to be like a baby making noises? But it's this horrifying child who sounds like a grown... It sounds like me. It just sounds like me. And it's really annoying, also.
Wouldn't it be better for you to send him back to preschool?
And you got another voice actor straight off the fucking, you know, the train from Africa.
I will produce the most epic music to motivate you all for this battle.
Never mind, it's just a retard. I mean, I guess it's possible that this is... I mean, I think we're getting to the pirate action, potentially. He looks like he might be pirating it up a little bit. I guess it's entirely possible that this is... I don't know, that this is a joke. I don't know what the joke is. Is this supposed... I mean... You know, the obvious question is, it's supposed to be surreal, like... I mean, I think to a degree that might be a point, because it is, like, drawings coming to life. So, I mean, like, some of the... Yeah, I mean, like, the fucking rock with the sunglasses and the wings, or whatever. That one maybe is supposed to be kind of like that, but I don't think that's... It's not supposed to... I don't think it's supposed to make me have, like, Twin Peaks vibes. I don't think that's the idea. I don't think that's the intention. I do think it's supposed to be, like, just a, kind of just a generic, like, 3D animated movie that you would see in theaters or something, but obviously horribly botched. So I don't think it's trying to be what it is, certainly. It's definitely a complete failure. I'm mystified as to what they think I'm supposed to feel right now, because he's... Is this triumphant? Are we... What is this? I don't know what emotion I'm supposed to have. I don't think this person who made this has emotions. I think it's a funny joke because this... I think he's, like, supposed to be the comic relief character, is what I think this is, because... Yeah, none of them like it. The music's bad. He was, like, wailing like a baby and then just was like, I'll make epic music for you! And now it's this. So I think this is supposed to be funny. I think this part is intended to be like the... He's like the Jar Jar, I guess. I think that character's like Jar Jar. If I might be wrong, but I don't know, man. I'm just trying to make fucking sense of this thing.
As time went
on,
anyway, the classmates' bodies began feeling stiff, as if they were
So are they like... Where are they? This looks like they're just in the same environment where they were at school. Like, I assumed that they were all just... Like, they've got their notepad here. I guess that's her notepad. She drew them all dead or something, and now they're just... Yeah. They're all just... It seems like they're just lying in the middle of their fucking school. Like, on the floor. That's kind of what it looks like. There's no environment. I mean, it's another just kind of vacuous void.
Turning into a sketch on a piece of paper. Time was running out.
If you see a man in black robes, do not engage. I repeat.
I mean, like, it's also interesting. I mean, like, when you make a film, you know, what does that say about you? You know, art and all of that. This is trying very hard to say a lot, clearly. It wants to be, you know, a film with a lot to say about art and consumption of art. And what it's saying right now is you've made a story where your characters basically like visually anyway, and like thematically, what it feels to me is an embrace of escapism. Like, wherever they are right now doesn't matter. They might be at school, whatever, none of that matters. Who gives a shit? They're all just laying there like fucking muscles atrophying, they're dying, whatever. Maybe they are dead, maybe this is all just a, like, you know, afterlife thing, whatever. Whatever it is apparently preferable to living reality in real life, I guess. The recurring themes of these user streams are never fail to impress. Just constant escapism.
As if they were turning into a sketch on a piece of paper. Time was running out.
If you see a man in black robes, do not engage. I repeat, do not engage. Find shelter immediately away from the Icy Shoes Mountain.
Icy Shoes Mountain. Another theory. Is this all shit? Like, he says that it took him 6 years to make this. I don't think this guy is, like, particularly old. He's probably, like, my age or less, right? I would assume he's less. He sounds pretty young. He sounds like he's in his early 20s. So, 6 years production on this. Might have been like when he was 14 or something, and this is all just a bunch of stupid shit that he had that, like, he came up with, probably even years before that. That he was like, oh, I'm gonna make this into a movie someday, and I don't know how old he is, but this is all, like, Icy Shoes Mountain? What the fuck is this? Is like Axe Cop. What are we doing here? This is not a story. This is just a bunch of stupid child bullshit. I don't care. Like, I can't be made to care. You've made a story that just sounds like a little kid smashing action figures together. This is fucking stupid. At least it's better than Ready Player One.
Evacuate immediately. Evacuate.
Behold the power of the first artist.
Well, that just happened! The inside shot of the Fallout Season 2 trailer right there. So the inside scoop. Alright, anyways. Alright, we just watched a bunch of stickmen get fucking nuked, and we have no reaction or emotion to that. Let's move on. Here we are in Gingerbread Town. I wonder if they're all gonna horribly die, too. Anyway. Thank you to Nathan for the 5 gift memberships.
This user is also the Opinion Basher.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, and when you have long stretches of the video that are ostensibly nothing more than watching it. I mean, there's no dialogue, there's no music, it's not anything else other than just watching this horrid animation. Like, there's like it's like a 10-second shot of them just, a series of shots of them just walking across this stupid bridge. I'm sorry, this is mental illness. Whoever made this has something desperately wrong with them if they think this is fine. This is mental illness. A normal adjusted human being would not make this and put this out and be like, yep, good to go. Good to go, looks great. Oh god. How do you make eggs look uncanny valley? That's really something. Look at the fucking jiggling egg physics. They made eggs look uncanny. I've never seen something like that. Amazing. I mean, I guess it's like if one of those, it's like if the Sora AI was told to make eggs. It would look almost like eggs, but then it would have like just a slight bit of weird motion data moshing effect. there's still no attempt to explain what the fuck this creature is or why it's here. I remember that they did not explain it at the beginning. It's like this is the movie version of another series that exists or something. Like this is supposed to be the epic conclude. We're supposed to know who all these characters are, but of course we don't. And yeah, there's just this cool blueberry rock with glasses and an ice cream sandwich and feet and wings. Go fuck yourself. He talks also. It's Rayman or something, I guess.
Taste is so good. It's giving me nostalgia.
Which racism is this? This is a type of racism. I don't know. Is it Italian racism? I guess that doesn't count.
The hour. Oh yeah.
I think it's Italian.
Here, try one. Don't be shy. That? It's an acquired taste.
What is happening?
I am a pirate.
What the fuck?
Don't be shy.
What is this shot? This is mental illness. Who puts this together? This is something deeply wrong with a person. This is like when we watch those fucking videos that are like, what, Oatmeal Joey or whatever, where it's like an insanity fucking YouTube poop. That's just like, you know, the children trapped in their basement, and also shots of fucking local news, and also shots of fucking a TV show he recorded in 1972. And it's like that, but an animated movie. It has the same. What the fuck?
Yeah. Here, try one. Don't be shy. It's an acquired taste.
What are we even? Which character is that? Which character even is that? I don't know which character. I think that's Ice Cream Sandwich Boy.
Here, try one. Don't be shy.
I literally can't tell.
It's an acquired taste.
Is this the fucking ninja kid from earlier?
I am a pirate.
You again?
We got some pirate action here, people.
You two look exactly alike. Will you shut the fluff up? Shut up now! This is a mockery of me. Announcer.
That character is the one who was being racist, right? I don't know what accent this is. So I guess it's fine. If you just do generic foreign guy, no one can get mad at you. It's technically all races at once, so it's actually very diverse. It's a good accent, actually.
Talk some sense into this animal!
You know this creature?
Oh, this is a mockery of me. Announcer, talk some sense into this animal!
Oh, this is the announcer. We were supposed to know that this creature here is like the announcer of this, which I think does make sense because this thing shows up in like the logo of the movie or something. So I guess this is... We were all supposed to know when you click on this. When you're a rando like me who doesn't know this channel's fucking memes or whatever, you're supposed to click on this and just instantly know all of what's happening and be down with this. This is so bad. This is so bad on so many levels.
Will you shut the fluff up, idiot? What's your problem, huh? Can't you see I'm the most pleasing creature in all the land?
Also, yeah, it's an announcer, not a narrator. I will point out that character with the blueberry thing with wings did speak earlier. And it was in a voice that I mentioned. It sounds like in the Ratatouille, this wonderful city, like the, you know, narrator voice. But that's clearly not the only narrator, so I don't know if that character has multiple voices that they speak with or not, because there's also the British lady narrator, who I think is maybe supposed to be... Actually, I think I think that's supposed to be Paige, because if we remember last time we watched this, I know that was like a month or two ago, but last time we watched this, there was a part at the beginning where she's like a little girl and she's got a British accent. And she says something about, like, I lost my British accent when I grew up. And it was, like, an excuse to have her not have a British accent. And I don't know, if they have an adult actress who has a British accent, they could have just had her... I don't know. That might be her. There's, like, a British lady. There's two narrators. Well, there's one announcer and one narrator. I don't know. We haven't met the narrator character yet.
Hey, yo. Sup?
Lower your voice.
Okay, no, that's possibly racism. I think that's a racism. So all these weird close-up shots, like it's Lost. I still don't know who we were supposed to be seeing earlier in that random shot of eyes turning toward the camera like it was a fucking horror film. But now we have the black guy, Kai Cenat, in a hat, saying, hey, yo, what's up, my homies? What's crack-a-lackin', my fellow fam-a-lot?
Hey, yo, sup?
Lower your voice.
It's like in the recent Yakuza games, the RPG ones, 7 and 8, where there's like a certain enemy that you encounter who I think he's like a beatboxing bad guy or something, and he does this diss move where he walks up to you and he goes like, "Hey, yo, yo, yo!" And it's basically that. It's okay. So is this romance? Is this a romance
I
scene?
want the others to hear us.
Why did we get a "hey, yo"?
Can you rub my shoulders? It's kind of sort.
Rub my shoulder. Yeah, it's a romance thing. This is I guess she has the fucky times with this guy here. I guess this was in no way set up, in absolutely no way, but I guess this is happening. In no way other than they were both people who know each other, I guess. This was not set up at all, but sure, alright, there's romance now, I guess, sure.
From drawing.
Sure.
Thanks, man. See that city?
Never mind, thanks, man. Is she still friend-zoning him? I'm confused.
What does it make you feel?
I don't feel anything, bitch.
Well, it makes me feel at peace. Like all the worries in my life are gone.
This disgusting hairstyle she has.
While I'm here.
Who did this to her fucking head? Why did they let this person be a barber?
You had one wish.
That is unfortunate.
What would it be?
She's got like 4 different hair lengths happening at once.
I don't know. The obvious answer is to wish for more wishes.
Come on, dude. I'm being serious.
Okay, fine. I'd wish that people would get along more. I believe life is meant to be enjoyed, not constantly at war with other people. You feel...
Let's see if this brings it up. No, it's not gonna bring it up. Yeah, this is good. This is good. So yeah,
Fine. I'd wish that people would get along more.
Yeah.
I believe life is meant to be enjoyed.
Yeah, I wish that everyone could hang out with each other regardless of age, you know?
If a lot of people love each other, the world would be a better place to live.
That's true. That's true. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. And thank you, Kalobi, for providing such interesting insights.
Not constantly at war with other people. You feel me? We gotta protect our peace out here. My family life is jacked up, Paige. I hate talking about it.
Hey, yo.
With you?
Hey, yo, fam. It's jacked up.
I feel that I can tell you anything.
The exaggerated swagger of a horrifying caricature of a human being within this terrifying world.
Well, what about you?
When did this Paige character become Gwen Stacy? When did she get the woke hair? When did they do this to her? Did she have that the whole time? God, that's like every haircut in the game The Outer Worlds put into one.
What do you wish for?
You know, this wasn't the first time Paige went through a lot. A year ago, she was really sad about something, and we had such a deep conversation. And honestly, I think
I just never saw her from the back before. She's got some kind of fucked up thing going on with her head, but the front of her looks normal, I guess.
She's human. Give the girl a break.
Is she?
I just don't understand why there's so much pain in the real world. Loneliness, divorce.
Okay, but your drawings that you're escaping into, reminder that they're currently just laying dead on their fucking like cafeteria floor. You know, they've at this point probably the ambulance has been called. You know, they've tried to do like CPR, they've resuscitated, there's no use. Like they're breathing, they're just out of it. They're just suddenly asleep, you know, and they can't be woken up no matter what. They're splashing water in their faces. You know, they're getting ready to like hook him up to like a, you know, a zappy machine or something. I don't even know what that would be. Like they defibrillate them or something. I don't know. But probably not a good idea with the water at the same time. But yeah, no, I guess we are breaching the subject of, we are getting to the subject of why we would prefer to live within this escapist art world made of drawings rather than actually the real life of the world. I guess that that might be something we get to. I'm gonna be honest. I was just promised pirate action. We're still not at the pirate action. I don't know if it was like an ironic promise for pirate action, like with you know, with the Dogs Eating Dogs 6 video. You know, like you tell me there's pirate action and then we don't get it. There is the little guy though, so maybe they do get on like a ship with him at some point. I think it could be coming soon.
Loss?
See, life ain't what you think.
Is this loss?
It is, Paige. Everyone sold a dream from the day they're born. It gets in their heads and spawns expectations. And when reality hits, it often brings great sadness.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You know my dad hates me, right? I can't even get my own family to support my career. I'm just an artist.
I was just thinking of something. What were you thinking of? I can't tell you. Sounds like a good memory. This is some great dialogue. This reminds me of a game I played once.
An artist? I find it strange that you limit yourself. Everyone has a role to play in this world, whether that's a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, artist. One person does not have...
You know, I had the Johnny from The Room clip there, but for reference, this, for anyone who's recently joined, as I noticed someone say they joined, this is the Johnny of this film that we're watching. This is the Tommy Wiseau. This is the guy whose channel this is, who made this for 6 years with no funding from any outside sources because none of them believed that he could do it. And he's voicing this character here. This fucking Frisk from Undertale with an ice cream sandwich for no discernible reason. So just for reference, this motivational speech right now, it is, I mean, that before was, in terms of content, it was kind of like the, if everyone learned to love each other, the world a better place. But this is closer to that in terms of context. Because it's not the same type of thing that's being said. But it's the same thing where the guy who made this is taking the moment to get on a soapbox and try to like preach to us about the way to live and how life is and his views on existence and the meaning of life. You know, Kalobi, why don't you learn the meaning of editing first, and then you can tell me all about it.
Have more value than another.
Love each other.
In my life, I was stuck indoors, lonely. While I laid on the hospital bed, all my classmates were out there living their lives. Do you know what that does to someone?
I guess that's why you drew this place, huh? So you could walk again. You thought that injury was the end of your childhood. You were so focused on not being popular and missing out on the world, you omitted the fact that there were others out there, just like you. Also, up until your injury, you were really prideful. You often boasted to us drawings that you didn't care about anyone else and that you were the best player on the volleyball team.
Oh, she was on the volleyball team. Oh. You know, I did read a book once. You know, I don't read often, but I don't want to hurt my brain or anything, but I did read a book once which did mention the best way to really get the audience to understand and connect with a character is to usually have someone tell us their backstory at the start of the second act, roughly. That's a lot better than setting it up in a linear fashion. You know, make everybody really, really confused and ask the questions of, wait, where is she? Wait, she was injured? Wait, she was on a sports team? What sport did she play? And then pay those questions off later. That's satisfying filmmaking. That's the thing. You don't see that a lot in Hollywood movies these days because they're all hacks. They're all woke. But that's satisfying filmmaking, is You make us ask the question, what the fuck were they thinking? They didn't set this up at all, or put 2 seconds to think about, you know, this world, or the editing of how this was being shown to us, or anything. You know, questions like that. And have a payoff for them. Nearly halfway through the video, where someone explains to us this girl's backstory. That's great. That's really good stuff. That's and you know what's better is the part where I'm being facetious right now, obviously, and all of that's really bad. Actually, that's actually a terrible, terrible, terrible way to write a story. And if they had the ability to, I wish that they could take away your ability to ever create anything again. But you know, I'm just marveling.
Even ignoring a boy from your school, asking for help because he felt you were above him.
So she can walk though. Like, this is what I don't understand. I guess she was injured and then got better. He's making this whole point. God, these fucking faces. He's making this whole point about how she got injured, so she started doing her drawings as an escape, I guess. And I think that's what the idea is supposed to be. Like, you know, oh, I was sick, so I got too into whatever, and now I couldn't get out, whatever. But she is still walking, so, I mean, like, I don't know, this is not communicated to. I know right now she's in the drawing world, but she was seen walking at school at the same time that she had a beatboxing puppy. So, you know, the whole concept of reality here is a bit topsy-turvy.
While I laid on the hospital bed, all my classmates were out there living their lives. Do you know what that does to someone?
I guess that's why you drew this place, huh? So you could walk again. You thought that injury was the end of your childhood. You were so focused on not being popular and missing out on the world, you omitted the fact of your childhood.
What is this? Oh, this is her bedroom, I guess. You know, nothing has any character or any, you know, personality. Like, I mean, it's one thing to criticize the writing, you know, but it's like everything here is bad. I don't know which part of this was supposed to be this guy's passion. Did he just passionately really want to tell this story and fail super hard at it? Did he passionately want to make this horrible animation where we look at a scene and we're just like, where is this? I thought this was like... It took me a second to pause and look at this because... Well, first of all, look at this giant desk that she has here. Look at the perspective on this enormous desk with one leg on either side. Can we note the fucking... Maybe it's built into the wall on the other end, and there's just 2 legs on the outside edges of it, I guess. This is a very stupid fucking design here. I thought this was like a physical therapy, you know, center. Like one of those things where, you know, you're injured and you're like, you're walking, you're grabbing the fucking armrest bar things and trying to like get your feet better, that kind of thing. Because she's injured. I thought that was maybe what this is, because it's so sterile, and I'm like, oh wait, no, it's her bedroom. It's just her bedroom. There's just no personality to it. I was like, why is there a piano on the fucking wall? I guess she just has that. I guess. All right.
You were so focused on not being popular and missing out on the world, you omitted the fact that there were others out there, just like you. Also, up until your injury, you were really prideful. You often boasted to us drawings that you didn't care about anyone else and that you were the best player on the volleyball team.
Yeah, if only we could have seen that, right? Like, that would have been great to see before in, like, a normal movie. Like, if this was just... I can't get over how fucked this is, because it seems like this is someone's passion project, right? How do you fuck up something this bad when it's like it's your baby, it's your passion project. You probably worked pretty hard on this, and no one told you? Like, this guy has to be just an insufferable cunt. He has to be one of these people who, like, everyone probably did tell him, like, this is not the way you tell a story, Kolobi. This is bad. The editing is bad. You should have this scene earlier. You should show this thing that you're talking about. You should set this thing up earlier. And he probably was just like, you don't understand it, my vision! He was probably one of those. he was probably just one of those, because now anyone who criticized him is now a villain in this narrative or something. I mean, maybe it's not that way, but it kind of feels like that. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine spending this much time on something and just it's this fucked. This is you don't. How long did it take you, and you never for a second thought, wow, this doesn't look like The Incredibles. This doesn't look like any animated film. This doesn't even fucking look as good as Food Fight. But no, never. At no point did he think that. It's amazing. And let alone, that's the animation. Again, I don't know where the fucking passion of this was. Was it both? Because he failed both miserably, the animation and the writing, and every other part of it. But, like, everything was a horrible failure. And I can't even tell which part. Like, usually with an artist, it's like, okay, this guy's more of an animator, the story is not that great, but it's a showcase of his animating abilities. The animation's not super great, it's like, whatever, One Punch Man, the original version of it, the like, web comic manga that was all kind of, it's still, the art's still pretty good, but it's a little bit more rough and everything, more than, like, the anime version, but people really like the story of that, and so, they're like, oh, this is fine, it's fine. He did it all himself because he was so passionate in the story that he was telling, even if he's not, like, the best artist ever. It's still, you get that a lot, but this, I can't tell what, like, was the thing, was the driving force here. Spite and, like, to prove to people that he could, which he did not do that. He did not prove that.
Even ignoring a boy from your school, asking for help because he felt you were above him.
You're right. I could have been more kind. I didn't even realize someone my age was in the same boat as me. I only avoided talking to him based on...
Well, not only is Food Fight... Not only does it look better than, like, more like a movie, but of course, I mean, okay, of course the acting is better. It's got a star-studded cast for whatever fucking reason. So, you can't even compare that, but it's also edited better, makes more sense, and is written better. Yeah, Food Fight is better in just about every way. Norm of the North is probably better than this in every way. Ice Age Collision Course is probably better than this in every way. In every conceivable metric by which you could fucking criticize a movie. Or any kind of animation of any sort. I don't think you can find another popular release that's worse than this. I mean, and that's obviously that's not fair. These are big budget films, but, like, I guess I'm just saying, if you are the one guy, if your whole life is animation, you're one of these people who's making a Norm of the North rant in 2024, couldn't you look at this and be like, yeah, it's not up to par. This is not up to par. Don't try to make it look like a Pixar movie if you can't fucking do that. That's another thing. Like, he probably could have made an animated film that looked... Yeah, it would be a lot for one guy to make a Pixar animated film. That would be a lot. I mean, Killer Bean is an example of something that's... Even that, I mean, it's a lot better than this, but even that doesn't really look super professional. I mean, it's really good for one guy, but, you'd never see that in, like, a... it shows that it was made by one guy, one talented guy. This shows that it was made by one untalented guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't...
How he looked.
I don't get what they're going for.
I guess I never even gave him a chance.
But that's the thing, Paige. Oftentimes, it's our selfishness that blinds us to the answers to life right in front of us. I just hope you realize that life is a test, Paige. I'm not the only drawing.
Cool microphone there. What was that?
Realize that life is a test, Paige, and I'm not the only drawing.
Was that part of it? Was he digitally de-resing from existence as he said that? Is that why his microphone got shitty? I don't think so.
Callowby, are you leaving
Callowby.
Never. I'm just a sketch away.
Okay, there is something very odd, too, about somebody making a story in which they are themselves a fictional creation of another girl. This is an odd thing to make. Like, psychologically, we have to analyze that is a very weird thing for someone. This is like something you would see that and, you know, you'd be like, okay, this is a very odd concept. Like, if this was a little better, or maybe a lot better it would need to be, but it would be something kind of like a, I don't know, like a Kojima situation, where it's kind of like, wow, you're into that, huh? Okay, well, you know, it's good, though. You made a good game, but where you have this scene. Okay, that's weird. But this is obviously significantly worse than most things, including Ebola. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's very odd. It says a lot about the psychology of who made this, and probably the weird fetishes they have. Calliope.
What happens when you can't measure up to the
Oh my god, we're starting out the fucking movie again. Where's the pirate action? I'm jumping to the fucking pirate action. I don't care anymore. Right, they're on a fucking farm. There's more sandwiches, ice cream sandwiches in space.
It's a tablet without a cord back.
Oh, good. We've got music. We've got music now, people. We gotta listen to the whole... Let's listen to the whole musical number.
Out the way I'd hoped. So, we had to go back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board. It's a tablet without a cord. Back to the drawing board. It's a tablet without a cord. Back to the drawing board. It's a tablet without a cord. Back to the drawing board. It's a tablet.
Wait, is that Kai Cenat, but he, like, let his hair down or whatever? Okay. Great song. Looks like it goes on for a while. Where's the pirate action? I think Folger Kelly did just lie to us about pirate action. Which, I'm gonna be real, is not particularly funny. This is this like Reboot now? We have another ice cream sandwich head. Oh, is this Super Calliope? He goes into his super ice cream sandwich head form. Do you think he wears this stupid ice cream sandwich thing his whole life? I have a weird feeling like he might be one of these people who just... Oh, wait, no, this might be Kai Cenat. I don't know, we're not following it, but... I have a feeling like he might be one of these people who just goes around, like, he starts freaking out and chasing his own tail if he doesn't have his fucking ice cream sandwich head helmet on. That seems... You know, that's my new headcanon for this guy in real life. Super Undertale. Wait, is that Pronouns guy? He's back!
I'm gonna knock you into next week, wizard.
Fucking pronouns! Current day Californian shit! Gender ambiguity! Alright. Yeah, there's no pirate action. We were lied to, and I'm not particularly happy about that. I guess we had a good time. It was the friends we made along the way. But yeah, that's a little annoying. Yeah. Alright, that was some our drawings, and we watched more of it, but I think that's probably enough. There's certainly more going on there. I'm sure all the answers we need and more questions to come still lie within, but boy, that's rough. And then this guy's channel. Okay, well, you know what? We'll watch this. This is from a month ago. This seems important. Oh yeah, no, the guy's whole channel is actually pretty weird. Because yeah, strict rules Riley has to follow in Inside Out. Blood in Pixar movies, Disney versus DreamWorks. There's stuff about teenage Riley going to the bathroom or whatever in this video. There's stuff about 17 and 11 age gaps in animated movies. There's a lot of stuff that is basically sex meets children's movie or cartoon in some way. Adult jokes from Kimpo. I kind of don't think that's a real frame from a real episode of Kim Possible, sir. Yeah, a lot of just blood in movie. It's like drawing people in with curse words in animated movie. It's like, get in here, kiddies. Oh, he's a philosopher and animator. That explains a lot. Okay. Get in here, kiddies, with our cool kid-friendly ice cream sandwich artwork up here. This is strange. Let's find out about how this was made, though.
What is the truth behind our drawings? Was it created by AI? Why did it take 6 years to create a 1-hour film? Today, the mystery will finally be revealed. A hidden code layer deep within the film is the mysterious symbol on the lockers. Translated.
Okay, well, March 2nd, so this isn't an April Fool's joke. The stupid locker kanji is a secret code. Oh, okay. Wow, I might have looked that up if I gave a shit.
From Japanese to mean art.
Oh, see, it means art, everyone. So, and you can tell that it means art because you see this kanji here. You see, if you look closely, you'll see that the actual translation of art into the Japanese word here is not at all the same character. It's actually two different kanji, neither of which are this one. So whatever he thinks this kanji says, it might be another thing to say art. It might be another way of saying art, but it certainly isn't this translation that he's giving us here. Alright. Very cool.
So a lot of people were wondering why it took 6 years to make the film. What were you doing?
So basically, a lot of people, there's a lot of misconception.
Wait, that's Kolobi? Wait, Kolobi... Okay, I really was off the mark on that then. Alright. I guess it wasn't racism then. It was just very strange when there was the yo, what's up, brudda? Out of nowhere. This is Kolobi then? Yeah, I was getting like school shooter, what? Nothing wrong with me kind of vibes from the voice, the animation, the whole fucking thing. This guy looks significantly more put together than I would have expected.
A lot of misconception. They don't understand how it could possibly take 6 years, but there's so much layers to that question. Number one, the software we're using was called a Blender. That's a 3D animation software, and each year they...
Well, also there's the fact that this character... I mean, I guess he's blue. He's not white, necessarily. But I don't think you'd say that he necessarily has features that would suggest... What? It's a very... I don't know, it's a very... It's just a random character design, really. It's just a very random... I mean, I don't know what this character design is supposed to be getting at. What is with the ice cream sandwiches? We're not going to get that answer in this video. But I still do just look at this character, and isn't this more or less the fucking thing from Undertale or whatever? The they-them from that one? Or is it the they-them from the second Undertale? I forget. But it's one of the two they-thems from Undertale. From the two Undertales. And it doesn't look like... I'm gonna be honest, it fits the voice better than the real guy fits his own voice. That's kind of funny.
Actually update the software. Not a big deal, right? However, there was a big update that completely changed the entire software, and all the students basically had to relearn the new model, and all the new students, even animators, everyone shifted over. So if you were working on a project back then and you kind of put it aside, guess what, buddy?
This really changes everything, because he looks like a lot older than I was expecting. Again, I thought he would have been like 19, 20 something. This guy looks like he's in his like late 20s probably. Which means if he was working on this fucking thing for 6 years, Well, that makes it even more concerning that most of his channel is about sexy Pixar moments or whatever the fuck. But if he was working on this thing for 6 years, then yeah, he probably was just an adult making a movie with, what was it? Icy Shoes Mountain or some shit? Like, this bizarre little kid story that makes no fucking sense at all. Yeah, there's even less of an excuse when you're a grown adult. When you look like this and you could blend into society very easily. You know, he doesn't look like he's got dark circles under his eyes. He doesn't look like fucking, it's not my fault I'm not popular. He doesn't look like that girl. He seems like he's a fine individual. I don't want to say fellow because that is a racially charged word on this channel. But he seems like a fine individual. You would never look at this guy and assume that he wants to be a little girl's cartoon character, that he wants to be an OC made by a little girl that he made or something. You would never assume that. I'm very surprised, but you know what? You never see it coming. You really didn't see it coming this time. You know, you always see it coming when it's like a sex crime, but you never see it coming when it's a guy who looks like you just pass him on the street and never think twice that he might make weird animations. See, this is, I never really liked this series, but there's the series of games from Ubisoft called Watch Dogs, and I think the second one is kind of okay, but the first one, at least, I don't know if the second and third ones have this. The first one has this thing where you can just walk down the street or whatever, you know, you're in your car, and you can just, like, profile anyone around you. So you could just, an NPC walks by, and you can see their profile, and it's like their fucking driver's license or something, and it's like, is a furry, is a Muslim, only child, you know? Like you get some information. I see stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah, you walk down the street, and you're never going to fucking assume that a guy like this is secretly, his little profile would be like, made a strange animated film that's terrible for 6 years, has a Pixar feet channel or whatever, like sexy Pixar blood channel. You would never assume that.
You're gonna have to start that
over. In a million
years. And so that prolonged the project. But you guys gotta remember, I was actually working the entirety of the time because I'm not in.
I can see a little insanity in the eyes, I guess. There's a little bit of like the eyes don't blink enough.
High school. All right, I'm an adult, so I have to pay bills. So of course I was working on my channel, but I also had to kind of do it on the side to get some money and feed it. And even though a lot of people are skeptical, they don't buy it.
I love this video quality too. This is such terrible video quality. I don't understand. Okay, so yeah, but that doesn't explain it being bad though. I mean, like,
do it on the side to get some money and feed it. And even though a lot of people are skeptical, they don't buy it. If you go back on Twitter, if you actually do some research, you can see that there are people talking about the movie, even on Twitter, all the way back 4 years ago, 5 years ago. You can see it, I promise you.
Yeah, this tweet is pretty funny, though. Hashtag I'm excited for @Kolobi's hashtag movie. This has now added 3 different Kolobis, by the way. So I'm probably at least one of them is not the real Kolobi. About a bunny in the white void. It's in CG and free of charge from Guy's Cartoon. Whoever this is seems like they are a few brain cells short. You know, never mind. We are talking about this animated production, so you know, maybe he did love it. I don't know.
Next question is Ohio.
Bunny in the white
Why
void.
Ohio?
Are you from Ohio or something? You seriously need to get your brain examined.
They really did make it Skibbity, Ohio. I kind of forgot about that.
Character models bought assets?
No, a lot of people...
Just going right over, steamrolling past why it's set in Ohio, I guess.
There's a lot of misinformation out there. I'm very surprised. Guys, 98% of the models in our drawings was not bought. Absolutely.
98% was an interesting figure. It's fine to use some, sure, like whatever, you got trees and stuff in the background. You kind of assume that kind of assume that all the characters are going to be original. And I mean, like I say, I don't think, you know, there's some debate about that. They look so generic is the thing. I mean, he says this like it's misinformation. It's not misinformation. It's that all of your character designs look like really stock. If I had to guess, I almost wonder if he used like some kind of character creator thing. Like, I don't know if they make software like this, but basically like a video game character creator that just pumps out like a Blender model that you can pose or whatever. Because that almost feels like what happened here. It's so generic looking. It doesn't, and the art styles also clash a lot of the time. I mean, there's like an overall kind of Pixar-y style, but there's no like actual style of any kind. There's no lighting, and they all have like, some of them have like weird large anime eyes, and other ones look more realistic. And yeah, I mean, it all looks like a bunch of shit slapped together. It's not like people are spreading misinformation. It's like, this makes no fucking sense. It looks like crap. That's why people think, that's why my first thought was the Amazing Bulk. Hang on, I'm lighting a go away evil incense. There's some evil energy happening right now. And I need evil to go away. There's some evil energy with this animation and this art. And frankly, I'm not having any of it. I'm just not having any of it. It's evil stuff. I hope Folger Kelly is fucking happy that we've dedicated like 4 hours to this fucking thing. I'm never watching the rest of this movie. You realize I'm never watching the rest of this movie. I can't be forced to sit through the whole... Well, I could actually. I could actually potentially be forced to. But no time soon am I interested in watching the whole fucking thing. I think we've gotten the gist of it. But, come on. I'm not even smelling the evil going away. It's not even hitting. Well, there it is. A little bit. Alright.
Of the models in our drawings was not bought. Absolutely not. They were custom made. I drew them myself. Then I sent it out for some people to model it, professional 3D animators, and it costs a lot of money. So basically, people were saying, "Oh man, this is just stock, you know, characters," but that doesn't make sense. Even my persona, the ice cream sandwich, no one has that model. That doesn't make any sense.
It is confirmed to be an ice cream sandwich. It's not just something that because we thought that one thing was like a blueberry. I did. Anyway, apparently it's a rock. No, this is confirmed to be an ice cream sandwich. I'm sure he explains this fucking thing somewhere. I don't care enough to like hunt down the explanation. But yeah, this definitely looks really stock. This looks like Go Animate or something. I mean, that one's 2D, but it looks like Plotagon kind of like. And again, I know it isn't. I believe him when he says it was made in Blender and that he probably technically made these models, but they just... Someone can probably point to whatever fucking thing he used to make these. I can almost be fucking certain that these are not... Or it's like a default model that he found that he was able to like easily slap stuff onto, maybe in Blender. I don't know. But I mean, I do believe that he put them all... mostly all together. Again, maybe like 98%. Maybe this tree was like a stock thing, whatever. But I mean, all of it all fits together so poorly is the thing.
And so you can also tell that some of the art style is very consistent. So why would that, you know, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we took our time. That's also why it took a very long time. Remember, this is a very small team. So yeah.
I thought it was made just by 2 people. A small team. I thought it was 2 people.
YouTubers made videos critiquing it.
Yeah, so I didn't notice about half of them. I had no idea who they were. Aaron and Joe. I think there was some guy named Curtis something, and I was like,
yeah, "What?" That's right, Curtis something. You just get Curtis something.
Wow, I've never heard of these people. The only person I knew was Saber Spark, because it's in the same kind.
Of course, you fucking knew Saber Spark.
Field that we're in, and so I was enjoying it though. A lot of people were like, "Man, are you okay? No, I was enjoying it. This is great." I was learning
Sure.
constructive criticism.
Well, in that case, you know what? If he wants constructive criticism, I am very confused by his film, but I think he got some from me. So I don't even know where to begin though when it's like constructive criticism. It's like I'm not I don't know. Where do you start with this? The whole thing from a conceptual level, it's kind of fucking stupid. The whole thing is it's kind of fucked all the way down. I mean, again, I can see a very specific version of the type of thing that he's trying to make that would be like, I don't know, it would be like, again, like a Miyazaki film or something, like something like that, like maybe a Disney movie, like Renaissance Disney, something kind of like that, something made by masters of their craft, telling a story about making art and like all of that. But the whole idea of doing that when you're like a complete amateur who can't really make very good looking stuff is, I don't know. I mean, I guess just, you know, whatever, you made it, it's fine. Next thing you do though, maybe the next project can be like not trying to look realistic. I don't know. You know, I think that would be my biggest piece of advice of constructive criticism. We're gonna call it there on this. We'll move along. We got more users, plenty more users. Well, that would be, I think, ultimately. I mean, a lot of stuff about the plot, whatever, but ultimately, I think the biggest thing is, yeah, I don't know. Figure out a style for something that you're making that's not just, it's like real life, because it's not like real life, and it will never be like real life, really. I mean, every movie that tries to do something like that usually fails miserably. When they, like Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within, or something. Like, oh, it look so real? No. And it doesn't now, and it didn't then, and it looks weird. And, you know, and it's probably a much better idea to try to make something that's like, I don't know, anime style, or whatever, fucking cartoony, like Mario Banjo kind of whatever. You're doing 3D models, you know, something like a little, I mean, and it's almost, that's basically what the style is, but we're supposed to believe that it's realistic. It's very strange. It's a very strange mix. But we're moving along. You know, hopefully whatever Kolobi here makes, again, I was not expecting him to look like that. I really was expecting him to be like a shrimpy little white guy with like greasy black hair. Like, I expected him to look like Dolly Flesh, you know? I didn't expect him to look, and it's amazing, he's on camera, he even seems like a more normal person, too. When you hear him just talking about
Riley getting the horrible rules from her parents, it's abuse,
he sounds like a weirdo, and then you just see him here, and he just seems like a normal fucking guy. It's like two completely different people. Does he have a Kolobi imitator pretending to be him? I don't know. Probably not, though. We're gonna move along. $2 from Big Jack Films. Good morning, Deadwing. I don't know if you're still here, but good morning, Big Jack. Niall Scott, £2. Trash suggestion: r/urinal cake life. Not today. Not today. I don't feel like it today. Thank you. $10 from Zen Disaster. Last week, all Crapton Alex's friends dropped him live on stream when he expressed interest in joining a VR group, the Lowly Police Department. They are on YouTube. Worth a look. Foso. Foso. For show? Alright. Well, I know about something about that. There was somebody on the server recently who claimed that they knew people involved in the Lowly Police Department, that their name is kind of sus, but hey, I've shouted out a user named the Almighty Lowly several times. He's been in the chat before. He's got great videos about that guy with the glasses movies, among other things. Berserk. He did one about Disco Elysium recently that I still gotta watch, but you know, so it could be just a funny name. It could just be a funny little name. Or it could be weird. It could be weird. We know that the Lowly Police Department has come up before in Captain Alex's stuff. I think his VR chat militia. Look up Lowly Police here. Yeah, the person who was here. Let me see here. I'll jump. This was a few days ago. Regarding Captain Alex. So this is the ongoing tale of Captain Alex. If you see him down in the corner, he's there. He's salute everybody drop an 07 for our captain. Or a semicolon _ semicolon 7 if you wanna be sad about it. But our captain. Oh Crapton, my Crapton. He's brought up before his like phony VR chat militia that doesn't exist, that where he's pretends to train children on VR chat to self-defend, except it's not real and he's never used VR chat before in his life. And if you're confused, don't worry. Yes. He's mentioned that I think the context was something like, you know, the VR chat militia that I'm doing is supposed to help to defend against groups like the Lowly Police Department, or it might have been that they are also going after weirdos or something on there. I don't know, but it was brought up in passing. We laughed at the name. Haha, Lowly Police Department. This whole thing is weird. Fucking Captain Alex, am I right? But someone here has a screen cap, and it's between two people. Yeah, the first person says. Yeah, and he told on himself about being in a Lowly server, so when I heard that I logged into the account and nuked everything. He went live earlier, was pissed talking shit about me again, but then mentioned a Lowly Police Department server he was in. I didn't record it, but he already deleted it, so maybe he's in the clear. But since he said that, I actually deleted the server and his account, because I can't be associated anymore. Server isn't inherently sexual, but the name is not good. So I'm confused about exactly what connection this person has to this. This sounds a little suspicious. But someone responds, "Oh fuck, no way!" And then they respond with the channel, which is a VR chat role-playing community focused on the interaction with members of the public and the VR chat community at large. The LPD is an organization that is focused on its core beliefs of entertainment of the general populace, fighting against annoying memes, and ... And it said, he said he was starting a war, whatever that means, lol, so we shall see what he does today. Well, that was like a week ago or something. It was a little bit back. And, I don't know. I don't know. I guess we can look at that. Let me see here. Yeah, this is just before I asked if anybody has a cutout of Captain Alex's head, which I desperately needed for important reasons. So what is this video? Oh, it's whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Lowly Police Department. There's a link here, but whatever. 15,000 subs. And, I mean, they've been known, like, Tom Dark has a video about them, this channel Twice has talked about them a year ago, 4 years ago, they've been around for a while. The Anime Titty Police, oh, that's a different thing. That's just YouTube showing me completely unrelated thing. Well, I guess it's slightly related, but still. Yeah, the actual page here, is, I don't think it's actually... I think it's just a name, really. I think it's just kind of funny that Captain Alex, in particular, with all of his... all of the stuff surrounding him, happened to be affiliated in some way with this Lowly Police Department thing, which... Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably fine. I'd be willing to be told that it wasn't, but I'm not gonna necessarily watch watch this right now. I don't think this is actually really connected to him anyway. I think this is just something he probably... This is probably, if I had to guess, this is probably something that Captain Alex has watched videos of this lowly police department. And has, you know, that was maybe... Because I've been wondering where he got this idea. If he can't play VR chat, where he got it in his head that he needs to play it. And, like, why he's a fan of this thing he can't play, can't seem to get... Like, can't even set it up, apparently. It's so bizarre. I've never heard of somebody being, like, desperate to fucking play, like, Minecraft, but they don't even seem to have any concept of what Minecraft is or how to function a computer. It's a very odd thing that he's got going on. But I would assume maybe he watched stuff like this that gave him the idea of being in VR chat and that it would be funny. That I don't know. I think he's just extremely delusional. I'm confused about the whole thing, but I do think that there was some stuff that followed with regard to oh, well, there is one thing I should do. There's one thing I should show. Last stream. Okay, 2020. No. Okay. This is from yesterday. This'll have to do. This is from the 21st. Okay, this is the one. Hopefully this is still available. It is. Alright, so this is from April 19th. And I don't know how much of this we'll read, but this is kind of interesting. Somebody, in the midst of the last stream that I did, as we were covering the Birdie drama, somebody came in here, and I always love when this happens. It's just like one of those, like, you know, guy runs into a bar and he's like, "Everybody, it's happening outside! Turn on the TV!" What channel? Every channel! It was one of those, and it was somebody coming into the stream to just go, "Some guy set himself on fire outside the Trump trial!" And, that was funny. But, it then continued to be more funny because, apparently he has a fucking manifesto that he wrote about how The Simpsons, probably among other things, is like a woke con or something. I'm not sure exactly. We're gonna get into it, but I think it's woke. I think the end all be all of this is that it's woke. And so this is from Max. I have set myself on fire outside the Trump trial. My name is Max Azzarello, and I am an investigative researcher who has set himself on fire outside of the Trump trial in Manhattan. This extreme act of protest is to draw attention and to an urgent and important discovery. We are victims of a totalitarian con, and our own government, along with many of their allies, is about to hit us with an apocalyptic fascist world coup. Oh, please. As if we're not already in a fascist apocalypse. Fuck off. These claims sound like fantastical conspiracy theory, but I set myself on fire, so you know I'm real. But they are not. They are proof of conspiracy. If you investigate this mountain of research, you will prove them too. If you learn a great deal about Ponzi schemes, you will discover that our life is a lie. If you follow this story on the links below, you will discover the rotten truth of post-truth America. You will learn the scariest and stupidest story in world history. What, you burning yourself alive? I don't know if he's dead. I mean, I think he might have died. You probably die when you do that, but I would assume he's dead now. I'm not sure. I haven't heard about that, but to my friends and family, witnesses, and first responders, I deeply apologize for inflicting this pain upon you, but I assure it is a drop in the bucket compared to what our government intends to inflict. because these words are true. This is an act of revolution. So the whole government is going to light themselves on fire? That sounds awesome. I would really hope that that's true, actually. Last March, a billionaire named Peter Thiel, he did die, okay. A billionaire named Peter Thiel started a bank run on Silicon Valley Bank. I knew enough about Thiel that I found this incredibly suspicious. My hunch was that this was intentional, though I couldn't fathom why. I began investigating online and quickly found cryptocurrency's fingerprints all over it. The bank run occurred just days after Silvergate Bank, which catered almost exclusively to crypto companies, collapsed. Meanwhile, several crypto cheerleaders were all over financial media warning of a regional banking crisis, and nobody in media was addressing the clear crypto connections. I dug deep into the financials of Thiel's venture capital firm, Founders Fund, and eventually uncovered the following, all proven many times over. Cryptocurrency is our first planetary multi-trillion-dollar Ponzi scheme. It was, you learned that, did you? Okay. The March 2023 bank failures were all intentional. The banks were used to move our stolen Ponzi money. Okay. Well, this is on a page called The Ponzi Papers, so I assume this guy's whole thing is, like, chasing, like, bank stuff. He's like crazy CoffeeZilla, I guess. When the Ponzi scheme goes insolvent, it will take down half the stock market with it. Right. It is a Ponzi scheme so large that it created global inflation, which is why the price of Bitcoin has been a remarkable leading indicator for inflation rates. Oh, wow. Gotta fucking start laughing and clapping, or else the boredom monster is gonna get us. As it turns out, our elites are awash in... I thought I saw the word Jewish. Our elites are awash in Ponzi schemes. Stanford's StartX.com investment fund and Jeffrey Epstein's program for evolutionary dynamics he ran at Harvard. Well, hey, I can't pretend that, you know, in this era between, you know, what happened in 2008 and what's happening since then with, you know, all of the Hollywood rape and whatnot, and, you know, Washington rape and such. You know, eventually someone is going to tie those connections. I've inherently, I don't know if this guy recognized when he killed himself by burning himself alive. I don't know if he recognized necessarily that he, you know, well, that this would probably make his point less powerful. Like, you don't need to kill yourself with fire to make me believe that the world is secretly in the hands of billionaires that are trying to kill us all. I believe that. Just, I wake up at a baseline on that level. Right? So, like, this is only making it seem less likely, really. Sorry. Okay. Well, okay, but they did, unleash COVID on the world, I guess. As it turns out, our elites are, right, smoke and mirrors, funneling. Okay, Ponzi schemes are vicious beasts. And this is, I'm sure, very important stuff. Bill Clinton is a cocky mob boss who blackmailed Mike Dukakis. Rob Lowe? Oh, Rob Lowe was victim of a teen sex blackmail operation at the DNC that year. Right. I see. Well, maybe that's true. I don't know. As it turns out, we have a secret kleptocracy. Right, here we go. One of the key findings of this research is that Harvard University is one of the largest organized crime fronts in history, which is how they churn out billionaires. It's a major hub of this sprawling criminal network. As it turns out, dozens of the writers of The Simpsons went to Harvard, so I asked myself the question, if The Simpsons served the interests of organized crime, how would it do so? Well, it offers a dysfunctional family suffering from moral decay, a community incapable of solving its problems. Worker drone who slaves away for an evil billionaire, the cathartic laughs for our poor collective circumstances. There are some notable specifics as it relates to this research, too. In Marge versus the Monorail, the townsfolk are too oafish and divided to invest in the town's needs, fix Main Street, and fall for the charms of a dazzling showman with a bogus monorail Ponzi scheme. When we know the show is closely linked to an organization that invests billions of dollars in Ponzi factories, this becomes quite damning. Well, funny you should write that. As a matter of fact, just last night I watched a video that was from like 11 years ago or something. It was from Conan O'Brien talking with other Simpsons writers, I think former and current at that time. And specifically Marge versus the Monorail got brought up a few times because one of them had written the song. I think Conan, it was his whole episode. He wrote the episode and he had like the lyrics for the song. And I think so. It might have been one of the others, but yeah, apparently this was just like an idea that they came up with because like they were on a train one day or something. I don't know. You watch the writers, this shadowy cabal of Harvard evil, whatever this guy's trying to get at. Just last night I watched and at least one of them I think was also from Harvard. It was Al Jean. Was also from Harvard, I think. And yeah, they're just like a bunch of fucking normal guys. They're just all shit talking, verbally shit posting as they're talking. They're just like, haha, yeah, this would be like that, and it's just normal people. So I mean, like, I don't know if they're necessarily a shadowy cabal trying to normalize Ponzi schemes, but sure. In Lisa the Iconoclast, Lisa discovers that town founder Jebediah Springfield was a secret criminal con artist, and that the townsfolk's lives are a lie. Realizing this is an important discovery, she desperately tries to get the townsfolk to listen to her, but they meet her with hostility, apathy, disbelief, and partisanship, and she fails to get through to them. Ultimately, she realizes the town is so far gone that perhaps it's better for them to be lied to by con artists, and she keeps the secret to herself. And here I've been, like Lisa Simpson, desperately trying to get friends, family, and the public to believe the proof of a totalitarian con I'm trying to show them, and they've turned away with hostility, apathy, disbelief, and partisanship. Okay, but I think another big part of that is, I haven't seen that episode in a while, I think it's possible Lisa was acting like an annoying cunt, though. Like, she might have been right, but it's also worth noting that usually in Lisa episodes, it'll be like, okay, you are right, Lisa, technically, but you've got to stop being such an annoying cunt to everybody around you and eventually learn this lesson. You never will, obviously, because it's The Simpsons, but you really should. That tends to be... I mean, that's also Homer, too, but in a different way, and Bart, and all of them, really. But, I mean, like, I don't know, he describes these as if this is, like, conditioning for the public to be okay. Like, obviously, I don't know, maybe I'm just too Quentin reviews over here, but you get a paragraph like this. The townsfolk are too oafish and divided to invest in the town's needs and fall for the charms of a dazzling showman. Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say potentially that sounds a little bit like what happened in 2016, a little bit. And, but then unfortunately the DNC also failed to address the needs of America too, didn't they? But, that's fine. Yeah, like, I guess you could maybe say that the fact that it's, like, applicable to real life and realistically depicts people as stupid enough to fucking... Like, this part, too, from the Jebediah Springfield episode, like, I don't know, yeah, people are too stupid to listen to the truth. What's your point? They're aware of that. I mean, they're not able to change society as much as somebody thinks. I mean, like, The Simpsons has probably changed society, but on a level where it's like, I don't know, conditioning people to be stupider or something? I really don't think so. If anything, it was raising questions that shows like the Waltons were not asking. And so we realize the criminal truth of The Simpsons. Our elites are telling us that eroding our collective circumstances are... that our eroding collective circumstances are our own fault and we can't do anything about it while they steal the American dream from us. It is, for lack of a more elegant word, brainwashing. Well, you are a writer, so why don't you come up with a more elegant word, dipshit? I guess you're dead now. You should have come up with a word that was better than brainwashing, and instead, that's something you say in, like, speech when you're talking, and you don't want to be like, what should I say here? What would be the best word? You just do like for lack of a better word, this is fucked. You know? You don't do this while you're writing a thing and just say, I couldn't think of anything better, so it's brainwashing. That's very Ernest Klein of you. It's so funny. I mean, this would be what I would call licking the window of self-awareness. Acknowledging a lot of this stuff, like the criminal truth of The Simpsons it's so funny. Our elites are telling us that our eroding collective circumstances are our own fault and we can't do anything about it. No, I would say that it's a group of people acknowledging our eroding collective circumstances and with somewhat apathy and defeat basically deciding to just make jokes about it, you know? Like, I don't know, observational humor, I guess, it has to be... This is insane. I mean, obviously the guy, killed himself. He lit himself on fire to prove his point, so it shouldn't... But it's written remarkably well, other than this part here. Like, it's written remarkably well for someone who... Like, ostensibly, this is just insane ravings about, the Simpsons. But it continues. Lastly, we string these major discoveries together. Cryptocurrency is an economic doomsday device. Our government is a secret kleptocracy. The Simpsons exists to brainwash us. From there, when you're... One of the cornerstones of your manifesto and why you killed yourself was The Simpsons, dude. From there, the only research we need is critical thinking, and we're able to piece together the true story of our circumstances. Consider America since 1988. Institutions like healthcare and universities have become parasitic in their skyrocketing prices. Okay, and The Simpsons, though. News media tells us to be angry and tribalized. Daytime television warns us of moral decay. Local news tells us to fear our neighbors. The Simpsons tells us we're too oafish and divided to save the American dream. You like the word oafish pretty well. Seinfeld tells us to celebrate the assholes and be irritated by all the normal people around us. Is that Seinfeld's fault? I think it's more, let's be real. Let's be real with ourselves and acknowledge that we find certain things about people annoying. If you want to talk about that element of Seinfeld, like the overreactions to a woman eating her peas one at a time or something, like, yeah, that is a comical... Comedy can't exist in a world like this. I mean, if this person's, thing is entirely accurate, comedy would not be able to exist, I guess, because making jokes just... It's like one of those people who thinks that every joke about, like, a race-related thing, every edgy joke about abortion is, like, normalizing things. Like, fucking settle down. It's words do not kill people. Just fucking stop it. But media does change people. I don't think that that's what The Simpsons tells us. I think that's maybe what The Simpsons... Well, no, I think it's not entirely inaccurate to say that this is the sort of the core thesis of The Simpsons to some extent. Not entirely, but to an extent, sure. Yeah, as a rule, I would say The Simpsons is about... It's a parody of people that are... it's America, but it's... it's like taken to comedic extremes. And yeah, they are too fucking oafish and divided, but also there's like that indomitable spirit kind of deal. I mean, that's one thing that's left out of this, is usually the day is saved in the end, most of the time. One way or another, it works out, right? I don't know, there's ways you can certainly analyze something like The Simpsons. I don't think it's completely off base to just, like, have a media theory about something like this, but... to have that be tied into why you lit yourself on fire is just very unfortunate. And Seinfeld, too, I mean, acting like it's supposed to normalize being an asshole. Well, no, it's supposed to normalize the fact that we all already think these things about people. but we're just not allowed to fucking say it because of polite circumstances or whatever the fuck. Social media owned by crypto criminals like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk is flooded with nonsense conspiracy theories and memes, reminding us that we are hopeless, helpless, anxious, depressed, ironic, scared, apathetic, escapist, lonely, misguided, and jaded, telling us that we can't do anything but have a laugh at our circumstances. Well, this is all just true. I can't argue with anything here. This is real. This whole paragraph is real. Liberals mock the hypocrisy of conservatives. Conservatives mock the hypocrisy of liberals, and our collective circumstances erode. The left shouts, "All cops are bastards," which ensures they'll be hated by the police and the public, and flies in the face of leftist theory. The public's distrust of the government is at an all-time high, but so is the belief that we are helpless to do anything about it. Well, I mean, but so is, like protesting. I mean, there's now like a precedent in America, I think. We talked about it on the recent podcast. Apparently there's been some kind of landmark case where you're not allowed to, like, protest, something like that. Like, they're cracking down on civil protest, something like that. So that's pretty cool. I don't know the extent of it, but with all this, a sharp rise in apocalyptic messaging. Climate change will kill us all. COVID will kill us all. Vaccines will kill us all. AI will kill... Okay, dude, that's stupid. It's always been that way. I mean, yes. I mean, maybe it's because it's getting worse. Maybe all of those things are just bad. You know, AI is pretty bad. Climate change is getting worse. It's pretty notably getting worse. Like, I have noticed in my own lifetime the shift in the temperature of things, right? It's not just like something you hear on the news. No matter the bubbles we ascribe to, we're bombarded with existential crises with no solutions. So, I mean, he's going down to, like, liquid death is a thing you can buy, and that's all part of this. This is very unfortunate. I mean, I make jokes about, like, haha, you shouldn't have done that. Next time, try not lighting yourself on fire. But this is definitely, as much as this guy seems to want to act like he's some observer, some neutral third party sort of observing the decline of humanity, I mean, he's clearly a victim of it. In the same way that Birdie was. This is someone whose entire life has been dominated by... Yeah, social media, the online social media parasite, constant existential threats, apocalyptic messaging, as he puts it, from every facet of people everywhere. We've seen a surge in apocalyptic film, literature, and video games that tell us there's no way out of our poor circumstances but total societal breakdown. Well... It's funny. It's like you're so close to, like, why do you think people think that is? I mean, it's not like it's all just being put out there by the man. It's people's art that reflects the times. And why do you think there's more post-apocalyptic art being made now? It's not just some, obscure conspiracy theory from the Patriots or something. It's people deciding to make that. Why do you think people have that feeling? I don't know. That would be the question to ask. Zombies tell us that the public is our enemy. Zombies have been a thing since the 60s, at least. I mean, and they haven't been popular in that way since, like, a decade. The big zombie boom was like a decade ago. Zombies are not like a big deal anymore. This is our rotten farce for our entire lives. Hey, you guys remember when this stream wasn't going to be as much of a black pill as Birdie? Well, it is, a little bit. For our entire lives, we have been flooded with media designed to slowly steer us into a world where the American dream was dead, where the public was fully divided against itself, where everybody believed we were powerless to do anything about our worsening circumstances. It is all so they can organize an unprecedented apocalyptic rug pull on the entire populace, as they pivot to fascism, which is perhaps best understood as kleptocracy at the barrel of a gun. I've got the hiccups now. This is making me act like a baby. When we piece it all together, we understand the truth. We are in a totalitarian doomsday cult. Well, that sounds like a cool plot for a movie, man. Why on earth would our elites do this? The elites are doing things, dude. They're not doing what you think they're doing, though. This weird, like, this weird shit where it's like, we're going to make everyone be okay with this thing we have total power over them for doing, I guess. Like, if they're elites that have this power, then they have power. They wouldn't need to make us all be okay with the eroding fucking norms of society or something. You know, they could just pop in a fucking dictator and it would be done, right? Like, if they have all this fucking power, if they have the power to do this, then they would have the power to also just do that. So, I mean, maybe this is easier long run. Like, you know, why are people okay, you know, this is part of the trigger warning rant, I guess. Why are people okay with trigger warnings now? To the point where it's every video that has anything even mildly uncomfortable. Well, because over the course of time, several different people, a group of people, have normalized this in a way that's, you know, you could maybe describe that as similar to this idea of, like, media normalizing certain beliefs and behaviors. And, you know, to an extent that's true, but this is pretty close to the, you know, that, like, oh, they predicted 9/11 because they wanted to, like, I don't know, they wanted to, like, taunt us, I guess, that they were going to do it. And there's nothing we could do to stop them. Like, this is just that theory, but in, like, taken to a slightly more logical extent, I guess, than that. Why would our elites do this? They wouldn't. They would not do this. They would do a lot of other things that they are doing that are evil, that are normalizing and conditioning us in a certain way, but probably not in the way that you think. There are many reasons, but the simplest is because capitalism is unsustainable, and they knew it. Climate change and resource extraction would catch up eventually, so they never intended to sustain it. I mean, I relate to this guy a lot, because the more I read this, I went into this thinking it's like Simpsons is woke or something. No, not really. This is a person who seems to be very frustrated with this, you know, terminally online politics thing that we all live in constantly. And, you know, the constant negative messaging, you know, fascist dystopia. I don't think he's necessarily super left-wing or right-wing. I mean, he's talking about capitalism, and certain idiots would have you believe that just mentioning capitalism makes you, like, a leftist or something, makes you a commie, but no, you could probably just be a right-winger too and critique capitalism. I don't think I've ever seen it, but it probably exists. But, yeah, I mean, this seems like it's a little bit more of a center thing. But, I mean, it also doesn't matter. I mean, it is ultimately just someone with a serious problem who's been worsened by the internet. I mean, if we really look macro level at this, why did the Beatles tell us to fear the taxman, to scoff at revolution, chase nonsense conspiracy theories, and that happiness is a warm gun, so we would believe it? Yeah, this is just insane. I mean, you know, obviously, the main reason why people think this is insane is a different thing, but this is, there's no... You're a writer. Shouldn't you have any kind of... Like, you're talking about Stanley Kubrick here. Why was Stanley Kubrick's comedy about mutually assured destruction called Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb? Because he was a cocky secret fascist who was getting us to stop worrying and love the... Dude, that is the dumbest thing I've ever read. No, that's so fucking stupid. What the fuck? I mean, I thought conspiracy people were supposed to read way too much into shit. You're literally taking it on the most surface face value you possibly could. How did you go so far around the fucking horseshoe of, like, overanalyzing shit and looking for secret fucking messages from society or whatever, that ultimately your reading of Strangelove is that it is exactly what it says on the tin? Are you fucking kidding me? I haven't even seen that movie, and I know that that's fucking stupid. What is wrong with you? Why did he make A Clockwork Orange so we'd rejoice at ultra-violence designed to desensitize? Wow, this is fucking ridiculous. It's fascinating that someone who is a writer, I guess, I mean, he's writing words. He seems like he's a journalist or something, or he fancies himself one, would be able to also be this fucking media illiterate of everything. You talk about media literacy being dead, and this is what you fucking mean. Someone who looks at Doctor Strangelove and thinks that it's just completely face value. Wow. The Beatles telling us to fear the taxman, happiness is a warm gun. Maybe these were artistic expressions that these human beings wanted to express with the fucking world. Maybe not everything that is made is some kind of corporate conspiracy. Easy Rider told us the hippie movement was dead. Chinatown. Oh, George Orwell, literally 1984! I mean, yeah. Why did Simpsons creator Matt Groening make a comic strip called Life in Hell so we would believe it? Or maybe because it's a cynical look at the life we already are in. God, it's licking the window of self-awareness. Yes, this is people critically analyzing things about society. You have missed the mark so completely, though. Wow. If you ask yourself the question, why would secret doomsday cult kleptocrats want the public to consume this? You will find your answers. It's so funny, too, because you can argue that, maybe now. Like, this specific paragraph here. If you just went on this and you were like, why do they keep remaking things with slightly different, changed messages? What is with this, what is with wokeness? Am I right? Why do they want us to consume? Why are we so being force-fed ads on a constant basis? There's some truth to this. That's what's so frustrating, is that, yeah, do I think it's completely unrealistic to say secret doomsday cult kleptocrats? Not really. Yeah, it sounds crazy, but, yeah. I can see where you're coming from with like a few of those points, yeah. But the rest of this is fucking retarded, though. You can attribute that. You can attribute that to TikTok and fucking social media like you did before. Crypto, yada yada. But it completely falls off the fucking rails once you just decide that all art is, like, part of the machine. All art that's ever existed. 1988 or 89's fucking Wall Street was part of this, I guess. Which was... this is another great one, by the way. Why did Wall Street tell us greed is good so we would believe it? Yeah, that's exactly why. Good stuff. Way to literally miss the point. 100%. This is the death of media literacy. The literal death of media literacy. The guy's dead now. He killed himself because he couldn't understand the plot of Wall Street. This is amazing. I mean, obviously that's a bit reductive. There's a lot more to it. But this entire screed about how he just missed the fucking point of, like, all of this. Of all of this. Mental. And yet he's not analyzing any of the fucking corporate slop that actually does come out now that probably is actually being force-fed to us by oligarchs. None of that. No, but the Easy Rider was responsible for the downfall of humanity, sure. This is obviously very bad news, but the biggest lie we've been told is that we are powerless. We've gone one way out of hell world, and that's for the public to realize that we've been conned completely so we can build a united movement that shatters every lie they've told us, mocks this rotten farce as loudly as it deserves, and aims at nothing short of an... Okay, but that's what The Simpsons did. Mocking the rotten farce. That's what they did. Was mock society. And you still view it as... Don't you see any attempt to do what you're saying people need to do here would eventually, inevitably be viewed in the same light that you're viewing that all of these things that did exactly what you're saying. This is like a parody. This is so stupid. How can you be this stupid and write in a fashion that looks semi-competent? How can you be so stupid as to think that's not what Wall Street was doing? Or Strangelove, or fucking any of these things. The Simpsons, the Beatles. Okay, the Walt Disney one makes sense, actually. Well, no, I think this is trying to do like a sheeple Lemmings thing. I don't know. I don't know why the Disney company fucking lied about lemmings. That is very weird. That's probably not related to any of these conspiracies, but it is weird. Yeah, I mean, you got something there. But most of this, you've just missed the point completely. And you're now asking for people to go on to do what? I mean, I guess not with art, right? Because you're going to misinterpret the art completely. And aims at nothing short of abolishing our criminal government so we can build one that serves the public. To understand the story is to see right through the con, to become immune to the endless sea of criminal propaganda, and to feel the great joy and power that comes with freedom. If a small number of people quickly put on... This is just so sad. Because it's someone who clearly believed very strongly in their convictions and thought that what he was doing was going to spark the fucking revolution. Literally spark it. But no, I mean, clearly when you look at this, there's some points here. There's some points that a lot of people have made, though. And then most of it is just a very unfortunate missing of the mark of a lot of popular media. We gotta see through the con, we gotta break the conditioning, become immune to the sea of criminal propaganda. If a small number of people quickly put on these truth-colored glasses, we are in for an unimaginably bright future. If not, we get an apocalypse. For more information, I put together this... Oh, there's more? This booklet that includes other major findings and a map to a sea of proof along with all the other essays on... Oh, so the whole site is like this. Dipshits of Our Rotten World. A summary of the... Oh, God. It's a printable booklet. A summary of our rotten world. When it feels like World War III and the economy collapses, you'll know exactly why. An Occupy Returns booklet. Our only goal, abolish our criminal government and replace it with one that serves all. We are the 100%. We the people, ladies and gentlemen. He had at least booklets made. Oh, listen, well, I know of All in the Family. I'm a fan of All in the Family. Why don't you stifle, meathead? Why don't you stifle? I guess he didn't tell him to stifle. He didn't tell, what was his fucking name? Jesus Christ. Meathead. He didn't tell Meathead to stifle. He told Edith to stifle, but yeah, no, I'm aware. That show is good. That everyone should watch All in the Family now and enjoy it now and ask yourself questions. Have a little talk with your family. Watch it with your family and friends and just have a little chat with them like it's school. At the end of every episode, you're just like, so what did we learn? And just have a little discussion. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. About this research. In March 2023, Notoriety... Okay. Well, we already found out about that. Facts about Peter Thiel. He co-founded PayPal with Elon Musk and the PayPal Mafia. This is the problem. It is like... I just wish somebody could have got through to this guy, because it doesn't seem like he's so far off the mark. Yeah, Elon Musk is a fucker, and there's probably a lot of... You would have to be dumb to think... You would have to be very, very stupid to think that the big money people... I love how it used to be like a conspiracy to be like, oh, there's a bunch of people with money who are controlling the operations of the world. And people used to be like, that's far-fetched. That would never happen. Like in my lifetime, like 10 years ago, people thought that that was silly to suggest Illuminati stuff. I guess it is on this level, you know. It's the problem is people always take it to this extreme where they start talking about the PayPal Mafia. And it's like, I don't know, man. You gotta really rein in some of the rhetoric and burning yourself alive also. But, you know... Right. Palantir. Crypto is a planetary, decentralized Ponzi scheme. And I mean, some of this is probably true. I mean, crypto sucks, you know. Most of it is a Ponzi scheme. I've seen a lot of people talk about that. Big Ponzi players. Of course, the Clintons are involved. Where's Bill Gates? Is Bill Gates here? Richard Branson. Ross Perot. Mark Cuban. Elizabeth Holmes. Wait, Elizabeth Holmes is involved in this? Okay, alright, sure. Oh my god, yeah, I mean, if only someone had been able to talk him down from the ledge he was on and make his bullshit a little less insane. Secret criminal plus secret White House equals secret kleptocracy! Where do they learn this? Where do the crazy people learn to format shit like this? Because this almost looks like a real thing, right? It's like it's got bullet points, it's got formatting, it's not completely unreadable, but it still has that Time Cube aesthetic, though. Where does the crazy... What part of your brain does the crazy take over and just... Like, oh, you know how I'm... The only way that they're gonna believe it is if I put it in all caps and red and bold. And just randomly have caps and bold all over the fucking page. That's the only way they're gonna know. You know? The art of kayfabe. We're getting into kayfabe. The fuck? Ponzi schemes require kayfabe. The con artists need to justify all their missing money that they stole. Budweiser and Target pretended to have wildly successful anti-trans boycotts against them. Okay. Okay, well this is more believable, right? Like if it had stuck to things like this, where it's like, yeah, companies orchestrate things that make it look like they're being targeted by people or whatever, so it makes people rally to their side. Like, oh, Gillette is being attacked for their woke ad. Everybody go buy Gillette to support them, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know how common that really is, but it's probably a thing, sure. You could maybe say something like that is happening. And then you have just bad formatting. Look at this. The headline is like on the very, very top of the page here, but here it's like spaced down a bit. We know crypto... Yeah, this goes right to the bottom here. This is awful. We know crypto will collapse the economy soon because of the March 2023 bank failures. This signals that they're no longer investing in the crypto pool. It won't be just crypto. It'll collapse. It will collapse of half the U.S. stock market because those companies were stealing trillions of dollars out of the crypto exchanges. When it does collapse, our criminal government will use kayfabe to shift the blame from crypto. We don't know all the details, but evidence points to a false flag attack that gets blamed on our enemies, likely Russia and or China. Since many Silicon Valley companies will collapse, it might include a power grid attack or internet outage. The Titan submersible implosion was fake. There's no video evidence it could go to deep sea, and it's just like Richard Branson's Virgin Oceanic Ponzi scheme. This is all just words. This is all just sounds now. Expect a strange event and the promotion of bullshit conspiracy theories around it. Like this? This guy's so above the bullshit conspiracy theories. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, again, there's parts of this that aren't entirely grounded in insanity, right? Like, there's parts where it's like, yeah, you guys remember, like, a couple years ago, there was, like, maybe this didn't hit everybody, but at least in Canada, specifically, it was, like, Rogers people, I remember, Rogers internet customers. There was, like, this very, very big outage for, like, a day or two, where most businesses that I was going into for a short time were not able to do debit card transactions. It was all returned to cash, and people were fucking losing their minds. You know, it was like a completely, it was like a minor apocalyptic event. Like if an EMP knocked out all the internet, we would just be fucked. And there was an element to that where I'm like, this seems like something that didn't just, I don't know, randomly happen. I don't know. I think there was more to it as well. There was some kind of suspicious timing of that as well. Like, something happened where it was like, this feels a little bit like this is something's going on. I don't know. Something was going on with that weird little outage that happened. I'm not sure. Not sure, but like, you can point to things like that, you know? And like, yeah, that's a little weird. There's shit like that happens that you can certainly be like, yeah, what are they conspiring, you know, about? But I mean, like, the Titan submersible implosion? Why? It's just throw spaghetti at the wall. Some of it will seem legit. Some of it will just be, why would they have faked Michael Jackson's death, though? I don't get that. It's like the Earth being flat kind of deal. Like, but why would they? Ultimately, other than just because they can and because they want to taunt us, which just seems like weak reasoning. Why would they do a lot of this stuff? I don't know. but Harvard is a super crime school, and The Simpsons is evil brainwashing. It really, you know, it really, man, do it for her. This one wasn't even in here. One of the show's most touching moments tells us that we're best off slaving away for rich, evil bosses. Well, no, it's that even though your rich, evil boss is a scumbag, you put up with it because your family needs to eat. You know? Like, it's not ideal. I don't think that's ideal, but it's like Homer is a good guy in that scene because even though Mr. Burns is so cartoonishly evil, he does it for his kids. You know? I don't know. I mean, there's more to it. You can look at it in a different way, I guess. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan is a common, well-known refrain. They are telling the public to worry about those. What? What? Excuse me? Like, the public would never have come to a situation. There's... Oh god, there's like a super cop car making the rounds out there. I hear like the super laser effect siren. There's a lot of people who probably have watched The Simpsons who got to the Lisa needs braces dental plan thing. I mean, that just seems like a very relatable thing. Should it be that way, that people have to choose between, like, you know, that people have to, like, have a dental plan so that they can, you know, have their teeth not be fucked up? Like, probably not, I guess, but, I mean, that is just the way it is. None of this is offering any kind of alternative, too. I mean, that's the other thing. You often get this sort of thing that's this like, oh, we need to smash the establishment, blah, 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 capitalism. Well, okay, but what else are we gonna do? Like, what else are we gonna do? Are we just gonna go over to communism? Or, like, because I don't think that's worked very well either, right? Like, yeah, I also feel like Lisa should have just been able to get braces instead of having to have a dental plan provided by evil Mr. Burns or whatever. I don't remember the specifics of the episode, but I don't know. These ones didn't even show up in his thing. Haunted Carney meme page. What the fuck? Carney? Do you follow any popular meme pages online? No matter the niche, you'll find some common themes in your feed. All problems, no solution. You mean like this? Tell us over and over the world is terrible, and still it learned helplessness, so they think there's nothing we can do. Bro, that's what this is! Where is any of your solutions to anything? Oh, the world sucks. Hell world. Hell world. We're all gonna die. Hell world. They're trying to destroy us. They're all in on it. Simpsons, all the media. Anyway, thanks for reading. There's no solutions here. This is learned helplessness. You're doing exactly what you say that they're doing to us. So, political discord. Tell us the problem isn't those stealing all the money. It's just those... It's people just like us with different... Well, that's true. Yeah. I mean, again, it's so funny how this can be just... It's not even stop clock right twice a day. He's really onto something here. He just also was crazy. Snark, irony, and bitterness tell us we should be assholes. We should clap back at others and make us pissed off at our fellow man. No, people already are. That's the nature of people. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. Nostalgia for when the American dream wasn't dead. Convince us we can only dream of better circumstances that passed us by. Again, he's onto something. What do we mean by haunted carnies? Criminals convincing us we're in hell world so they can steal. God, yeah, it's fully insane. It's full Time Cube, haunted carny. Like, this terminology that you would immediately see it and know, oh, you're crazy. Like, some of this might be real, but, like, you're crazy. Real, like, non-crazy people who are just talking logically don't say things like this about haunted carnies. Like, and this is all just stuff that they know that we're just supposed to take at face value and be like, oh, yeah, the carnies, right, yeah, the haunted carnies, yeah. No, I talked to my friends and I was just talking to my mechanic the other day about the haunted carny meme pages, actually. Yeah, so this really hit home with me. The truth about 9/11. Oh god. Yeah, and then COVID, and yeah, I mean, it goes further and further off the rails as it goes. This is great. Want to be a hero? Share these secrets. And you can find out more on his user page on Reddit. I mean, I'm looking forward to the videos that dive deeper into this guy's whole fucking thing. I'm not going to his Reddit and everything. Important people to tell. Tell them we are free. Dial 1-800, you're free. Yeah, I mean, the guy's whole website, I guess, Dipshit Secrets Ponzi Papers. It's just insanity website. It's a blog with nonsense. I mean, maybe later. Thank you. NYU is a mob front. The True History of the World. Haunted Carnival Edition. We got another. Is this guy just a juggalo? Got another one of these. The True History of the World Haunted Carnival Edition. Hocus Jocus. Well, no, our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American public believes is false. CIA Director Bill Casey, 1981. Okay, well, he said that that's something that guy said, so I believe that guy said it without any actual proof that that's a real quote. I guess it might be. But geez, between the cultural Marxism and the CIA's brainwashing, it's hard to tell. I mean, it's just hard to tell at this point. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. An Occupy Returns booklet. Our only goal, so this was an attempt to basically bring back Occupy Returns, then. It suggests that this was an attempt to bring back the long-dead specter of Occupy Wall Street, which is really funny if you think about it. I remember Mr. Medicare talking about that in reference to Gamergate in particular, like how Occupy Wall Street started as a thing with like some good points, and then it turned into this stupid fucking group of idiots just like who couldn't figure. It was like this dumbass leaderless movement, but everybody was like trying to like scramble to the top of the pile of the leaderless movement. Everybody wanted attention. Everybody was trying to be like, you know, everybody was trying to be super. That was also the start of a lot of the diversity bullshit. The progressive stack. Well, straight white men talk last. The disabled black lesbian in the wheelchair gets the talking stick first. The two-spirit in the wheelchair gets the talking stick first. Well, Occupy Wall Street was a big shit show, big joke. But it had a lot of good points. It had a good foundation in something that wasn't complete insanity, and I think it's interesting how quickly that dissolved into nothing. And how easily that turned into just a bunch of people who looked like idiots. A bunch of various retards. That's pretty funny, because, yeah, you know, now we've got this. This guy's trying to bring back Occupy, I guess. And immediately it already seems very, very stupid. It seems very stupid. I'm going to take a brief break. I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be right back. Enjoy some good insanity music. Alright. Insanity music has concluded. And, we are, in fact, back with the Haunted Carnival. And I don't know how much longer we'll go on this. I definitely find stuff like this interesting. I know certain people don't like the black pilling, but, you know, this is the world we're in. Yeah, I don't know. I just find it interesting. He's calling it Occupy Returns. And, you've got this just immediately, like, how good of a point some of his points are, and how good of a point Occupy Wall Street had sometimes, and how quickly both parties here seem to have been dismantled and ridiculed. Just like Gamergate, actually, funnily enough. You know, that also came up earlier. But, yeah, Occupy returns. Already off to a great start. Anybody, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate. This guy's killed himself by burning himself alive, and he's got all these points. Anybody who comes along now who's going to be like talking about stuff like this is going to bring up the specter of this guy fucking setting himself on fire in front of the Trump trial. And it's going to be like, "Oh wow, you're like that guy? You believe in this is only going, this whole thing sadly only made his point worse. That's the sad truth of this, is that this guy killed himself for nothing. He actually made his own, the whole point he was trying to make now looks stupider, and it's a shame. It's just a shame. But here's the Haunted Carnival. Fascism, we got Hitler, fascist state, con artists. Tick-tock went the doomsday clock. And, oh god, there was the Doors, the Grateful Dead. Okay. Right, so Vietnam sucks. The civil rights movement clamored for radical change. Hippie movement. But the hippies are bad too, aren't they? The government assassinated leaders, but they knew that wouldn't be enough. They couldn't just kill people. They needed to kill ideas. And propaganda. Grateful Dead, as Jerry Garcia said, we're not thinking about any kind of struggles. We're not thinking about revolution or war of any of that. Stop with all this radical thought and enjoy the ride, they insisted. Is this... Okay. This is so ridiculous, though. I mean, again, I know it ultimately comes down to just the guy killed himself, he's crazy, yeah. But, like, I'm trying to find sense in this, right? And I'm trying to find how this could have ever made sense at any point to anyone, because you're telling me that the fascist, probably right-wing U.S. government used the hippies and used Grateful Dead's Jerry Garcia telling people not to think about war and just enjoy the ride. And apparently that means Vietnam is good? Okay, the Doors, Jim Morrison's father was an admiral in the Gulf of Tonkin incident that kicked off the Vietnam War, and now his son preached alienation and hopelessness with songs like People Are Strange and The End. I mean, yeah, maybe having a fucking father who is, like, responsible for a bunch of shit like that might have been, if that's true, maybe that would, if that's true, I didn't know that about Jim Morrison, and that says a lot. That explains a lot about why he's probably no longer with us. That's probably a lot to carry on your fucking shoulders. This is an interesting one. There were the Beatles who scoffed at revolution, told us to fear the tax man, and that happiness is a warm gun. I don't understand. So the government told people to be afraid of the tax man? You recognize this is fucking stupid. Like, you have to. You have to. The government orchestrated, like the 60s fucking hippie music. And all of this stuff that's pretty overt, messages about war and other stuff like that. Scoffed at revolution, too. Like, scoffed at revolution. You know what that song... Oh, boy. Of course he doesn't. He thinks Dr. Strangelove is actually about learning to stop worrying and love the bomb. As the public cheered, they had no idea that the purpose of all of this was not to entertain, but to slowly steer them away from hope and activism and towards something much more sinister. Right. The Manson family murders. The Easy Rider is part of this for some reason. In 1964, the acclaimed director Kubrick made Dr. Strangelove, a riotous comedy about nuclear annihilation in the Cold War. Why did Kubrick make it? He told us right there! So we would learn to stop worrying and love the bomb! I've never seen something come this far around in this fashion. I already said it, but I'm just fascinated by that. you hear about horseshoe theory, and like the further you go on one side of a political spectrum or whatever, the further of one extreme, not even politics, but further to one extreme that you go, you wind up exhibiting traits that you would normally potentially attribute to people on the other end of that spectrum. And so you went so far in the direction of over-analyzing shit and looking for secret meanings that the secret meaning of Doctor Strangelove is literally the title of the movie. Unbelievable. I cannot believe that. But the guy's dead now, so I mean, hey, who would? Great troll, I guess. If you didn't believe this is crazy. MTV sold apathy and irony. Right. Do you see what's behind the curtain yet? The secret fascists. Professional. You can get a lot out of like what this guy's life is like too. It's like professional wrestlers is mentioned here. So kayfabe came up before. So this guy's a wrestling fan. Or his family liked wrestling and he was exposed to it, or something like that. He knows a decent amount. Wrestling is part of his, like, everyday thing that he pulls from, right? That and, like, Easy Rider, The Simpsons, Chinatown, 60s, like, hippie music. I don't know if this all speaks to him personally, or if these are all just the things that he's, like, attributed to the decline or something. Yeah, I mean, so the big evil, money people are controlling us, and, I mean, they used memes to reduce our discourse so we would repeat what they had given us. All we could do with this unprecedented new technology was mock the other tribes, embrace apathy, parrot nonsense conspiracy theories, and have a cathartic laugh at how awful our circumstances had become. I mean, again, this is true. This is just, all of this is just true. It's maybe a little up its own ass, a little full of itself, but that is all just true. I mean, I don't know who they is that gave us the memes, you know? But, like, yeah, I like the use of the word reduce, the term reduce our discourse. Because, yeah, that is what happened. We now frequently communicate less with real words and more with mid, based, cringe, epic, woke, and various other cool words like that have reduced our discourse and, you know, mock the other tribes, embrace apathy, parrot shit. Yeah, that's all true. I mean, you gotta give them credit where it's due, right? And yada yada Ponzi scream, more like it. Cryptocurrency, it's all the same stuff. I mean, he's even hitting on canned water called liquid death again. Apparently liquid death is part of the conspiracy, I guess. When our entire life is a lie, the truth is our fascist leader's kryptonite. Check out my blog. Right. Yeah, so there's a lot more here. If you want to check it out, it's the Ponzi Papers. He's got another thing about the fucking liquid death can. He's got a whole article here from January 8th called Artifacts from the Doomsday Cult. And it's just a can of liquid death. So there's more here from Max Azzarello. And, he's, it's, you know, he's trying to inform us all of the secrets, I guess. So thanks to Max, rest in peace, I guess. It's a real shame that your death's work has unfortunately only, like, I can just imagine the conversation where, you know, two people are talking, one person is just like, no man, it's an elite group of people who control all the money and they're forcing us to watch this 15th Terminator reboot so that we're conditioned. And then the other person they're talking to just goes like, wow, you sound like that guy who set himself on fire. You sound like that dude who killed himself with fire in front of the Trump trial. And it's like, it has served to just make points like that seem more ridiculous. So, unfortunately, as much as I agree with some of the things he's even saying, a lot of it is pretty dumb. But some of it, you know, yeah, he's got some things there. It's just a shame that his choice of how to act, how to demonstrate his beliefs, you know, I mean, even if he hadn't done that, it would have been very clear. You look at his website, oh, this is maybe a little true, but he's also just crazy, you know. But now it's like a tragedy. Well, I don't know if tragedy is the right word. It's not a tragedy, but it's a shame. It's a real shame. It's maybe a tragedy for the family. It's a real shame. Let's see here. $10 from Almighty Loaf. I've been waiting to suggest the hypothetical hurricane fandom for so long. The first user account I clicked on had a comment from a moderator for graphic depictions of other users dying. A hypothetical hurricane? What the fuck is that? Hypothetical hurricane season. Atlantic hurricane season. Oh. Well, this is a community, isn't it? What the fuck is this? 2024 hypothetical Atlantic hurricane season animation V1. Wait, was there a Palestinian Human Torch and that's what led to this? Oh no. So these are the names of the hurricanes, I guess? What did these hurricanes bring to the table? Alright, white text over white, partially white text background. That's very confusing. What activity would take place this year? Okay, well, none of these things, because this is all hypothetical, right? No, this is like fantasy football, but for hurricanes? I think Tivy had this on the list and it now has to take it off the list. That's unfortunate. So I don't understand. This is a... I don't understand. This is somebody pretending that there's... It's like one of those, like, weather tracker things where you see the hurricane, but it's not even a real hurricane. Those are usually like satellite data that shows the movement of the clouds and shit. This is just a gif of a little spinning sonic spinball thing. Hypothetical fictional hurricanes. Boy, this is really dumb. Okay, cool music, dude. Cool music. Are we doing this? Or is this... Okay. And this is over the course of days. This is the movement of these not real hurricanes that don't exist. What does this do for people? I don't get it. I don't get it. Are you supposed to be like, oh, I live near there. Oh no. Oh no, hypothetically, Debbie might hit me. I live in Santo Domingo. Oh no, I just got hit by Debbie. No. Oh man, no, dude, bro, I am in Barcelona right now down there. Barcelona, Mexico, or whatever that is down there. Oh, it's coming up to America. Now it matters. It's starting to matter now. Debbie's over there bothering the Mexicans. A lot of Debbies tend to do that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a weather meteorologist nerd, so I don't really know. No offense to such people. You know, that's fine. But I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I mean, I've seen weather reports that look like this, I guess. Not quite. I mean, this looks more amateur, obviously, but but I don't really know how to read these, and I don't know what this does for you. Really cool music, man. Love it. Love it. Okay. I kind of feel like this is the whole video. Right. Well, here's worldwide storm tracking, and this is another 2024 hypothetical Atlantic hurricane season. I'm assuming this will be different hurricanes. This one's got some down thumbs. People weren't happy with this one. Not you know, not too many, but it's like 10% of the viewers, they weren't into it. Oh, what fun. Hurricane animations and frenetic dance music. Looks like it could be a video game. And lastly, there's nothing I would enjoy more than to sit in a roofless house with no AC under the hot sun if things do go south this year. This starts out as like a sarcastic comment about how stupid this video is, and then randomly just becomes like, yeah, actually that does sound pretty good. Let the storm take me. Yeah. So people are, we got users. Daj the YouTuber. Isaac is just an average hurricane here in Florida. Y'all don't worry. It's safe to say this was in fact hell. From Storm Tracking Forecasting 2023. Ah. Good channel. Good channel, I see. Ex Ernesto and ex Oscar became tropical storms in the Mediterranean Sea. Those were part of the names in the Mediterranean Sea storm season. As a result of the hypothetical Season 5 names were retired from the regular naming list, the names are Isaac, Leslie, Nadine, Patty, and Sarah. Despite not being a hurricane from the auxiliary list, Adaria was retired, making it the third tropical storm, not becoming a hurricane. The replacement names are Isham, Lindsay, Noreen, Patchouli, and Sharon. Man, please don't name your hurricane Patchouli. If I died in Hurricane Patchouli, well, I wouldn't be able to do much about it, would I? But I wouldn't be happy. I guess I wouldn't. I would also not have any other emotions, though, so it's fine. I guess do what you want. Name your hurricane whatever you want. If I lost my house in Patchouli, I'd be very upset. It's cool. It's the same video. It's a slightly different graphic that shows the progression of the day with this little circle. Slightly different map, slightly different everything, but it's the same video. I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of this. If you have more like people in this community, if you have like their drama, that might be something. Here's this guy. But yeah, I mean, here's like live bloopers. If you can get me hurricane people, like drama, you know, like the hurricane people, hypothetical hurricane, you know, user call out video, that would be great. The future of hypothetical hurricane season animations. I don't get what this does for people. I'm not sure. I've never heard of this before. This is all new to me. Like, I mean, this is very odd. At least with like, when I do that, when I always say the other time I always say I'm not sure what this does for people is when I see like a crossover thing where it's just like, hey, I put a JPEG of fucking Winnie the Pooh next to this JPEG of, I don't know, the main character from Limitless, Bradley Cooper from Limitless, and it's just two, they're not interacting really, it's just two images, like promotional images from two separate things next to each other. And what does that do for you? I don't know what that does for somebody in their like autism brain that makes them like cum their little pantaloons when they see two things they know next to each other. I don't get it. But this is like that if it was like, there's not even any nostalgia. There's no corporatism. You're just obsessed with hurricane movements? Where does that come from? That has to be like Is that a fetish? I don't know if that's a fetish. But it's pretty weird. It's not very interesting, unfortunately. But it is pretty weird. Thank you for suggesting it. I would be interested to maybe... I would be interested to maybe look more into that if we can find some drama and stuff. I would like to know more, though, about that. Yeah, graphic depictions of other users dying. Where is that? You say that that's a comment on the first account you clicked on from a moderator. Okay, well, I don't know. If you can find me some Hurricane user activity, that'd be great. But the actual videos themselves are a little boring. $5 from Big Jack Films. I was just rewatching Magic Mush's NC ripoff video. That one needs a sequel. Keep streaming, Deadwing. I'm gonna make breakfast. Well, enjoy your breakfast. Thank you. That was a good video. Yeah, I would like to see more like that. He did cover some that I'd never heard of, but then there's others like yourself, Big Jack, and of course, you know, certain other people in the Dogs Eating Dogs 6 spectrum. Choice of words very important there. The spectrum. You know, other people like Tamatoa or whoever who could also be brought up. Kalobi even. I don't know. I guess he's not really nostalgia critic-esque, but yeah, there's certainly some. $2 from Tivy. 2Vs. The list has 65 entries now. Help me, I have a prob. Well, your prob is that it's one more than 64 and like 4 less than the funny sex number. That's the problem. 65 is a terrible number. It's right in no man's land. $2 from Eminetfees. The fight scene, I mean. $5 from Eminetfees. Please go to the badly animated princess movie and play Hammer of Thor by Bear McCreary. I know, right? It's almost like this name was made for your channel. Bear McCreary was... He was the composer for like at least one of the recent American Godzilla films, King of the Monsters. He did that one. He did some of the God of War games. He's done a bunch of stuff. He's like a real composer. He also apparently composed the music for the Angry Video Game Nerd Christmas video. He did a video where it's like Mr. Grinch parody, basically. Yeah, there's a Bear McCreary made cover of, like, parody cover thing of You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. You know, the user's favorite song. But it's by a famous composer who I think to that point had already been doing Battlestar Galactica music and stuff. So he was pretty prolific already. Let me see here. What is the song? Hammer of Thor. I'm assuming that's from one of the, God of War. Well, you know, last time you requested music, it wound up getting the video blocked worldwide. But, you know, this time it'll be fine.
Paige Foster. Art Style 4. Magnetic Attraction.
Oh no!
Useless art. I need stronger drawings. Kenobi, I've seen you before.
The man behind the mask, who's killed numerous droids in an attempt to salvage their energy?
I'm going to draw a new Earth. Surrender, and your sacrifice will help create a utopia that will benefit humanity. I need to collect powerful drawings.
How many drawings have you killed, huh?
This is a good song.
I can sense a powerful art style within you. This is the strength I require.
You're a madman.
You're a madman! Nani! Well, see, the problem is this video already has its own, like, royalty-free hip-hop. Obviously, this goes way better for this scene than the epic fight music. You want to hear this. That's the real problem, is that it's already scored by shitty Portishead. Yeah. Well, it didn't quite work out, but we got some of the effect there. We got the lead up to it, at least. $5 from Schmilby. Hey, yo, Big Dong Dork, if you haven't heard this album already, you should listen to the first 30 seconds of Witch Flower by Wicked Minds. It's got a sick piano. Alright. I gotta listen to War of the Worlds by Jeff Lynne. I was told about it recently. And it sounds pretty cool. This looks like a very 60s album cover, but it's got it's from 2010. Let's listen to a little. Sick piano. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, it sounds like something I might like. I don't hear any sick piano though. The first song. Oh. Well, that's not piano, but if that's what you meant, that does sound pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. It doesn't have a lot of listens on Spotify either, so maybe it's a secret find there. Let me see here. DG has become a member. Thank you very much. I think there were some other members as well, but OBS doesn't show me those for some reason. I don't know. It's very specific about which members it shows me. In fact, did it even tell me that you... Okay, no, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. $5 from Zen Disaster. The animation looks like it would smell of dollar store spam. Splim? Now a 32% sphincter. Couldn't get that one out for some reason. You know? Douglas Sphincter. $5 from Alex Dumnich. Hey Claw, ever consider doing more video game stuff? I really enjoyed the Kingdom Hearts stream. Thank you for the Eldritch Horrors this morning. Well, I was wrapping up Kingdom Hearts 2 last night. I finished it. I finished it, and I was feeling like a little disappointed in myself. I was like, man, I should have streamed more of this. Because I was like, you know, I mean, I don't know. I was in like a mood where I didn't really feel like streaming yesterday, you know, but I was also just sitting there playing it, and I'm like, man, I should have streamed more of this, you know. It's a shame. Maybe I'll try playing it on critical mode and get horribly ruined, or I'll try fighting Sephiroth or something. But as for, you know, that, I don't know. I enjoyed doing it. It's not something I'm used to. Most of the time, if I'm playing games, you know, it's something that I'm just doing on my own. You know, we do have a Halo night tonight. We didn't set up for people that it might be streamed though, so I don't think we'll stream that, but if you are on the server, feel free to stop by. Just don't squeak at us with stupid bullshit that's unrelated to Halo night. Don't come in there just to be like, oh, Claw, you're cool. Ooh. Thank you. I know I'm cool. I know. You don't need to tell me. I know. Everything, all the comments you want to give me, I know them already. I already know them. Thank you. I know that I'm great. Thank you. But if you do join the thing, if you're on the Discord, join the Halo night. It's fine. Just you know, don't if we're trying to fucking organize, you know, what map we're playing or something, you know. If we're all playing and we're all talking over each other anyway, and it's like Tristan's trying to figure out which map we're doing next, and we're all playing, but we're all like, oh yeah, how about that Nostalgia Critic video? And we go 5 minutes. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're just watching, you have to be respectful, unfortunately. Just like Grok is woke, unfortunately. $10 from Zen Disaster. George Anton's show. Frequent collaborator with Vitaly Versace of Born into Mafia infamy. Anton is an incoherent hack fraud far-right Bitcoin loon who thinks himself a professional filmmaker. He isn't. George Anton Show. Is the show part of his name, or is it the George Anton Show? Vitaly Versace, you didn't need to say anything more. I'm gonna be real with you. All you needed to do... No, George Anton doesn't do it. George Anton Show. Well, there is actually another guy who looks like he might also be funny, named George Anton. Probably not. He's just a singer guy. He does like song covers. Yeah, nothing there. But this other guy, George Anton Show, he's from Romania. Let's see here. Yeah, you didn't need to say much more than Vitaly Versace, really. Let's see here. Oldest. I'm looking for videos that have Vitaly in them. For those that are not aware, Vitaly Versace. Oh, here he is. Full interview. Vice meets Hollywood. Or Vice meets Hollywood director Vitaly Versace. Okay, this is great. For those that don't know, Vitaly Versace is the guy who directed The Last Vampire on Earth and Born into Mafia. Two films probably best known now for being on Best of the Worst. Truly some of the best of the worst that they've ever looked at, in my opinion, are Vitaly Versace's films. You know that I have my opinions about Best of the Worst. I've been watching that shit for like a decade at this point, and so I have some that are some of my favorites. Ryan's Babe, Clash at the College, and both Vitaly Versace films are some of the better ones. Yeah, here's a director interview with the guy who brought us The Last Vampire on Earth, I guess. And there's other stuff here. It seems the guy himself is also interesting, but this is from 11 years ago. And this is an interview with famed director Vitaly Versace. I come to America, I make American movie. Beverly Hills. Now this is playing as being a Vice video for some reason. I'm not sure why. But I guess I don't think this is a real Vice video though. For various reasons.
I'm Raihan, and I'm here in Los Angeles with Vice, and I'm about to meet Rebel, political activist, and so much more.
Oh yeah, there's the cover. What I like about this cover is that I'm pretty sure this guy is not in this movie at all. This is not Vitaly Versace. This is like Action Man with guns, just cut onto this box art for this film poster. The funny thing is though, Vitaly Versace he's not like ugly. I mean, he doesn't even look that dissimilar from this guy. Probably the physique looks a bit different, but yeah, I don't think he goes shirtless or has guns at any point in the movie even. So this is very misleading. This really indicates that this movie is going to be a lot more than people sitting around talking and nothing happening.
Let's go.
So yeah, it's fake Vice.
Thanks so much for inviting us into your office. It's incredibly generous of you. I wanted to ask you, was there a moment when you were a kid when you decided that... Is You were destined for extraordinary
green
things.
Screen?
Well, when I was a kid...
I guess the guy's got no hair, so, I mean, it's a pretty good green screen. Like, if he had hair, it might be easier to tell if it was a green screen. Because hair is the ultimate test if you've got a shitty green screen, but I don't see any, like, green reflecting off his fucking scalp or anything, so I think it could just be a real background. Maybe. Although this part is a little strange. There's, like, a table thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced. The whole video's pretending to be Vice, so, like, why... Yeah, this is...
When you decided that you were
suspicious.
destined for extraordinary things?
Well, when I was a kid, when I was about 10 years old, I used to watch a lot of cinema movies. Every day, spend hours and hours in the cinema. So I
You watch at the cinema movies.
So I guess I fell in
Now,
love.
if only I had 2 monitors so I could have 2 different YouTube pages open at the same time.
The cinema with the filmmaking and living this life.
I mean, what's great too, it looks like he has like multiple windows open on each browser. So this one, it's got like one browser window playing a video, and then it's got like another browser window, and then there's this browser that's also clearly YouTube. Wow, this is really YouTube maxing.
Being somewhere else.
The dual
With,
screens.
American movies or Indian movies, Bollywood movies. I picture myself there, and I fell in love with the screen, with the cinema.
Was there a particular person when you were 10 who inspired you, or someone who came from the outside world, someone who kind of gave you a bigger
I mean,
sense?
this is very odd. I don't understand. Oh, it's a parody. Right, it's a parody. I don't understand this, though. I mean, like, it's a parody by George Anton, so, but why? I don't get it. I mean, I guess it's just to big up his friend Vitaly. I guess. This is... It feels like Vitaly wrote this for himself. I don't understand why you would make this. Like I can understand why someone would make this for themselves. Like, it would be weird, but it would at least be like, oh, he wrote this guy asking himself questions so he could answer his own questions for himself. Like, you know, because he's got an ego. But this is like, so a friend of his made this for him? Isn't Vitaly a fucking filmmaker? Can't he just make a video like this?
When I was 10, I got inspired by a Bollywood actor, Mithun Chakraborty. He's in his 60s, 70s now, but when I was 10, he was my favorite actor, my guy that I looked up to when I was 10. Then as I grew older, I got more and more different favorite actors, filmmakers, directors. And
he talks like a hockey player. It's like every time at the end of a hockey game or a football game or something, there's like the enthusiastic like sports person. So we're here with Vitaly Versace. You scored the touchdown, then won us the game. What do you have to say to all your fans?
Oh yeah, you know, you just play the game, and sometimes you pick up the ball, and you know, so that's you get some. Sometimes you gotta run the ball, and yeah, you know, it's the next time you play the game again, and you run the ball again, and yeah, that's what I learned when I was 10.
Thank you so much, Vitaly. Thank you.
Producers, so, but Mithun Chakraborty, when I was 10, he was my hero. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, another scenario where like, no, who was forcing Vitaly to talk about himself here? Like, he seems to, it seems like something he would want to do more than anyone else would want to, right? No one really wants to, well, maybe some people do. I would like to pick this man's brain a little bit. But, you know, it's probably more likely that he wants to talk about himself than other people want to interview him. And yet he's still very bored. He is bored in his own story. It's not projecting confidence that we will not also be bored.
How did that change things, that experience?
Well, Mithun Chakraborty inspired me. He was from Bollywood, like I said, Mumbai, India, and he was a great actor. But I started seeing Roger Corman movies.
Guys, it's Vitaly Versace, rebel filmmaker.
The low-budget filmmaking, that's what I do right now. And he.
Okay, great. Thank you, Vitaly. So this is George Anton now. And I guess he's like a politics man. This is, I don't know who this guy is. This is neither of the guys in the video that we just watched, but I guess this is like the dude who made that video. I don't know. Once Upon a Time in Spain. I guess he still makes movies. He's got a movie coming out. That's cool. Feminists have their knickers in a twist. He reacts to Conan eating spicy wings. This was my first Hot Ones video. It was pretty good. It was also probably the last Hot Ones video that they should ever make, because I really don't see it getting better than that. I then watched a few others which were also good, but it's like, I don't think anyone's going to be able to perform better than Conan performed on that Hot Ones video. That was that was a moment in history. That's a legendary video, I have to say. If you haven't seen it. If you're like me and you're like, ew, Hot Ones, popular YouTube. I'm not going to be a Sniper Wolf fan and start watching popular YouTube channels with celebrities in them. No, this is a really good video. Not this one, but the one that he's reacting to. Quite a good video. AI generated. So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of culture war-ish. It's like turned into that. But like here, it's like inspirational TikToks or something. Mark's World. The Ebony Sensei karate film. What the fuck is Mark's World? What? Mark's World episode 22. Who is Mark? I think Mark is Anton. Okay, what's most popular here? I think we already looked at that. That was this video, but Medicated Pete, Howard Stern fan network. The Howard Stern movie trailer, Dead on Arrival. What does that mean? Howard Stern is not in this movie, is he? Did he talk about this movie? What the fuck?
What movie is this? What girl that hot is gonna kiss Pete? Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Come on, put up. Oh, you guys got to see this. When is this movie coming out? I gotta go. I'll go to the theater to see this.
Oh, I guess this is the Howard Stern movie, because it has. I guess this guy is someone Howard Stern knows, and I guess this guy got him in a. Okay. Well, geez, Red Letter Media really... we're all, like, behind now. Red Letter Media really needs to get on the fucking horn with this guy. I mean, they don't have to contact him, but they need to watch his movies or something. Insane truth behind game design. It like, changes what it is every couple of months. It's weird. It's like, here it is, and it's like this pattern of, like, I'm on X, shitting on the snowflakes. And then now it's all, like, weird shorts and fucking, like, I don't know, inspirational trash. There's, like, some gaming stuff in here. It's like he's just trying to get anything that he can to be popular. I have to watch Mark's World. Well, let's watch the Mark's World, The Cat in the Hat.
What the hell's that cat been smoking? What do you think he's done? He's flipping out and going crazy, but it looks like he's having fun. And you know, I'd probably do the same thing.
So this is a cool song. This song is like Game Dude. I guess it's made by Adam Knapp here.
The hell's that cat been smoking? What do you think he's done?
I mean, it's not like hurting my ears, but it just doesn't feel like a very good theme song.
He's flipping out and going crazy.
It's written by a guy named Mark. Uh-oh. So it's directed by this weirdo, and it's written and starring this other guy.
But it looks like he's having fun. And you know, I'd probably do the same thing.
Probably. So, Mark's World, we're here.
Who's insane? Yeah.
From 2011? This is from 11 months ago. This was made in 2011.
Hi, I'm Mark. Welcome to my world. In this episode, we're going to talk a little bit about a hat. This hat I have on my head. And what I want to tell you about
this is not acceptable for adults to make this. I'm sorry. This is something that you would make if you were 12 and you wanted desperately to make a TV show with your friends, you know, like users do, and then they film themselves and it's just like, hello, this is me, my show, and I have a hat. And this is embarrassing. This is already embarrassing.
Episode, we're going to talk a little bit about a hat. This hat I have on my head. And what I want to tell you about this hat, and let you know how I acquired this item. An ex-girlfriend of mine about 10 years ago needed to leave some things of hers here in my storage unit at my house. This item was amongst her belongings. It actually happens to be from England, from a company named Christie. And I never really checked the hat, and today I looked inside. It does have a price tag in it. You can see the original cost. A whopping $880. Can you believe that? And I've been tossing this thing around like a $5 hat from a costume shop. The hat did sell.
What the fuck is this? Who would ever buy a shirt based on this?
For about $200 or $300, but nevertheless, oh my gosh, what a hat is this? Can you believe I have this hat?
What a hat
So whether
is
you
this?
get your item at a garage sale, you're a picker, you get it at an auction.
So he's one of these fucking like hobo trash picker people, and this guy made like a series about him. What the fuck is happening? Well, whatever. That's enough of that. Here's Nazis. The AI Revolution, a history in 1 hour, and Nazis are involved.
What if I could tell you everything?
Oh, good, and he's gonna do it in this voice too. Good mouth noises. Good disgusting mouth noises at the start of your video. I like how we also start with a brief, like 1 second of him like staring at us, and then it's gone. It's gone.
What if I could
edited
tell
in
you
real time?
everything? The entire history of the world. Now, what if I could tell you that I could do it in just 1 hour?
I believe you, George.
I am going to tell the whole story from the Big Bang to the present day.
He seems very proud of himself. He's very happy with his ability to do this too. Well, you know, I trust in you, George. I'm sure you're going to represent all peoples and all history. You know, we're going to get a clear view on, you know, the state of things in the Middle East and like Africa. You know, the Tasmanian people, they're going to have a whole subplot in this thing. I'm looking forward to it. 1 hour, you say, huh? Good stuff.
How the planet prepared for the rise of men. From the Stone Age that led to the steam engine.
The steam and
the first seeds growing into cities. And then civilizations.
Oh man, I love when they have the fucking footage that's like you had to specifically edit this to be as crazy as possible. Like, this is reminding me of Dino Kakavas, where you had to go to an extra effort to make it look all
The
fucked up
energy
like this,
that
right?
will fuel everything that will ever
Like clips randomly, you know, cutting to a black frame, weird effects on the page, there's just graphics all over. I think he's trying to make this look like a news channel or something. Once again, we have one of these things where just like watched CNN for a fucking minute, and you will see that this is not the same, and it's not quite as good. I don't know how you're supposed to pay money for this. Did those fucking retards that tried to abandon their YouTube channel and get people to pay for it? Did they get this idea from him? Did they? Oh yeah, George Anton was pushing this $10 a month. You know, it's a very small amount. The poorest can afford that. It's a great Jax Films video lampooning the whole thing. Yeah, you can watch the whole documentary. You know, he tells us the whole history of the world here, but the rest of the documentary, that's on the website for $10 a month. Good content like this.
all the energy that you will ever consume dates back from the beginning of time. When you put gasoline into your car, you are tapping energy that was created at the beginning of time during the Big Bang.
Why does he have a carnival mask now?
You are tapping the energy.
Why is there... Okay, and he cuts from this to... He's now in another outfit? Very awkwardly done. He's like 10 seconds of silence with like two songs overlapping each other. Why... Again, where do these crazy people get the idea that they have? Like, these ideas... It's like Dino Kakavas. Where do you have it in your mind that these two songs that don't match up at all sound good together? And this editing and everything, like, how In what way does that... What the fuck? How did those wires not connect?
You are tapping the energy of the universe itself. We are only
Another
a few
costume
minutes
change.
into our 1 hour journey, yet 380,000 years have passed.
Wow, it's almost like you're not talking about the history of the... You know, I mean, of what? The world? Well, I mean, was the Earth created with the Big Bang? I'm not sure. Possibly. I don't think so. Though I'm not sure how all that works, but we've gone through 380,000 years. Not a lot happened in that time, I guess. All right. I guess it's easy to do an hour, the whole history of the world in an hour, if you just condense it and completely skip over a lot of it, you know.
Are about to witness the birth of your first original ancestors. The first atoms. This is hydrogen. And
Hydrogen.
the universe will use it to make everything.
This is hydrogen. The universe will use it to make everything around us.
In a world around us. Hydrogen is kind of like picking up a movie star to make a princess film.
What?
Which star am I gonna pick to make a movie with this princess?
What?
Well, I'm gonna pick hydrogen.
What?
From that,
what?
If you add a lot of heat and a lot of pressure, then you can create lots of different atoms. The first atoms blast through the early universe. And lucky for us, they don't spread out evenly. Because
So he's high, it seems. It feels like he's high. I wouldn't know anything about that, but it feels like he's high. It feels like he must have recorded this like separate times in different costumes or something. Like, I don't know, did he just randomly between sentences decide to put on his fucking tiara or whatever? I guess that might have been it. But it almost feels like he's just splicing together like multiple different times that he recorded. And each one has different outfits on.
in those little pockets.
This is quite something. I mean, let's jump to now. I want to know about the AI Nazis.
The cereal crops, the wheat, the barley, they're all grass. History. Every day.
Okay. Thank you. We're never gonna get to the AI Nazis, but, you know, rest ye assured that they are there. They're there somewhere. I think that's Vitali, actually. I think one of them is Vitali as an AI zombie, as an AI Nazi zombie. Well, I don't know where I got zombie out of this, actually. Zombie wasn't involved, but he's an AI Nazi. That's the fact. Let's try the Ebony Sensei karate film.
Roll camera. Feel me, Taekwondo kid now. Stop bullying. Independent.
Stop bullying.
Film directed by Versace.
I wake up.
We the best music.
In my eyes before the sunrise, handling mine.
We got an actual Vitali Versace film here. This is great. It's gonna be the Karate Kid, directed by a fucking mongoloid. Let's go.
Thanks, now it's grind time. These are the moments that I feel that the world's against me. I put the atlas on.
Okay, never mind. I thought it was the Ebony Sensei. It's Taekwondo Kid, the movie.
My back, no one can convince me that I'm here to be walked on. Hell.
Cool music. Cool music. Okay, so the sensei appears to be, in fact, quite white. Did they do not know what sensei meant? Did he think sensei was... Because the kid looks like he might be, like, mixed or something. I wouldn't even say ebony, necessarily. But did they think sensei meant, like, student and not teacher? Maybe there's another teacher. No, it appears that this whole thing is him and this fucking creeper sitting in the woods. This is creepy. Who allowed their son to be in this film with just this strange... The whole film is just apparently him in the woods with this old man. He scrubbed through the thing, and that's like most of it.
Yeah.
It's not a hot milk, but it's good on the pinch.
Run, child.
Some water?
Yeah.
Don't drink from that, yes, the very wizened water flask from Voss. It's an ancient flask passed down through the generations.
What are you drinking? How's that jerky doing?
Good.
What the fuck is going on, chat?
There, got a little surprise. I love these. These are my... I will share them with you. One of my favorites, chips.
I love these as my... I will share them with you. One of my favorites, chips. And it's a strange bag of, like, it's like a greasy paper bag with, like, what, presumably, I guess, homemade chips. Okay.
It's chips.
Chips. Ah, yes, the chips. Fabled nourishment of the lands of our wizened sensei sages and the elders. They all love to eat the chips. Indeed.
I'm a monk, and I like chips. You never heard of that before? A chipmunk?
I get it. You like chips, and you're a monk.
That's the most clever thing that Vitaly Versace has ever had in a movie.
Chipmunks.
Would you like some?
Yeah. Chip, and you're a monk.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, God me. I get it. I picked up on what you're putting down there. So they're walking. They're doing something.
Whoa,
Keep your mouth closed, kid.
that tree looks like a dinosaur.
Never mind. He had lines. He was just a little early on the lines.
Oh, yes, it does. Wow. Curved up like that.
Does it look like a
See,
dinosaur?
it had to go
Does it?
fight. See how it's fighting for the sunlight?
Great edit. Good edit, guys. You did a good job there.
There, it's stretching his neck.
Definitely, if you've never watched Best of the Worst, just look up Best of the Worst, Born into Mafia. That one's like a sequel episode, though, so maybe watch Last Vampire on Earth first, because that's their first experience with him, at least recorded for people. And it's one of their, like, top 5 videos they've ever done. In a series that I would say has no bad episodes, not even the one with Max Landis, because that was also their first Neil Breen video. In a series with no bad episodes, that was one of their best episodes, was Last Vampire on Earth. And if you want more great editing and just more exactly like this, it's so similar to what we're seeing here. I'm actually amazed that there's just more of this. There's like secret Vitaly Versace movies with 32 views on YouTube, and I'm just able to watch them for free. This is awesome.
Lesson to be learned.
This
Don't
is
be
great.
scared to stick your neck out there for if it's worth it. Look how big. You think we could put our arms around that tree? No. Over here.
A lot of this is, like, okay, I know we've all been poisoned by the degeneracy of the internet. You know, there's nothing inherently creepy about a kid and an old mentor guy walking in the woods, you know? On the surface level, sure. There's nothing inherently creepy about that, but shit, man, I don't know. With what we look at on this channel, it's kind of hard to it's kind of hard for me to want this kid to touch hands with this old man right now. Like, I can see a version of this story where it would be like, okay, yeah, there's obviously that joke can be made, but it's a good story. It's a nice whatever, but no, I'm not willing to. I kind of can't get over how creepy this is, because it's not a story. This is just a small child who, I guess their parents thought this would be great for him to be like, I can only hope they're also on the scene, you know, like they're behind the camera with Vitaly or whatever. But I guess I can't escape the meta nature of what this actually is. You know, if it was like a really nice Batman and Robin story, and, you know, some guy shows up like, isn't it a little weird that Batman has a little kid? Like, yeah, I know, dude, I get it. I understand, but, you know, it's a nice story, whatever, blah, 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 but this is not that. I kind of can't get the meta nature of it out of my head, where it is just a strange old man who's now trying to touch hands with this child. This is awkward. This is very awkward.
Let go of this one. Start crawling. Go the other way. How far? Well, we need another person. Come on, let's oh, look at this.
Are you a sensei? Are you gonna teach him things or what?
This is fall. Maybe we can make a... We might have to come back.
There is no script to this. That's the thing. I don't think there was ever a script. There was one, actually, for Last Vampire on Earth. I think he showed this fucking script in, like, the behind the scenes. And, in fact, I think the script shows up in the movie at one point. And you can see it. So, I mean, maybe there was at some point, but Born into Mafia, I don't think that one really had a script. It seemed to just be, like, characters, like, told to talk about a certain thing and kind of fucking riff on it, basically. And that's, like, it seems like they were just let loose in the woods and we're supposed to watch this like they're doing stuff. What the fuck is this? They're still just in the fucking woods. Oh, but there's, like, ragtime music now. Okay. Okay. Now there's epic music. Great. Are we not in the woods here? More epic music. Okay, he's at home. Yeah, this is fucking weird, dude. Who... Maybe it's someone involved in the production just had a bunch of fucking kids and they were like, oh, why don't we do a cute kid movie? It's like Hawk Jones, another Best of the Worst video. But it just comes off as strange. Why are we randomly... I guess I'm jumping around, so, like, I can't necessarily knock this thing for not having, like, a coherent plot, as I am jumping around in it, but... I mean, I'm looking at this, it doesn't look like it's... I guess there's other stuff earlier with the kids. Yeah, okay. There's like, other... I want to know something about this. I want to know anything about the plot of this. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like, there's other random little kids here now. This whole thing is little kids. This is a different little kid.
I wish my best friend Max was here. He really likes you. I like this cotton candy. Can we go on the rides?
Complete non sequitur.
In 1 minute. After we're done with our cotton candy.
It's human dialogue, everyone. Please enjoy the dialogue as written by human beings. You know what? There probably was a script. Because human beings wouldn't have chosen to speak those lines. That's purely from the brain of Vitaly right there. This is just like long random shots of these kids, I guess. again, the only way that this isn't exclusively creepy is if these are like the fucking director's family members or some shit. Like someone on the scene. They're shooting the rodeo, by the way. But someone who like is making this movie has to have provided these children and been like, hey, this will be a fun little family film or something, and maybe then it's fine. But I don't know. This seems very odd. We're just staring at these fucking kids at a play park for a while. This is very invasive and weird. This isn't like a movie, though. This is just like a creepy man with a camera following some little girls. It doesn't feel like a film where these girls are actors playing characters. This just feels like a strange man following children around at a fucking play fair or whatever. Yeah, I feel like I'm on a list now. I mean, we've already all been put on the list at this point. Let's be real. Kind of stuff on this fucking stream. Is there a plot? What the fuck? I love that this video is not movie length. Like, it's a karate film, right? But it's not even movie length. It's an hour and 15 minutes, almost 16. That's not movie length. I mean, I guess it's almost. It's like, what? What is that, 75 minutes? 76? So I guess it is technically around movie length. It's just on the very short end. And it's basically seems to just be padding? I mean, like, there's not even a plot. I don't think there's, like, a plot here. We go for a while longer with these little girls in the woods, and then we're back to the other creepy part of the movie. That's the little boy in the woods. Sorry, little girls at the fair. Little boy in the woods with this fucking old man. More of this. Yeah, imagine that you're, like, seeing the fucking creepy old man filming these children all day at the county fair. That is a good point. Yeah, I mean, how many times do you think people came up to them and they had to be like, no, it's fine, I make American movie, I make movie! And then they just had to, like, run away in fear for their life, you know? Like, that probably happened a couple times. This is motherfucking Star Wars, featuring guest director Donald Farmer. Oh yeah. I mean, you joke, but like that is basically what those movies were. What was Shark Exorcist and Dorm of the Dead, I think were his two on Best of the Worst. And they were like some of the worst actual despicable films that they've ever looked at, because it was just like a strange, creepy, legitimately a creepy old man from like Kentucky or something, just like hiring women to gyrate and vomit on film so he could like, because he has like a fetish for women like gyrating on the ground and having a seizure, I guess, and that happens in all his movies. But a lot of his film would just be like people walking, and I don't get why you even make a film. Like, what's the point of this? I can't get over it's the same thing with our drawings. I don't understand. You're inspired, aren't you? Nobody asked you to make this. Nobody told you you need to make this movie. You weren't forced. You weren't paid to. This is I would assume somebody's like artistic project that they made. And yet, what movie did they watch that gave them the idea? Yeah, you know, my favorite part of Die Hard was just Bruce Willis just walking in the woods for fucking the majority of it. That was my favorite part, was the silence. And actually, that's a bad example, because there is a lot of just walking around, but it's shot well, and, you know, it's tense and stuff in Die Hard. You know, like, even then, like, yeah, you can see movies where there's long scenes of people walking and and not talking, just establishing shots. They're walking through environments. Environmental storytelling is happening, like Shadow of the Colossus, but as a movie, right? But that's certainly not what this is. And I don't know, that's such a niche thing that, like, The average movie doesn't have scenes like this that just go on forever. Where did you get the idea that this was fine? And why even make this as a film? Donald Farmer just wanted to jerk off to some women fucking seizing. So, like, just fucking record that, honestly. Like, if you're gonna... If that's all you need, just do that. What's the fucking pretense? What is the point of this? There's no story being told here. There doesn't seem to be any story. Why would you even make this? Other than maybe it's like weird, creepy reasoning. I don't know. Hollywood really extends far. Jesus Christ. So we're just following this guy. All the famous movies that have just had 40-minute shots of a guy walking in the woods uninterrupted. Back at the fucking county fair, but it's all disassembled now. Really loud music is back. I think it's the rap song from the beginning. Yeah, it's just him and the... Right.
We'll start your first lesson, okay?
Could not we have started the movie with his first lesson, or his second or third lesson, or... Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. We'll start tomorrow. We're 21 minutes and 12 seconds in. Da 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 da. We're quite a ways in. You didn't start the film with his first lesson. Why start it where you did? Why even start it there? Where's the story begin? Is there a story? Is there a story? Like, I guess there's no real place to start your fucking video from. To start your movie. To start your film. Your film. If there's no story, I guess there's no obvious place to fucking start that story, right? So, yeah. Just whatever. Just, it starts with one day, he just wakes up and he meets this guy and, you know, 2 hours later, maybe some stuff happens, I don't know. You know, after the movie's over.
It'll be early in the morning. 6 o'clock. I'd like to do 5 o'clock, but 6 o'clock's good enough.
The Groom Wizard. Homeless Kenobi.
What's that?
Don't grab his hand. Oh boy.
I'm right behind you. I got your back.
Yeah, okay, so I mean on the one hand, like there's nothing inherently creepy about a little kid and his, like, elderly master or whatever. Karate Kid, right? However, comma, I don't know. There's a lot of, like, hand-holding and stuff in this so far. And that on top of the other creepy shit. I think I have the volume boosted here. That's the problem. Well, I need the volume boosted because most of the time they're really quiet, but then they kick in with this loud-ass music. Gonna turn it back down. Real-time audio mixing. Jesus Christ. Why I'm not in full screen. Master Homeless Son, please take us from the woods. We won't learn much here, I don't think. Are you sure, Mr. Homeless Sama? We need to hide away from all the other people? You can't teach me anything around other people. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, whatever you say, old man. I don't know, I would assume that maybe... charitably, I'm assuming that the random fucking side interlude about the little girls at the fucking county fair was maybe supposed to be like his sisters or something. I went back because... well, there is some stuff here with him with these other girls, it looks like. Yeah, like they know each other, so they are side characters in this. It's just, it doesn't feel that way, because none of these people feel like characters. Yeah, I just don't like this shot, though. I just don't care for this shot, really. And And this whole film and everything about it is pretty odd. It's just pretty odd. I just don't know. I think he's fine where he is. He's still just watching, but he's aware. He is present. He is present as this is happening. He is aware. He has risen. He has awoken. Gundalf. Oh yeah, ride it. Kid, you're gonna scrape your knees. Be careful. Okay, get your hand away from there. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? See, the thing is like, I think what I'm trying to reach for when I'm like, there's nothing inherently creepy about this. Like, if it was a real movie and it was real actors, it would be easy enough to be like, yes, there would be the jokes, but it would be like, at least this is like a story with, there's like art. This is inescapably just a strange couple of like adults filming a child in the woods. And who knows how many adults there are that are like this kid's caregivers. I mean, this is very odd. This is just very odd. It's impossible to forget that this is just a bunch of weirdos surrounding a child with a camera in the woods. I don't care for this.
Who's those
Push him!
people down there?
That's our reflections in the water.
I didn't know you looked that funny. That's gotta, no, we're not that. It's gotta be the water making us look funny.
Love how quiet it gets. How fucking quiet it gets when the shitty music stops making noise.
That's gotta, no, we're not that. It's gotta be the water making us look funny. Think we look that funny?
Amazing fucking editing. What the fuck? I'm having a seizure and a stroke at the same time. Yeah, it's cool that they didn't show the reflection in the water because they probably couldn't. So we just have to assume that there was a reflection. Our brain does all of the, you know... It leaves it up to your imagination. That's better. You like the Chinese takeout font, by the way?
Max. Right here. Okay, Grasshopper. You ready? Okay, arms out. This is gonna help you with balance. You put the first beam in the front. Now keep that. Balance.
Random shot of a plant. You love the random... Guys...
You put the first beam in the front. Now keep that.
Guys, it's like less than a second you get a random shot of a fern. Why is there a fucking picture? Why is there just a shot of this fern? Why? Nothing's happening here. There's nothing going on here. Is this relevant?
Now keep that. Balance.
What the fuck?
I want you to hold that for 10 minutes. I'll be back. You just wait. I add 2 more.
I love the word fern. There's somebody in chat named an average fern. Yeah, is that you? Did we just zoom in on you, the average fern? Was that you?
Your burden gets twice as heavy, but you get twice as
Fern jump scare.
Can you handle it?
Yeah, they might have paid money for that specific fern to be used. That's like a... That's a famous fern, goddammit. That fern did RoboCop and now it's here. You better be thankful you got fern shot. Fuck you.
Okay, I'll be back.
Fern fiction. Why are you just loading this kid up with lumber? What the fuck is going on? It's for balance, whatever. Take this lumber and stand here for a bit. I gotta go shoot some guys. Based in fern build.
We take all the incidentals of life. They come, the numbers.
Here, take more sticks.
You okay?
Wow, kid, you're really becoming a bundle of sticks right now.
Try to stay firm. No.
Try to stay firm. You know, before long, you might be holding on to a full...
Coming. This is how life, when it comes, when it rains, it pours. Max, concentrate on being balanced. Don't think about the weight. You're concentrating on the balance. Don't drop any. Don't let them fall.
Why can't I hold all these logs?
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's more strength than balance. He watches. Yeah, this is Captain Alex and his VR recruits. This is what he imagines his VR training regimen would be, right? You know, it's like it's in, you know, maybe there's some more. I always imagined that there would be one of those, like, you know, the thing where you run through the tires in the boot camp. So imagine there's one of those just off screen. But, like, yeah, he would just be standing there, and maybe his outfit, maybe his customized VR chat avatar provided for him because he has spina bifida, so he deserves it, looks like this. And then, yeah, he's just, this is perfect. And this is exactly what VR chat looks like, too. This is exactly what it looks like, as far as he knows. So, yeah, I could definitely see it. I could see it.
Okay, Max, did you learn? Yeah. Balance, did very good. Okay, bring the firewood. Come follow me.
This kid... I know we can't, like, make fun of child actors, so I'm not going to. You know, I feel sorry that this kid... I feel sorry that this kid has a family that would allow him to be part of this. That is how I'm looking at things. However, the kid, in the way that he's utilized in this movie, I like this one shot, looks like he doesn't have a fucking jaw. It's like his upper lip and then his chin got, like, ripped off by a bear. That's terrible. That's just terrible. Or he's got his mouth really far open. That is also terrible, actually. The way that they're using him in this movie is, I mean, he has nothing. He has no character. He's just, yes, sir. Whatever, sir. Yes, sir. I have learned, sir. He doesn't really do anything. This kid sucks. I mean, the old guy sucks too, but I mean, like, the old guy at least, I don't know, he's the take charge guy, so he kind of feels like he's got something going on. This kid is like hypnotized or something. It adds a whole other layer of creepiness. It's like the kid's being fucking brainwashed to do this, you know, by The Simpsons.
Don't drop the firewood now, Max. We need all that. We gotta build a fire.
Chin cell child. Yeah, the fern had some real backstory. Anyway, here's where we sacrifice this fucker. Salila Sawadi. This was a very famous tree. This one was actually in Gone with the Wind. Yeah, I bet you didn't know that. I bet you're all fake cinema people. Cinema. You don't even understand. Oh my god, the music. Turn down the volume to 6%. Oh, never mind.
We're practicing. Why do I spend so much time with the muck? We're practicing every day, Taekwondo. This is the only time that
I love when the foreigner who wants to make American movie gives the natural-born American people a script that sounds like it's broken English from Google Translate. We are practicing every day to be karate warrior.
Time to do stuff because I'm training with Taekwondo all day.
All day.
Guess what? What? I was at the carnival with Jessica yesterday. I was telling her how much you like her. I caught a fish.
There's like an attempt at making some kind of romance thing happen with these children, and yet the children don't seem to want any part of it. It's very strange.
If you like her, just go over there.
The last time that, I think this is the girl she was with at the carnival, and she was like, Max likes you, and she was just like, I want to eat cotton candy! More shots of... So again, grown adult man filming children at a school right now.
Do you like her? Oh, she's pretty. I know, but I'm shy. Go talk to her. No.
Oh boy, some of these shots. How about that?
She's really, really pretty. I know, but...
What are we supposed to be getting from this? This is so... I don't believe Vitaly Versace is like a pedophile, but this is... I don't know what I'm supposed to get from this film. Is this... I guess it's a ripoff of Karate Kid at its core, but it really feels like the bigger element here is just fucking filming children. It's... I don't know.
Wow. You really like her.
We're just at a school. There's like an adult over here. Some fucking Katrina over here with like trailer park hair is she's watching her kids. But I don't know, like, I have to, especially in this scenario, there was absolutely a part where he had to be like, I'm making movie! I film children for movie! And then he shows them Born into Mafia, and they're just like, oh, Mr. Versace, I didn't realize, my bad, I'm sorry. I watch that film every year with my father.
You're not really shy at all, really. Yes, I am. You're not shy. Yes, I am. Oh, wow, you are really shy then. I know I am. You're not shy at all. Yes, I am.
Movie!
You're handsome. I mean...
Good, we got that shot repeated again. That awkward, low-angle shot of a child.
If you like her, just go over there.
This is, by the way,
Why?
This is basically every scene from Born into Mafia, but with adults. In that film, almost every scene, at least from what I've seen of it in multiple videos I've seen talking about it, I haven't watched it myself, to be fair, but every scene that I have seen of that film, Born into Mafia, is basically two people talking in circles. Like Vitaly just said, so this scene is about, I don't want to join the Mafia because I don't want to kill people. I want to be a doctor or a lawyer. And my dad feels that I should join the Mafia, and he's groomed me for this position to join the Mafia after he dies. And then they just do that. They just talk about that with no other direction for like 10 minutes. And that's every scene in Born into Mafia. And so now you're seeing just a microcosm of that. You know, when we don't have just long shots of the people walking in the woods, you get, why don't you go talk to her? Don't you like her? I do. It's just I'm shy. Yeah, but just go talk to her. Don't you like her? Yeah, but I do. But I'm shy.
I'm shy. She's really, really pretty.
But she's pretty! You have failed to acknowledge that she is pretty, sir!
You're not that shy at all. Yes, I am. I am really shy. Why can't you just go over there and say hi?
Hey guys, I can hear you talking over there. You're not being subtle, and it's pretty loud, and it's a little weird, actually. It's kind of off-putting.
Keep fine. Go.
Good look at the camera, child.
Go talk to her.
Oh, he's about to put on the Riz. Yeah, it's Vitaly Versace directed Hawk Jones. It's two best of the worst movies. For those, again, that don't know, Hawk Jones is a film made in, like, the 80s, which was, the gimmick was, it was like a detective, it was like a buddy cop detective crime kind of thing, but it was exclusively starring children in all of the roles. And there were apparently also some moments in that were, like, sexual tropes of that type of movie, but because it's all children, it's a little bit awkward. But for the most part, that one, apparently, it's just kind of like, it's a little bit wholesome. It's, you know, it's kind of what this feels like it's trying to do, but it's Vitaly Versace, so it's you know, just a bunch of fucking nonsense. It's just a bunch of shit.
What's your name? My name's Jessica. And my name is Matt.
Hi, Zara. This is not Darman. This is 2 steps below Darman. This is Vitaly Versace. He make American movie. Don't worry about it.
I don't get it.
Right, so, yeah, so there's a romance subplot then with these kids. Maybe the reason, trying to piece together the plot, maybe the reason he's training with the creepy old man is because he wants to, like, have confidence or something. Come on, give me... Oh, goodness God me. Why do we need ragtime music? Does this really go with the scene? I feel like I'm developing autism. Like, what am I supposed to feel right now? I have no emotional understanding of the world anymore. Ragtime right now, sure. You should just play Through the Fire and Flames. Why not? 99 Problems. Like, what else? It would all work. Reminding everybody this, by the way, this movie is called The Ebony Sensei. Also known as the Taekwondo Kid. It has 2 names. The sensei, of course, is very white. He looks like an old man. He looks like a cranky old white man who would be like at a bar or something, who they paid him like $20 to be in this thing. And then I guess the kid is like, I don't know, Mexican? I don't know who the Ebony Sensei is. Maybe it's not referring to that. Maybe he's got like an ebony fucking... like, powerful stone that he gives him superpowers. I don't know. I would love to know what that even means. Even the title makes no sense.
My mom's death, and it's really boring at home, and this kid is picking...
Can you mic the fucking kid? If you're gonna force the kid to be in the movie, can you give him a microphone? My mom's dead?
So tell me more about your family.
My mom's death, and...
My mom's deaf or dead?
It's really boring at home, and this kid is picking on me at school.
I know you have this one problem with this one young man, bullying you. Well, you're the little guy, and that happens, but you know life is balance. And I can teach you some defense, but I don't want you to use to bully other people. The idea is to peace and be kind. See, this bully, he's a little insecure probably. And he wants to take it out on you just because you're the littlest. But that's how life is. Just like when you see in the forest, you see the rabbits and the squirrels and the birds.
That's another famous little sapling right there. I think they're trying to give us some kind of circle of life shit at this point. There's a bully. He's gonna stand up to his bully at school. I can't wait for the Butch the Bully moment. It's gonna be fucking groundbreaking.
See the rabbits and the squirrels and the birds. They're all working together, but sometimes the one big bird gets all the seed.
Yeah, your mom's not deaf, kid. You just need to speak up.
Sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you. You know, just like the berries you have sometimes.
Like sometimes the bird gets the worm, sometimes the bird doesn't get the worm.
There you go. See, you're quite the philosopher at the young age, my little mosquito.
I want to be the
my little mosquito.
Taekwondo kid. I want to be the best Taekwondo kid in the world. Can you teach me some Taekwondo?
My little mosquito, I'm going to teach you to be the best that you can be. And that's good enough. And I'm going to teach you all kinds of martial arts. I'm going to teach you all kinds of things that have nothing to do with the martial arts.
What are you going to teach him, sir? How many things are you going to teach him?
I'm going to teach you about life. Patience. Look at Mother Nature. You think this happened over there? Patience. This tree starts out as a little tree.
Gonna teach you all about...
Be patient, my little mosquito. You're such a young
It's just gonna teach you all about life and the circle of life and the way things work and how, you know...
Yet. You have so much to accomplish in your lifetime. But first, we're going to help you defend yourself. That'll be a start. Sure, I will help you. Okay, now my mosquito, I must take you home to your mother. She's got to be worried about you. But I will be in your life.
Yeah, take him back to the mother. That's a good idea. Yeah, someone points out that mosquitoes suck blood and are annoying, so, you know, I don't know that it's a good thing to be called my little mosquito. It's like, oh, my little tadpole. Oh, I guess tadpole at least has better connotations than mosquito. My little mold spore, you're growing so fast. Oh.
I'll see you every day, every week.
Are we gonna get to see the mom here? Does the mom exist? The deaf mom?
We will have exercises. We will eat together. What do you like for breakfast?
I like cereal. What do
Cereal.
you like for dinner?
Oh, I like the quail. A good snake is very nutritious from time to time.
Uh-huh. Was this written? Or is this written dialogue? Or are they just masterful stuff, Vitaly? You really know what's going on.
Yeah, snake. Never had snake. Well, maybe I'll have to introduce you to snake. We just had that one for supper.
Oh boy. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
That's why I was
Vitaly,
trying to fish that one out.
do not introduce this boy. This is not good. This is not good. I have a feeling that this has already fucked this kid up. This kid looks despondent and like he's checked out, like he's disassociated. Maybe that's just because he's a fucking kid, but I'm sure nothing bad has really happened. I hope. But even still, this is something that he will grow up to probably feel weird about, the fact that he was forced to be in this movie with this weirdo. Like, teaching him about snakes and fucking...
It kept on going.
But we must take a journey home for you. You can introduce me to your mother.
Isn't that a beautiful day?
You can introduce me to your mother. I guess so. Yeah, I guess. Introduce. Right. Well, he's gonna fuck the kid's mom. We've figured that much out.
Why do you eat ice cream so slow? We already finished with it. Enjoy it. That's why.
Oh, this is the fucking Chad kid. This is the bully. This kid is Butch the bully, everyone.
It's gonna melt if you try to enjoy it. Yeah,
Up.
that's rude.
Up.
Sup, lover boy? Don't touch him.
Wait, what just happened? The director told the kids to get up, not this kid.
It's gonna melt if you try to enjoy it. Yeah,
Up.
that's rude. Sup, lover boy?
Yeah, that was not... Why couldn't the kid... Why did the kids need to stand up for this interaction to happen? Like, artificially out of nowhere, a mandatory part of the script was Vitaly telling the kids to randomly stand up right there, so that this kid could then, like, shove Taekwondo kid a bit. Couldn't the Taekwondo kid, like, couldn't the bully have just showed up and been like, hey, loser, and, like, I don't know, this kid could have stood up then, and then he could have pushed him. There's a much more natural way of doing this than this.
Sup, lover boy? Don't touch him.
Now we get some Zack Snyder. As long as the ice cream doesn't get destroyed. He just sits back down like a loser. Yo, the ice cream!
My ice cream!
Oh, now he's shirtless. So the kid bullies... I'm sorry, this is so Lightbringer all of a sudden. Because he comes along, he picks a fight with Taekwondo Kid. And then Taekwondo Kid's like, yeah, never mind, I'm gonna sit back down. I don't want any of this heat. I don't want any of this fire. And then he just settles for destroying the ice cream. This is literally like, do whatever you want to the girl, but just don't hurt me!
Ice cream! My ice cream!
Right, so he's gone from mosquito to grasshopper now. That's good. Yeah, I do like the slacks and fucking Crocs or whatever that he's wearing under this Obi-Wan can blow me hood. Why is the kid shirtless now? Did we need that? Was that necessary? Because it was already pretty bad and creepy already.
Evil.
Already.
The negative and the positive. It's all balanced. You can be stronger, but you're better to be balanced. If you're balanced, you'll be able to defend yourself and your friends. You don't get power to bully people, you get power to defend.
Well, it wasn't even defending him. It was... You need power to not be a little bitch and allow someone to, instead of harassing you, harass one of your friends who's just standing next to you. That was pretty pathetic, kid.
The attacker, you defensive.
Thank God we're back to the little kids at school. Yeah, when are we gonna get some more Fern service? I'm sick of all of this. Chad Kid! Chad Kid is gonna ruin their day. I like the 2 seconds of, like, Sonic music that we heard for no reason. That was the theme of being a child, I guess.
Sup, lover boy?
Okay, we just had this scene. You literally already said sup lover boy to him. This is the same scene. Does he just say that every time? What is with movie bullies? They're getting worse. God damn it, Vitaly.
Stop
Wait,
it!
what was that music? Wait, was that music special? Kevin MacLeod, I guess? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, we need more Fern service. Wait, what just happened? Oh, pink shirt. Knocked
Stop
her down. Pink shirt. The white shirt was happy with, this is like this girl, I'm gonna call her Psycho Mantis, because she reminds me of the Psycho Mantis girl from the Darman videos. Psycho Mantis was all telling them to stop it until the other kid got knocked down, and now she wants the bloodlust. She's all about this. Yeah, body slam!
Stop it!
Never mind, she came to her senses. Okay, so it sounds like they all, well, no, his friend saved him. And then he just got like a cheap shot in on him. But I guess he's still learning. By the end, they'll be able to put that fucking kid in a coma. At best.
It's mine. Mine. I say it's mine. I say it's mine. Mine. I'm on it then. Okay, then get off it. Now. Yes. Don't hit me.
Yeah, it's just little kids playing at this point. There's no plot. I mean, I guess, well... Okay, the plot is the kid wants to, like, defend himself from bullies, and he's got, like, 2 friends. And for some reason, all the kids are Mexican? I don't know. Maybe they're all... Oh god, what if they're all... They all look like they could be related. What if they're all just, like, siblings, and and yet the plot is still just, like, you know, pairing him up with this other girl? They all look... pretty similar, like, you know, similar age or whatever, like skin color, whatever. I know I'm racially profiling some children. I'm just saying I would not be surprised if it turned out that these were like one parent with like 3-4 children, maybe the bully kid as well, who are just like, oh yeah, well this will be great. They can play all the roles, you know. You see that sometimes with the families that are just like, oh, all of my children were exclusively made to be Hollywood stars. So maybe it's something like that. It might not be, but, I mean, yeah, I guess loosely the plot is he's trying to impress this girl and not be shy, and then there's a bully. And it kind of seems like they've already dealt with the bully and no one cares about him, really. I mean, like, I guess he cares, but... This girl doesn't respect the bully. This girl has already fucking bodied the bully. She's already knocked him down and kicked his ass. So like, there's like not even any stakes. If you want to say there's a plot, maybe, but there's no stakes for sure.
And then she dropped all my stuff. Okay, that's funny. I want to pull out your hair.
Yeah, they're Vitaly's kids.
In kindergarten,
Vitaly owns these children now. Great costuming decision, by the way, giving both of these girls the same color of shirt. Super cool. They look like it's basically like the same girl standing next to her, but she's like a little shorter. So we got more stuff with the monk. The monk they're playing. Okay, this is a scene at home, it looks like. I want to see this. I want to see his deaf mom. Let's see here. Oh, come on. Play that damn video. Wow, it's the creek again. We've seen that before. Oh my god. Hi. And then they look at the camera. And then now it's time to go. Now we can play Sorry, which is already set up here.
There are 3 reasons why you shouldn't pretend like nothing is happening. You should tell your mom, or anybody.
What? What is going on? What are you reading this from, sir? What is this cue card saying?
What do you mean I can see you?
Don't make the same mistakes I did. I'm not here.
How come I see you?
You're the only one.
Oh, this is his, like, dead brother or something? I think maybe he meant his... I think maybe what he said when he mumbled was, my brother is dead. Not my mother is deaf, but it was, like, impossible to hear. I think maybe it's his dead brother? Or somebody who's dead. It's a ghost of some sort, it seems like.
And I can't see. I committed suicide. And I'm here to help you.
I can't believe you committed suicide. Yeah, I committed suicide and I just wanted to say sorry. The plot shittens. Yeah, this is suddenly super dark for something that is starring children and everything. I hope it doesn't get more into suicide territory and, like, deaths and stuff. That's... Again, it's fine if it's in a script that's written by a real fucking writer and it's not just... Okay, now you go pretend to have dead brother now! Now make movie magic! Cool music. Great music. Love it. Love the music. Oh, we're done with the music. Good stuff. Thanks, Vitali. You just keep hitting those home runs, Vitali! Someone says this is actually Kino.
You wanna play?
Flashing lights warning. Oh my god, loud noises, trigger warnings, loud noises! You know, the Fallout TV show was criticized for playing too much of the songs. They played too much of, like, the 50s music. There was one part where they would have... This was one I noticed. They had, like, one song that played, and then there was, like maybe 10 seconds of silence and sound effects, and then there was just another song very, very quickly thereafter. And they were both, like, licensed 50s songs. And this thing has the exact opposite problem. It starts a bunch of music, and then it just stops it fucking 2 seconds later, out of nowhere. Good stuff.
I was bullied too. I know how you
feel. Oh, I get it, because we're seeing the shot where the brother isn't there, but he sees the... I'm assuming it's brother. I think he said my brother is dead and not my mother is deaf. And now we've got little kids twirling. Cool, cool. More with him and the guy. And now the guy and him are at school. And now we've got oh boy, now we have him watching this child who's barely dressed doing a bunch of weird movements. All alone in the park. This is not getting better. This is not getting less creepy. Monk is just over there, just having a good time, Yeah, he loves it. The monk just loves it. Good stuff. More of this. Very cool, Vitaly. Very cool, Vitaly. Oh, now we get action, Monk. Hang on. There's some business. Some stuff's happening. There might have been a squirrel or something. The fern might have moved. God damn it, play the video. Why does it do this? Why can't this website has one job, play videos? Well, I don't think we're gonna find out what the fuck is happening, but he's just doing some stuff. He's acting. He's gonna do a big jump, a big leap. One small step for Monk. Never mind. That's just done. Alright, back to the shirtless child. Awesome, Vitaly. We can see what your focus was in this film. Here's more extended sequences of the guy walking and doing nothing. Really cool stuff. We're getting through this thing. We're almost done. Wow, that's incredibly quiet there, fucker.
Carve this out. So watch your slipperiness there. Yeah,
watch your slipperiness there.
Little carving, but not master carving. Why? Did you ever think of wanting to carve too?
Yeah.
What would you like to carve? What would you carve out of this? What do you see there? Usually you can see it in the piece. You see. I see maybe a great big serpent or maybe an alligator. Crocodile up here.
Yeah, talk to him about snakes some more.
Be like a bear coming. I don't know. But I do little things, little knickknacks. I do the walk and go. This is the bowl. Look at that. See the water gets in there and see all this.
Breaks really.
Looks like some type of insulation of some sort. Can't carve that though. We'll find something to carve. If you see a piece of wood, you know. Gotta maybe make your walking stick. You haven't seen my walk. I've got several walking sticks through the years.
Jesus Christ. What is this now? Are they inside in a location? It looked like they were inside. Oh my goodness gracious me. So, I guess the next stage of his training was to just, like, start fighting people in real Taekwondo. And now you've got just other random kids here, too. And an instructor who I guess was okay with all of this. This is the bully kid, and then I think this is the other friend girl, and... yeah, they're all here. Everyone is here. Real production value, people. They filmed at a real dojo. Amazing stuff. Still better action than Batman Begins, you know? Yep, it's little kids getting black belts. That's awesome. Awesome. And here's... is this just an advertisement for the school? What the fuck is this? Yeah, just go to the TKD Academy, I guess, to train your children just like this. Oh god, that's probably pretty identifiable, isn't it? Did he just, like, dox this move? Oh boy. Oh, and it's good music for this, everyone. Oh. Oh! Great Karate-sama! Onegaishimasu! Taekwondo! Cool. Was this filmed in a pagoda or just near one? I'm not sure, but here's the bully kid. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fitting at least. I guess it's more fitting than some stuff has been. So I'm not going back for it, but I think that might have had this kid's actual name on it when he picked up that fucking thing. This is not good. You don't... This is such a shame. It's such a good thing that George Anton here has 32 views on this cool movie. I don't know what role George Anton played, but I know it's a Vitaly Versace film, apparently. It's his movie. So, I don't know, George Anton might just be like, he might have done the editing or something. I don't know, but I know they're friends. Yeah, does this sound like Korean traditional music? Because it is Taekwondo, right? I mean, we're very unsure about that. It's a karate film, but also it's called the Taekwondo Kid, and this place is a Taekwondo school, but it is playing like China music, like Chinese fucking, you know. So I don't know. I guess I don't know what Korean traditional music sounds like, but it's probably not quite like that. Yeah, we get a very long extended shot of this kid going to change his clothes or whatever. It's cool. It's good stuff. And now we're back to the monk. Who are these kids? Are these the same kids? No, it's Bully Kid and some other unfortunate girl that he roped into this fucking thing. Is that Bully Kid? I'm not sure, but here's just some more children, I guess. We have now a slightly older demographic of children that this guy's creeping on in public. Asia.wav. Is that the Bully Kid? I'm pretty sure it is the bully. Okay, I think it is, yes. So the Bully Kid just has like another girlfriend who was not introduced up until this point, I guess. Boy, this is this is America hell right here. This is just American Strode freeway hell. This is disgusting. This is the worst fucking place. Yeah, no, I guess there's just a random other girl here now. Alright, Bully. We're humanizing the bully. Butch the Bully is now the main character of the movie. Riz Kid. Is he wearing... He is. He's wearing socks and flip-flops. What the fuck is that? No, that's worse than socks and sandals. That's socks and flip-flops. That is disgusting. I mean, socks and sandals... you know, people joke about it. It's not that bad. Socks and flip-flops? I mean, that's almost as bad as socks and Crocs at that point. At least that rhymes. High socks, too. Slides? I don't know what the fucking Zoomer broccoli heads call their shoes now. Fuck off. We're just still doing this, huh? Where did this come from? Who is this girl? Why are we young loving these kids? What the fuck? This is not a girl who was who ever played a role in this movie before. She was not... I don't think this girl ever showed up. This is the Bully Kid. But this this girl never showed up. Maybe she appeared briefly at the fucking karate taekwondo dojo. I don't know, but Coomer Sensei is just like jerking it in the woods over here, so he's not even involved, but... Okay, what is... Oh, God. Oh, my God. What is this now? He's now shirtless and you're near a pool? What the fuck is this? There's no way you can tell me that this isn't creepy. No, fuck that. There's not... I was trying at first, like, okay, you know, just this character dynamic doesn't have to be creepy, but it sure is. But it sure is here, though. It really sure is here. You know, it's not bucking the fuck, it's not beating the allegations that old man with little kid is in and of itself something to be questioned and very, very suspicious of. You know, I think that there's still a place for the Batman, you know, takes kid as ward type of thing. I think that that's, maybe there's a story you can tell with it. I hate the fact that Robin has been shafted so hard. No pun intended. Because people think it's weird now that Batman has, like, a kid that he adopts, basically, which, like, I guess it is, but I don't know. There's a lot of stories that explain why that's not so crazy. So I looked at it in that way, like, you know, maybe, but no, it's really played as far as it can into the direction of this being very fucking suspicious. This is really suspicious. It's very suspicious that Vitaly made this. This actor guy who's just watching all of this, he's also a fucking weirdo. Vitaly being this close to this kid in the shots is weird. Why are they at a pool? Why did they let this monk man into a fucking, like, hotel? What the fuck is happening now? This is off the rails. Yeah, they're at like a fucking hot tub. It's not even a pool, it's a hot tub. It's old man with child with at a hot tub, and there's no lifeguard on duty. You can see that right there. I don't think they're related. The guy doesn't look like the kid. He looks like fucking Frank Lapidus from Lost, but in a weirdo robe. Here he is dealing with his sin. He's all alone with his thoughts and God now. Someone says the twist is the sensei is the suicide brother. Remember, this is the ebony sensei, everyone. My fellow fam. This sensei is do be looking quite ebony right now. Dough. I don't... Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know if I see it, really, myself. Yeah, he's self-soothing. Let me get, and now he's, like, putting his fucking hands to his nose as if he's, like, about to sneeze or something. What is he doing? Oh, he's praying. That's a prayer. He's praying to his gods. His various gods. Great. Oh my goodness, God gracious, we see him come out of the thing. Oh, holy shit. It's an Iron Wrath video all of a sudden. Arg? Okay, so I mean this music does fit pretty well. However, let me see here. Oh, because we're in all caps, right? Yeah, we just need a little bit of this. He will break down the barriers. He will take the fight to man. He will dab on the villains. A new enemy is in town, ladies and gentlemen, and he is coming for your children in more ways than one. Featuring special guest, the Wheat. He begins his journey into the forest once more. Oh, never mind, it's all over. Never mind, we're done with the cool moment. He's just monk guy again. It sucks again, never mind. He had a real moment there. He really had a moment there, but it's a shame. Now it's like Banjo-Kazooie music. What the fuck is happening? I like the fucking butt rock it played during the little kids' Taekwondo. You know, it's like little kids playing Taekwondo, and he just got, "Oh, are you ready to go?" It was just really, really good stuff. And now we've got like, yeah, this like Sly Cooper soundtrack. You know, there was like epic fucking Chinese traditional music. There's every type of like Kevin MacLeod royalty-free thing that he's got available. Yeah, they're upskirting him. I do like the silly hijinks music. It's good. You think of all the amount of time in Kingdom Hearts, the whole series, that you could cut out of that series if you just removed every time when characters look at each other and go, Sora! Riku! And just say each other's names, basically. It's similar to this, where, you know, how much of this would you... I mean, what would you even keep in is the question. I don't think there would be a film if you just... If you edited this any more than it has been. I'm amazed at what did they choose to keep out in this? Like, yeah, get rid of the 40 minutes of him just sitting there on a fucking log or walking through the forest. And what are you left with? A bunch of other shit that shouldn't be there and should also be cut from the fucking movie. I guess at its core, you need the Taekwondo, the bully kid. Yeah, the 20-minute interlude with the bully kid and his young love in the fucking hotel parking lot by the highway. You know, that was really necessary. I feel like we could have cut that. I guess, yeah, if you edit this anymore, I mean, that's the amazing thing is that it was edited. So, like, they did eventually they had to have edited out, like, bad takes, but I'm sure there wasn't any moment when they were like, no, this scene's no good, we can't use this. Like, they used everything to some extent, so, I mean, editing might be a bit subjective here, I don't know. Left out the molesting scenes. Well, yeah, you gotta sign up to... You gotta sign up to George's $10 a month subscription service, maybe for... No, that's not fair. That's probably not true. I'm not suggesting that the guy who uploaded this is up to anything. I don't even know what his role in the production of this is. I don't think he's this guy, because he also has an accent. He was the guy who we saw drunkenly explaining the history of the world to us in a slapshot fashion. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe he produced it. I don't know. Maybe he's just uploading it. I know they're friends. Nose to tail editing. I want to kill myself. So we're basically done. Like, the movie has pretty much reached its climax. Like, was the guy training in the woods, was him, like, swinging a stick around, was that the climax of the film? Well, I mean, let's not make any jokes about what the real climax of the film was, but yeah, eventually it just kind of peters out, I guess. Like, he talks to the brother again, but then he gets a phone call. Ah, yes, Mr. President!
Yeah, hello. What happened to Max?
What? This is okay. So I think I'm confused. So the little kid got something happened to him. To be continued. Oh, I still have very quiet Ghost Love score playing. Good for me. Yeah, to be continued. Vitaly Versace directed. So yeah, it ends on a cliffhanger, I guess you could say. It ends on the Chinese takeout font, to be continued, cliffhanger. Something bad happened to Max. Well, good. It sounds like something finally fucking happened then. That's great. I'm happy to hear it. I look forward to the sequel where something happens. That's awesome. Wow. That was awful. That was, I hope Vitaly gets Ebola. That was pretty bad. It wasn't, I mean, it wasn't interesting for the reasons one would assume it should be interesting for, you know? Like, it was interesting for a lot of reasons, but not for the ones that he probably wanted them to be, wanted it to be interesting. It's quite fucking something. Thank you, Vitaly. Thank you, George Anton. I'm sure I'll look more into their productions at some point because, you know, my father got shot, and, you know, I have to take over the family business now, and, you know, I just have to. I was born into mafia, but I don't want to be in mafia. I want to be like, you know, like a doctor or a lawyer or someone people can respect or something, you know. I want to make big American movie. So yeah, you know, I think that was it was a pretty good big American movie, I'd say. $5 from Mike Kreutzberg. Oni plays Dinosaur Savers video. Chris and Zach randomly encounter user content. Watch at your leisure. Thank me later. Well, how usery is it? Hang on. Let's see here. Dinosaur Savers. Well, I don't know which of the... Yeah, okay. Well, we won't watch it here. I don't know which of these ones it is. There's a few different dinosaur-related things here. I will probably watch it on my own time, and, you know, maybe that person has some funny content or something. I don't know. But, you know, that sounds fine. Thank you for the suggestion. $5 from Clunt Fecus. I walked into this halfway, and I feel like I could be just as lost as if I was here at the beginning. Well, that was 4 hours ago. I believe that was the Our Drawings movie. We've watched 2 movies today. It's great. Yeah, no, I mean, the whole stream has been a real body bag survival guide. $5 from Mikey Jesus. Hello, I'm the Dead Wing Dork, and I cringe at it, so you don't have to. There you go. I do. Well, you do too, though. That's always been... I never liked that catchphrase, because, like, we do have to. You remember, you made the video, fuckhead. You are sharing the process of you watching it with us. And by extension of me watching the video, yes, I do have to remember it. Or I guess, like, if you're too young to remember some things, you know, that's fine. I didn't remember a lot of what he talked about originally on that channel, you know, when it was his actual nostalgia and not just like people who like this movie have nostalgia for it and told me I should watch it. But he ran out of nostalgia stuff eventually, so it is fair. I mean, like, eventually there's just gonna be no more things that he can cover in that time frame, and, you know, I think it's fair to extend it beyond then. One of my favorite best of the worst, it's not really the best, like, video, you know, that the best movie they've ever watched. It's a little boring, but I like it because it's out of character for best of the worst, is the, I forget the name of it, but it's the one that was like, it was like the 60s, 70s horror movie with a guy with a turkey on his head. He starts fucking killing people, and it's like a Jesus movie or something. Some kind of like reefer madness drug thing too. It's not the era they normally do. It's like, yeah, when you extend a little back or like a little newer sometimes, it's always good, you know. The sweet spot for them is also like 80s and 90s stuff typically, just like it was for Nostalgia Critic back in the day. But, you know, every now and then you gotta watch a Clash at the College and a Ryan's Babe. 9 months membership from Kate, which is funny because I think it just said recently that you just became a member. So I think it realized that you've been a member for a while, but either way. Thank you for the membership. I thought this was a weird attempt at a prog rock opera. Not necessarily, but it could be. It could be made that way. It could be. $5 from Folger Kelly. Sorry, I totally dropped the ball on what type of funny action the movie had. Someone in Milk Barn, however, found a hypothetical hurricane wikia. Yeah, I mean, that sounds interesting. I'll look into that. Not right now, but, you know, next time. Maybe I'll keep that saved. Or maybe Tivy can put it on the list. Chekhov's Antlers has been a member for 9 months. Why would you ever do this to yourself? Thank you. Claw, there's a rabbit hole of user-like drama between comic artist pro secrets, Ethan Van Sciver, and Ripaverse, Eric July, pronouns guy is involved. Oh, I don't really care. I don't know. If I watch something about it that makes it seem funny, maybe, but I don't think I need to get involved in that. This just sounds very annoying. $10 from Jafer. Thank you, though. $10 from Jafer. 100% he's one of those people who thinks that literally every single piece of media is both political and is an exact reflection of the moral character of its creators. Suddenly, you're a Nazi. You didn't ask for this. Yeah. Well, everybody now seems to think that, you know, on all sides of any spectrum, seem to think that all media is either secretly trying to teach them things from people in power that they don't like, or it's like either one way or another, it's some kind of, you know, it's normalizing this, it's, you know, it has to, everything that comes out has to be critical of something and have some kind of fucking, you know, Twitter, you know, rant. Like, there was a video I almost would have looked at. I saw it yesterday. I started watching it. The channel looked like it might have been kind of annoying. It wasn't very interesting, though, and it was this video, the one that I clicked on anyway, it was called, like, Your Favorite Media Was Always Woke. And it was, like, unfortunately boring, but it was this very kind of, you know, fucking stupid video that was essentially trying to say the new X-Men show can't be criticized for being woke because the X-Men was always political. And it, like, completely omits the fact that back in the day when the X-Men was, you know, political in the 80s or whatever, you know, you didn't have fucking every other thing that existed under the sun also beating you over the head with the same fucking messages. You know, it was fine for X-Men to have a fucking political message because it was the one thing that did that. It was like, oh, that's interesting. Nowadays, it's understandable that people are kind of fucking sick of everything. And I mean, you know, hey, it is X-Men. At least that is, you know, fair. But also, it also sucks generally now. I mean, like, you used to get better political stuff. You used to get better, you know, Star Trek is the best example, where you used to get, like, Deep Space Nine. Someone pointed out yesterday I was talking about this on the Discord. I think it was yesterday. Someone pointed out, like, Deep Space Nine had an episode about public schools. And, you know, it was just like, you know, it was just talking about, like, public schooling and how that's important and why it's important and stuff like that. And then, like, the new fucking, what is it, Discovery, it had on, like, a presidential candidate from real-time Earth, real life. I think she was a candidate, Stacey Abrams. She just shows up, and it's just, go vote for this person! It's great stuff. It's really high-quality politics right there. $2 from Clunt Fecus. Here's some monies. Pick up a Dr. Strangelove DVD. Well, I'm more of a VHS collector, sir, but I could stand to watch that movie probably. I know it's one I'd probably like. I do remember my dad was watching it at one point, and I was in the room, and I was ostensibly watching it too, but I was like 13, and I was more interested in playing, I think it was Oddworld Stranger's Wrath on my Xbox at that time. So I was not really paying attention to Stanley Kubrick's Doctor Strangelove. No, I think it was actually Munch's Odyssey, not Stranger's Wrath, which is the one people don't like as much, so it's even worse. It's even worse. $2 from Mikey Jesus. Welcome to Atop the Dork Wall, where bad users burn. That's right, we're gonna fake you out or something. $5 from Myriad Hughes. If you want to see more weirdos like the guy who set himself on fire, look up sovereign citizens in court. He was a sovereign citizen. They're nuts. Well, I mean, I know about them. I haven't seen them in court, though. That does sound interesting. 3 months member from Reverend Cudgel. Oh, God. Now you'll never be able to leave! This guy has no reading comprehension. He takes everything at face value without understanding the point. He can use anything to justify his point. Yeah, that does seem to be the way. I cannot get... I'm still a bit fucking, as the kids say, stun-locked over that, just face value Doctor Strangelove reading. But it wasn't even that, too. It was, like, the Beatles songs that are pretty obviously, like, critical of this and that, but he would be like, no, this is supporting this thing. Very odd. Very, very odd. And I mean, ultimately it is just, you know, it's mental illness, but just saying that and wiping our hands of the thing doesn't really help to understand the crazy guy mind, which is what I seek to do. Let me see here. $2 from Echo Decay. I would recommend to watch Nero's Q. Neros? I don't know what that is. Let's see here. Nero's Q. Is this a response to Guru Larry? Oh, these are from years ago. Wow. These got some actual views, too. Nero's Q. So he hasn't made a video in 5 years. And it was in the span of 8 years ago to 5 years ago that he made videos. He made stuff targeted at response to... They're all responses. I'll just show you. Response to Rebel Taxi. New Powerpuff Girls is good. Critique the Critic with Nero's. Response to Rebel Taxi. New Powerpuff Girls is good. Nero's Part 2. Response to Pie Guy Rules. Don't like, don't watch can be a good argument. Nero's. Response to Anime America. Where's the effort? Shut up and breathe, Razor Fist. Guru Larry one. Does he have a jeans chain? What's with the jeans chain? Well, I mean, the only one of these that I really ever watched videos from is Guru Larry. But, okay. This video is leet. I'm obligated to inform you it's League. Never mind. It lost a second, so it's League now.
What the? Oh, dang. So, when I'm in the mood to watch a good old game review or return to some old school video games, one of the shows I like to watch is The Irate Gamer. What are you thinking? Oh, that ripoff of AVGN?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's more or less the long and short of it. Yeah. I was more thinking that guy who wound up making a ghost channel, but yeah. That's the obvious. Yeah.
No, that would be the Nostalgia Critic.
Oh.
I'm getting really annoyed at all.
Oh, he's saying, okay, I think he's subtly implying that AVGN ripped off Irate Gamer there. Or at the very least, that Irate Gamer was an original human being with original ideas, which I don't know if I agree with that.
All these YouTubers who like to bash and complain about the Irate Gamer show.
Off to a great
More specifically, this guy, Guru Larry. Larry made a video titled The Untold Rise and Fall Stories of 3 YouTube Gaming Channels. The first channel he lists is the Irate Gamer.
So that's what we're getting into, huh? Irate or I hate. Oh, I picked a good one. Not only is it a YouTuber I watch, but it's about a YouTuber I both used to watch and don't like now. I mean, I guess as a person he's probably fine. You know, I think his like ghost channel and puppet channel seem to be a little bit more, he's not stepping on anyone's toes there, making terrible videos.
And it seems he can't help but insert his own biased opinions and false facts into the video.
Yeah, he's beefing with a list.
So let's see what he has to say about the Irate Gamer.
I saw Milksteak say, should I buy Churro Oreos? And I read that as, should I buy Chrono Cross? Yes, you should. It's got good music.
Before we even get to the Irate Gamer, Larry, you don't seem to have a proper representation of yourself.
Yeah, where's your jeans chain, Larry? Come on.
In almost every video, you use this one still image. So what does that even give us to work with? You're a guy that smiles a lot, does lists, and is fat?
Oh man, this is good. This was a good suggestion. This is, I'm like Jeff Goldblum in the behind the scenes for the fucking Jurassic World. This is a good video. This guy's good. This guy's got some good stuff in this video.
Don't get mad at me. I have no idea what else you like. I'd much rather know what your personality is.
Yeah, he needs to know more about... This is a CinemaSins, by the way. I didn't notice this was CinemaSins. That's great. This is CinemaSins. And the first sin is that he's not a PNG tuber. That's extremely subjective to mark that as a sin. But I guess it's a CinemaSins person, so that's just par for the fucking course, right? You know.
Is he nice? Is he a jerk? What is he like? What does he dislike? Who is this guy? What's his name? Is he cool? Is he lame?
Okay, well, he is trying to win me over with the Pepper Ann references. I do appreciate that.
Well, that was weird. An example I like to use to define a character's personality is this. If a young girl would have fallen over, would your character ignore or help her? Would they tell her to be more careful? Would they ask if she's hurt? What else would they say or do?
What are you talking about, sir? It's a video about Irate Gamer.
For this girl. Keep in mind that...
What are you talking about, sir? Why is everybody a pedophile? I'm sure this guy's not, but why does it always come back to little kids in, like, distress? What the fuck is going on? I clicked on this video about Irate Gamer, and I still need the Sangi on the fucking screen. Why?
There is no wrong answer to this. It doesn't matter if they help her or not, this example just defines the character's personality. But if you can't figure out how a character would respond to a situation like this, then you have neglected to give your character a proper persona.
A character? Are you sure that it's not just him? Like, because that is just him. That's just a picture. Guru Larry's been in videos before. He's got a lot of videos where he's on screen and he's on camera, and you know, that's just kind of like a cartoon version of what he looks like. I wonder if Guru Larry saw this. Did he leave a comment? He did. The only reason I only have the one image of me is because I wanted the articles and information to be the star of the show, not me. Oh, and the Irate Gamer did respond. by sock puppeting as his own mother and accusing me. What the fuck? I hope that's true. Well, Larry's a good sport. He's a better sport about this than I would be at this point, but...
effectively making them more of a robotic tool, which is sadly what you appear to be, Guru Larry.
Yeah, Larry comments on a lot of things, and so it makes sense that he'd be here, but he's certainly not calling this guy a retard, which is very nice of him.
Now that that's out of the way.
We're on sin number 1, by the way.
Was he any good? Well, he wasn't the best, let's put it at that.
Personally, I wish you said I think he wasn't the best, as that more easily lets the viewer know it's your opinion and not a fact.
Oh my fucking god, people.
This user is also the opinion basher.
No story, no motive, no reason, and no background check. This is an extreme mega killer rant.
We're going to rant on a user. We have a new enemy in town.
It is becoming more insufferable.
They are the opinion bashers, people. Those people that don't like Irate Gamer, they are the opinion bashers. You know, he didn't clearly denote that this was his opinion, his opinion. So people are just going to think that that's just fact. And that's his fault. That's Larry's fault. That people have been misled by him into thinking that it's a fact that he was not good. Which is true. But in this guy's opinion, he likes Irate Gamer. So, therefore, opinion basher. Right.
And on a side note, to people who put a disclaimer in their videos about their statements being opinions, you know that doesn't make everything you say an opinion, right? Sometimes opinions are connected to statements that can be wrong. Like saying birds suck because none of them can fly. The first part is an opinion, but it's followed by evidence that can be easily proven wrong.
Oh, this is a Redditor, isn't he?
If you love something, you should set it free. Now that's an opinion.
Often criticized.
What the fuck are you talking about? I really feel sad that this guy hasn't uploaded in 5 years. That sucks.
For his terrible.
At least he's left the videos up for us.
Research.
Larry, if you want to talk about terrible research, check that script you wrote. All you showed was an image of him commenting saying that the Sega Master System was made to compete with the NES. That actually is true, you know. It was created as a contender in the 8-bit era against various systems, like the Atari 7800 XE and the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Getting super actually, that's good.
This info might be a bit skewed, but it is correct.
Irrelevant references and hilariously incorrect pronunciations of practically everything.
You're gonna call him on pronunciations, aren't you?
Came out of his gob.
Okay, first, anyone can reference whatever they want, as long as it relates to the subject at hand.
But he just said they were irrelevant references, and most of the time, as far as I remember, they were not really all that related. And, I mean, even in videos by Nostalgia Critic and AVGN, they would often do stuff like that were kind of unrelated. But, Irate Gamer did take it further than that.
So let's take a look at that clip you just showed us from the Irate the 80s episode 10, Color Forms.
Oh god.
In this clip, Chris is looking at a 3D Thundercats color form. So how in the world is Snarf popping out not relevant? How about you do some research? Next, incorrect pronunciations? Are you really making an argument that he sucks just because he says words wrong sometimes? It's so
man, but you okay, the one sin you can call him on is saying pronunciations. Come on, man, that's so obvious. It's right there.
When someone says a word or phrase wrong, it's usually by accident.
He's calling people on talking wrong with all the bad grammar and such like. The incorrect pronunciations. God damn it, it's right there.
Heck, sometimes there's even a cultural difference, like tomato in the UK and tomato in the US.
He got really mad about that Snarf thing, by the way. I guess it is relevant. I mean, the way he put, I guess it seems like it is relevant, to be fair. But I mean, he was just using that as an example. That's one example, I guess. But it's not. It doesn't mean that he never did that. It's like, I guess Maybe that one case he didn't do that, but he did a lot. I mean, a lot of people back then just made wacky, random references to shit. That's kind of a general thing that can apply to a lot of people of that era.
If you do want them to...
I mean, one of my favorite... It's not really the same. It's not like a reference, but one of my favorite AVGN videos ends with... I think he's just talking about some game, and just out of nowhere, I guess a buffalo shows up and shits in his window, and it just, like, fades out on the nerd going like, "Oh my god, this buffalo just shit all over my window! Oh my god!" And it just... There's no reason for it. It just kind of happens, and it's just over, and it's never brought up again. I don't know. That's kind of, you know, you can do random shit in a funny way. I just feel like back at that time, a lot of people didn't. I don't know specifically that Irate Gamer. I think he did that a fair amount, you know, but I guess I can't really... This guy seems like he would know. This guy's the #1 Irate Gamer fan, apparently.
Prove, is ridiculing them for it really helping? That's like if in the first grade, the teacher called you an idiot for saying Berenstein Bears instead of Berenstain Bears.
Okay, but you're not in the first grade, though. I mean, he's a grown... Irate Gamer was a grown man making YouTube videos. What are you talking about?
The way this would be a legit criticism is if they said it wrong on purpose.
Case in point, Chris made such a terrible retrospective on the Magnavox Odyssey. It enraged the console's creator, Ralph Baer, to get out of his deathbed to publicly state how ignorant Chris was.
Cool record scratch.
Irrelevant references and hilariously incorrect pronunciations of practically everything that came out of his gob.
Right,
Case in point.
I saw that. Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, what?
You don't have to insult the man's review, especially since...
I don't understand in what way that wasn't wait, what? What the fuck is this guy on?
That email you're showing, Ralph actually asked that no one attack the Irate Gamer for getting some information wrong.
He's just pointing out the email. He's not attacking it. Oh, this is retarded.
Do you even read what you include in your video?
If you can enrage a man so much that he's prepared to defy the...
He wasn't attacking anyone.
Grim Reaper to proclaim how crap you are, you must be bad.
I don't understand. I don't understand in what way that got the guy more sins. That's retarded. What the fuck was that? There was no refutation of the fact that he pissed off the guy who made the thing, and the guy responded. It was just, you shouldn't have mentioned that he responded, though! Alright, I guess you're the bigger man, but that doesn't mean that... okay, two extra sins, by the way, for that. That's 2 sins, for reasons completely unknown, as far as I can tell. Very strange. Very, very strange.
Baer died in 2014. That email doesn't give a year or date. Defy the Grim Reaper? You're not really suggesting he came back from the dead, are you?
It is not at all what he's suggesting. The Irate Gamer wasn't still making videos of that style, I don't think, by 2014. That's not in any way what he's suggesting. Why are you doing this?
Doesn't even make sense. Are you joking?
No, it doesn't. Why are you inventing this scenario?
Let me look in that email. So it looks like you took it from the Irate Gamer Sucks blog. Wow, such a creative name. So the email was posted Saturday, March 26, 2011, when Ralph Baer was around 90. So you mean the Irate Gamer's video series, The History of Video Games, was so wrong it caused a dying old man to respond to him.
That's what it seems.
Wouldn't that call for the validity of this email in general? Most 90-year-olds I've encountered can barely dial a phone.
Okay, but the motherfucker, this guy invented a game console. I think he can probably write an email. What are you talking about? The guy invented the Magnavox Odyssey. The guy invented the console that came out before the NES and the Atari, the one that was just lights on a fucking screen without anything else to it. He came up with that, apparently. I think he can probably write some words in an email. Now, I mean, I guess it could have been faked, but people didn't really do that as much back then, so, like, I mean, I guess it's possible, but it doesn't seem like that. That's a bit of a stretch.
Or remember their kids' names. What proof do we have that this is even the real Ralph Baer? I'm not saying it's impossible, it just seems very unlikely to me.
Yeah, this is at this point just, well, it probably wasn't even true anyway. Okay, alright. You should take back one of those sins, though, dude. I mean, like, come on. Just if you're gonna give him anything, give him one sin. He gave him 2 sins for this. I'm very upset by the extra sin. I don't know why.
But even if this is the real Ralph Baer's thoughts, all he's even saying is that Chris should have done more research before making his documentary. I don't think that justifies your blatant attempts at disgracing his character. But I think that Chris should have done more research before making his documentary.
Right.
I don't think that justifies your blatant attempts at disgracing his character.
He's not... This is such an odd case where this guy seems to have run with his own version of what this video is. Like, as if the video is like a targeted attack. I don't get where these people... I'm not sure what process occurred. If it was Michelle Obama's, like, stop bullying campaigns or something. Where it was that we all decided that, like, criticism was harassment. And just, like, he sees that Guru Larry has a video that is negative and criticizes Irate Gamer a little bit. Which is a pretty common thing to do. And he's acting like this is a targeted attack on the dude's character. No! He's saying that he wasn't very good at the videos that he made, which includes, like, factual inaccuracies to the point where the guy who invented something who was so old that he was dying in, like, 2 years from then was still able to send an email to say you're fucking wrong and stupid. I would say that suffices to indicate that his videos were not very good, they were not factually sound, right? So they're not very good. It doesn't mean he's a bad person. I don't see where Guru Larry ever suggested that means he's a bad person. This is fucking unhinged. This is just, again, with the media literacy. I mean, it's just basic comprehension of things that we see. Like, that's the problem. People say it's media literacy. No, look at this. Like, is this media literate? No, it's just he's unable to recognize that something that's just talking about a person is not harassing them. And there's so many people like that now. That's just a default fucking point of view. It's not even media literacy. It's just people see the world in fucking a weird way now. I don't know.
But I won't count this one as a sin, Larry. You had good intentions.
But Chris's biggest criticism of all was his penchant to making videos almost identical to that of James Rolfe, aka the Angry Video Game.
We're gonna get into it, okay. So, for those that don't know, this is the guy, AVGN, James Rolfe. He's the guy who invented the whole... I mean, I'm sure he was, like, inspired to some extent by other people that did something similar, but in terms of guys sitting there in front of a video talking about something and trying to be funny, he's sort of the first. Like, video essays, reviews, all of that. I mean, yes, you had TV reviewers and stuff. That's sort of what I mean, like, maybe fucking, I don't know, Ebert and Roper, or whatever the fuck, Siskel and Ebert. Something like that, was probably the genesis of it. But in the way that we think of things now, he's the guy who this all starts with. And there's a lot you can say about him, whatever, but it all sort of originates with him, and I still think his original AVGN videos are still fun to watch. I mean, maybe it's probably just because I'm, familiar with them, and so, I mean, if you watch them for the first time now, they might be a little weird, but, but then, yeah, there were a slew of competitors and ripoffs, Nostalgia Critic being probably the most prominent of them, but being different enough, and with his own gimmick and everything that, he was able to rise above the, just being a ripoff of James. But, Irate Gamer, and another one, of course, being Game Dude, who famously bothered Wario. Game Dude, Irate Gamer, a lot of people, started appearing as ripoffs of AVGN, and, I guess, but we're gonna find out here that actually it was James that ripped them all off. I'm calling it now. Irate Gamer, Chris Boris was the original Angry Gamer, and AVGN stole everything from him, actually. That's going to be the direction this takes. I hope so. I really hope so.
Videos almost identical to that of James Rolfe, aka the Angry Video Game Nerd.
You know what really ticks me off about this claim? It ignores all the other obvious ripoffs of the AVGN. What about Kid Icarus, Pro Jared, Peanut Butter Gamer, Brutal Moose, Antude, Space Hamster, or even John?
Hang on. I started eating a cookie before I knew he was gonna get retarded again.
What about Kid Icarus?
Okay, most of these people. This is also... I guess this was 5 years ago, so this is probably contemporary footage of Kid Icarus at the time. But these all came out several years to like a decade after AVGN. They were also very different. They weren't directly ripping off games that AVGN had already looked at like a month or two before. That was the difference, was AVGN would talk about like the Back to the Future game, and then like a month later Irate Gamer would have an almost identical review. You know, same format, same editing style, same type of film, same like blocking, you know, 8-bit music in the background, all that kind of shit. Same type of commentary even. Sometimes even recycled, stolen jokes from AVGN. You can't say that JonTron and Kid Icarus also review games and are funny, so...
Pro Jared, Peanut Butter Gamer, Brutal Moose, Anti...
Brutal Moose, though. That's quite a fucking stretch, man. I mean, I remember when Brutal Moose still did... Got a shot with his eyes open there. Marinara sauce. I remember when he still did game stuff. And he was never, ever like Angry Video Game Nerd. To just... I mean, this is like everyone with normal boots, I guess. To just broaden the net to, like, anyone who's ever spoken of a video game on the net, on the internet, is a ripoff of AVGN. That's not it at all. Irate Gamer was, like, a fucking point-for-point, like, plagiarism, almost. I mean, okay, not plagiarism, but it would be like... It was extremely obvious that that's what it was taking from. It wasn't just another game reviewer. This is super disingenuous.
Antude, Space Hamster, or even John...
I mean, I can't speak to, like, Space Hamster, but Ant Dude is also not known for getting angry in his videos. JonTron, maybe you got the closest person there is maybe JonTron. He's also been doing it for a while, but he still wasn't stealing exact episode concepts and game review, you know, points from recent videos from like a few months ago from AVGN. This is still not relevant. This is still not valid.
JonTron. Those guys review both old and new video games.
Awful, awful. This is the worst. There's no wonder this guy fucking fled YouTube 5 years ago. No fucking wonder he hasn't made anything in 5 years, because this is... Hopefully he realized he's terrible at this.
And can express extreme emotions towards said games. I've defended this idea many times now, but just because you can argue that a show might be a ripoff, that doesn't mean it's a bad show.
Some even go...
but there's a lot of other reasons why it was a bad show, though, but... You know, you just seem to have really bad taste, so I guess that's fine.
As far as to make comparison videos, pointing out that a lot of his scripts were taken almost verbatim from James's.
Did you even look to see if the Irate Gamer had reasons for copying the AVGN? Let's look at that video. The Definitive IG AVGN Plagiarism Compendium. It lists some phrases that the Irate Gamer took from AVGN.
Also, when did he ever wear that sleeveless black...
So... The guy who sounds a little bit New York is AVGN.
Shirt.
I don't even think he's from New York. I don't know where he's from, but...
Oh look, black sleeveless shirt.
This is him. This is the original.
Shouldn't this be red?
I'm not sure that's...
No, wait, that was okay, yeah, it's very hard to tell.
Black sleeveless shirt.
Okay, they actually both sound really similar, too. That's the other thing. They both even sound the same.
Shouldn't this be red?
I'm not sure that's really plagiarism, as they're not too specific of points. And any fan of Back to the Future would easily notice that this character doesn't look a thing like Marty, and that all this random clutter was never...
Yeah, but this also misses the point that why did Irate Gamer steal exact games? He just... and it's not like, oh, one person has talked about this thing so no one else can ever talk about it. But when you're doing the exact same format as someone else, you can at the very least focus on different shit. But he plays the same games as AVGN. And says mostly the same things. And his videos are identical. And that's not a ripoff? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? What does he bring to the table?
Movie. But ignoring that, how about we find out why the Irate Gamer series even started in the first place?
Well, yeah, of course it was. I mean, I had 200 subscribers. I didn't take this thing seriously.
So he's saying the first few episodes of the Irate Gamer was made just for entertainment? Not to make money or to get famous? I guess I can believe that. I mean, what's wrong with making a show for fun? And in regards...
But then he went on to make money, and he didn't stop ripping off AVGN for a while. It would be fine if it was his first couple videos were similar, and then he moved on from that, and it would be fine if he made entire AVGN-style videos and then never got paid for it, but he both eventually did make money from it, and also did not stop making videos like that for quite a while. I mean, it was a few years. It was several years that Irate Gamer made videos. He doesn't anymore. I mean, Chris Boris does, but he does like a Puppet Steve channel and another thing. I don't know if he still does that, but he does another like ghost hunting channel or some shit like that. So Irate Gamer is dead now. AVGN, at least he beat AVGN to that. He did one thing original that James still hasn't done. Stop the fucking show.
To the similar phrases.
Over that summer, and you'll even...
Yeah, why is he counting the sins twice? I don't understand why he is... I thought he gave that one... He gave something 2 sins before, and it was like... I was like, you should only give it 1. I forgot exactly what it was, but it was something like, you should only give it 1, because it's only like half of a good point, maybe. But he's just giving them all double sins. I don't understand why he's giving... Why is he doing that? Why even have the sins at all?
On the videos, that a lot of...
I mean, we should be aware that this person is fucking mentally deficient. They like cinema sins.
Videos were just...
And Irate Gamer. Like, what are we even doing here? This is like trying to talk sense to the guy who lit himself on fire about The Simpsons. Like, yeah, I mean, what are we gonna say here? This is stupid and you're wrong. What do you want from me? Like, yeah, fucking don't. Seems like you have a lot of bad taste. What the fuck? You seem like a real idiot.
Quickly banged out that summer. And I submitted all these into that Out Nerd the Nerd contest. And, of course, I used some of his, I should say a lot of his personality traits and whatnot and threw those into the video to out-nerd him, basically.
Those early episodes you're talking about are either not meant to be original, or they're actually parodying the AVGN.
But they were all like that. You can watch his newer ones, rather. The newest Irate Gamer video is still going to be basically a ripoff of AVGN. Which, I mean, I don't know what the fuck this is. This is so bizarre. I mean, it's somebody who likes both CinemaSins, again, both CinemaSins and Irate Gamer. So, of course, they're gonna have to, like, jump through fucking hoops to explain that to themselves. Like, yeah, that's real fucking... That's such terrible taste that, of course, there's no way... Of course you would have to, like, lie to yourself to make it better. Like, you get... This isn't a video directed at Larry or any of us. This is just for him. Because he knows how full of shit this is. But this is the only way he can make it better.
If he wasn't making money or trying to get famous, then I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, Larry, this kind of misinformation you're supplying makes you look more ignorant than what you claim the R8 Gamer is.
So, with all this in hand, how did the R8 Gamer become so popular back then? Well, to simply put it, it was indirectly because of the angry video game nerd. YouTube saw how popular James Rolfe was becoming on the site, but their biggest issue with him was his rather colourful choice of language. Sounding familiar, eh?
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, I can personally attest to falling down the pipeline of funny man yelling at video games back in the day. And it didn't even start with AVGN. It started with like Ashens and Pop Station videos. And then that led to like Stan Birdman and people like Irate Gamer and others. And I think I got to Nostalgia Critic before I ever watched AVGN. But I did watch his Castlevania videos first. That was the first AVGN I ever watched. And man, that was quite a time to be alive. I remember that night. Good time.
You're saying that they wanted to feature Angry Video Game Nerd, but since his show had colorful language, they couldn't, but they chose Irate Gamer to feature because he also had color?
Yeah, it's worth noting that AVGN's first video is 20 years old as of this year. He made the very first ever AVGN video was like a few years before he started making it more of a regular series. It was in 2004, and it was his review of, I think it was the Simon's Quest one, right? The famous original Simon's Quest review, which I don't think is even available in the season 1 video. He has like the return to he did like another version of the review later, but yeah, the original is almost 20 years old, or it might already be over 20 years old at this point. Fucking think about that, everyone.
Full language? That doesn't even make sense!
So, they went looking for a less sweary, more family-friendly...
Oh yeah, and Dr. Jekyll.
So now you're saying he doesn't have colorful language? Did you mean to say, I think YouTube wanted to feature someone like the AVGN, but they wanted someone who wasn't as vulgar as him, so instead they went with the Irate Gamer? If that's the case, well...
It's like almost basically what he just said. Why did you like rewrite what he just said to just like a slightly different, semantically altered version of what... That's so autistic.
AVGN does force in a lot of swearing, so maybe?
And less sweary was literally YouTube's choice of words too.
What? Sir Edwin YouTube?
Are you gonna get upset over an obvious joke? Man, come on. I said autistic as a pejorative, but what are we really gonna do that? Are we really gonna get all actually about a fucking joke about Sir Edwin YouTube? Come on, man.
Founder of YouTube.com?
He's about to go super. A bat credit card!
This quote is a blatant lie! Who the frick is Sir Edwin YouTube? The founders of YouTube, Chad Hurley, Jared Karam, and Steve Chen! Larry, you literally made up fake evidence to back up your paper-thin claim? And don't try and say it was a joke. There was no indication that he wasn't serious about that.
Oh, this is why we need trigger warnings. It's all coming together. You know, I can't make this video until... I've already got the scripting started, but I can't make this video until I learn more. This is why, because you need these people who, like, just... What do you mean there's no indication? Because you're... No, it's not right to use the word I was going to use in that context, because I think it is literally like something is up with your brain that makes you, like, I don't know if it's autism or whatever it is, but something is up with you that makes it so it's not his fault that you can't... It's not anyone's fault, really, that you can't understand that he was joking there, sir. It's not his, though. Least of all is it his fault. If anyone's fault it's probably yours. But it's still probably not even really your fault. It's really not even your fault that you don't understand that he was joking. But it is not also his fault for that. Jesus Christ.
You sunk so low, I bet you could parachute out of a snake's anus. This has got to be one of the worst things you could have done.
Yeah, it's like tone indicate. I mean, the trigger warning thing is different, but it just reminds me so much of like tone indicators. Like, just apparently people are not able to like communicate with each other like humans anymore. We need to have like robotic little fucking indicators to warn each other and indicate every little thing that, like, just in case we're not clear here, you know. It's just, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Oh my god, I forgot to point out that I was making it was an opinionated statement. It was my opinion. It was just my opinion.
And yet you want to talk about—
we're literally going into dark autism form, people. He's developing an autism eye. He's gonna go into Dark Bowser Jr. form.
To be one of the worst things you could have done, and yet you want to talk about being lazy.
Hang on. Let me just yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And we'll just yeah.
And he wasn't serious about that. You sunk so low, I bet you could parachute out of a snake's anus. This has got to be one of the worst things you could have done. And yet you want to talk about being lazy.
What? What? Well, I can't play the I can't play the music because these people insist on putting their own stupid music in the video, even though my music is better. Why is he gonna, like, torture this Guru Larry? I don't understand. Does Guru Larry always have his, like, belly sticking out on his picture, or is this an invention of this guy? Huh. Right, so it's the end of the Wall review. We've just transitioned into some kind of furry vor porn thing. What is this creature? Is that him? I think that might be him. Alright. Yeah, I'm really glad that for his... I mean, you know, it would be better for all of us if he made more videos, but, like... You know, hopefully this guy was able to salvage his existence. This is pathetic. This is really pathetic.
I lost my mind for too long. Oh no.
Uh-huh. No. So, yeah, this is from years ago. I mean, I don't think this is necessarily a joke or anything. I guess it could be, but there's no way of indicating that he had no indication that this was a joke. So I mean, we have to assume that he means this very seriously right now. So yeah, he's just murdered Guru Larry's avatar over, like, pictures, I guess. He's now also doing the anime girl awkward shy arm grab thing. I guess he's injured, so it's fine, but this has turned into a punishment compilation, but it's also very graphic. It's the end of... I mean...
This isn't how you were supposed to...
And he lost his insanity for too long. I mean, this is this is all animated and everything too.
Can't let that thing take control.
The thing,
Not
my
again.
dark passenger. It's Dr. Jekyll, everyone, or Mr. Hyde, one of those.
Zeros? It happened.
Oh, is this the dark nostalgia critic?
I'm fine. Listen, I'm gonna need your help. Yeah, we gotta bring another one back. Hurry, too. He's losing a lot of blood.
I mean, is this like a fucking joke? This might be some kind of, like, I can't tell anymore. You know, God is dead. The last video he ever made was about Mr. Enter. And the video may contain blood, action and violence, suggestive themes, and censored no cursing. But it's also unsuitable for children. So there's blood and violence and suggestive themes, but no cursing. Epic. Epic. We'll learn all about Mr. Enter here. It's going to be exciting, people.
In the mood for a monotone reviewer who's more depressed and humorless than a used whoopee cushion?
Or you?
Yeah, me too.
You're monotone as you say that, sir.
And so enters the mysterious Mr. Enter, another channel that reviews mostly cartoons and TV shows. Don't we have enough already?
Don't we have enough Sins channels with... I mean, I guess this is a very original take on it. You know, he's an edgelord loser instead of being a normal person. So, you know, hey, I guess that is different. But, yeah, I don't know. This is so this lacks self-awareness in the extreme. Like, he is a rant Sona PNG tuber asking if we have enough, like, reviewer channels. Don't we have enough already? That's a good point, man. That's a good point. It's a good point.
Well, I guess it's time to enter the world of sarcastic remarks and monotone jokes. To start with, Mr. Enter, everything
Turkey
you
Tom.
say sounds so candid and emotionless.
But this is a safe place here.
Why is that 2 sins? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Why is it 2 sins for each individual thing? Like, I have no respect for this stupid CinemaSins thing, but if you're going to do this as a video thing, where you subjectively rip apart something based on your own stupid... Like, it's funny that this guy is apparently a CinemaSins fan, and yet he's, like, upset. I mean, maybe this is a... You know, maybe this is a joke. Might be a joke, because everyone always complains with CinemaSins that there's no indication that they're joking or being, like actual reviewers. So maybe he was being super epic and like he was trying to make a point, you know, that people get, like JXE or whoever gets too upset about CinemaSins making jokes, but it's like not the same context at all, so it doesn't... If that is the case, that doesn't work. But he's a fan of CinemaSins. They always make stupid fucking jokes that have nothing to do with the video. If you're gonna be a fan of a concept like this, you gotta at least take it seriously. Why are you double sinning these fucking people? I am now mad on the behalf of the sin concept on YouTube, because, like, come on, if you're gonna do this, do it right. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Tell me in confidence. I'm not gonna laugh. No matter how awfully bad your name is, you can tell me.
Most of these jokes are awfully bad. Seriously, why do you sound so depressed? Lighten up. I know a few of these shows stink worse than rotten eggs, but you don't have to sound so...
Wow. Just no self-awareness. He sounds depressed too. I don't get this. Does he not have any friends? Is there, like, no one who can tell him that he sounds... like, everything he's saying can apply to him? Again, you can't say that to someone. You can't look at someone, your friend gives you a video that they made, and you can't just go, yeah, this is bad. Because that's bullying, and that's going to hurt their feelings, and it's going to ruin their whole life, and they might self-harm over it or something. Oh my god. So you gotta be nice. Everyone's gotta be nice. And you can't tell this guy, hey, everything you've said so far can just apply to your own videos. I mean, again, maybe it's a joke. I guess. It's a lot of effort to go to for a joke. I feel like he wouldn't have disabled the likes if it was gonna be like a joke. I don't know.
Dismal about it. Give some energy. Shows you have a passion for critiquing these shows. I can see its kind of emotionless tone working well for sarcastic humor.
Now, bullying
This
leads to
episode
suicide.
is actually so bad. It's almost like Brian Griffin wrote it.
Or as a sudden shift in tone.
Because this camp is the only place where everybody treats me like a real boy.
Okay, what are you, Pinocchio?
But everywhere else.
Oh, so if they get more than 13 sins, he kills them. I see.
You really need to work on expressing yourself.
Goes into the dark autism Bowser Jr. farm. So is this like a thing people do? I mean, this channel's not super popular, so if he does that, I mean, I have to assume he got this from somewhere, but this seems like maybe Origami Kingdom saw this and got the idea. Where did... Because I've wondered where they get the idea to have their Dark Bowser Jr. form start ranting in like a fucking funny voice, a demon voice. And it's basically this. I mean, but it can't be this. This video has almost no attention on it. I mean, I guess in a very small world after all type scenario, I guess it's possible it could be this, but I doubt it. I doubt it. This has to originate from someone else who does a similar type of, like, demon punishment thing.
Otherwise, it's hard to figure out what mood you're going for and if you're joking or not. Especially when all the dialogue has the same energy as an anthropology lecture.
And of all of them...
I can't believe that he's a seriously a fan of CinemaSins, and he's making a video where he criticizes people for... You can't eat, like, this is 2 different videos now. This has to be part of the joke. Like, this is a parody. This is a parody, isn't it? Because people are saying it isn't, but, like, no. I mean, that's the whole thing with CinemaSins. That was one of the main critiques with CinemaSins, was that they would often make jokes about things and then deduct a sin from the movie as if it's, like, a slight against the film. And then idiots would be like, well, that movie had a lot of sins, and it would be like some of them are just the credits are too long, or some stupid shit, like, just nonsense. Stuff that's not funny or criticism. Like, CinemaSins is fucking terrible, so, I mean, like... But, like, that's a very common complaint, is that they would do that, and... So it really feels like this is him, like shitting on that criticism. Like, this is a roundabout video directed at, like, JXE and the Sins disliker community, I guess. But I doubt it, though. I mean, this doesn't seem to be connected to that, really. The Sins thing is almost just entirely incidental, frankly. But it is there. I'm staring at it right now.
The Little Clowns of Happy Town is probably...
Not insignificant. Accident not insignificant.
And speaking of things that go on for too long, sometimes you just take way too long to explain your thoughts.
Like that one only gets 1 sin.
This video where you actually
I guess it's like the like size of the sin. If it's like bigger, if it's like a bigger sin, he gives him more points, I guess. I guess, alright.
5 minutes over explaining the flaws of Family Guy.
I mean, but like at that point it's... Okay, but like at that point it's not even sins, it's just like a meter that... I know I'm overanalyzing this, but you're... Don't do it if you're not gonna commit, fucker. Do 1 sin at a time. Each individual thing is a sin. Fuck you.
The video's just a review on 1 episode! Before you drive to the store, do you have to rant about why traffic sucks?
And it just goes on and on.
Overall, though, that's actually all the negative things I have to say about you. Aside from those blanching details, you have some commendable features that I actually wish more reviewers had.
Okay, so now this has actually turned into a Mr. Enter positivity video. I guess I should have seen that coming. He's a fan of CinemaSins and fucking Irate Gamer. I guess it only would have made sense that he was also a fan of Mr. Enter. He had to turn this around into being Mr. Enter Positivity Hour.
Like when others are telling you something is going to be bad, or that you should hate it, you say you're still gonna give it a chance.
Just because I expect something is going to be a failure doesn't mean that I hope it's a failure. It's stupid wanting a movie or any piece of media to be outright bad.
I also
took back a sin for that too.
appreciate your views on morals in cartoons and how media can affect the viewer.
A very complex issue.
Yeah, he's reversing the sins because Mr. Enter is so close to godliness. This is great.
Is made extremely relatable to kids, and at no point were the emotions or anything about the scenario dumbed down. At no point was his audience talked down to. The people.
Okay, so you're just analyzing a bunch of different. You're like channel reviewing Mr. Enter at this point. This is odd.
Ignored the damage that they're enabling. That mentality is toxic, and it.
The other one was like one video from Guru Larry, but now in order to make this video, he had to like stitch together a bunch of videos from this dude.
Will not be tolerated on my watch. It shouldn't be tolerated anywhere.
While I may disagree with some of your claims, I can at least respect your intentions with them. You're not just bringing.
Oh, this is like less. This is like a lot shorter than the other video, but it's already, it feels longer.
I treat every video as a beige lesson plan for the day. You'd have a very interesting and compelling series. Well now, it's time for your judgment.
We're judging him now, everyone. Mr. Enter's about to get judged.
No, what you saw was cringe.
So, this has become a sexy version of his character, I guess. Is this his character? I don't know. It's basically his character. He has a sexy Rule 63 version. This is really some stuff, isn't it? I just don't know what combination of things needs to happen to you to wind up like this. I don't know. Someone says it's at least good animation. Well, the rest of this video appears to all be animation, so let's watch. The rest of this is like new original stuff. It starts out as Mr. Enter video and then just randomly shifts halfway through into I saw people on a couch. She stomped his balls? I didn't even notice that. This is about to turn into the Weird Al Trapped in the Drive-Thru song. And I just know it.
It pains me to look at you.
You're terrible.
Go back home.
Chat members. This isn't real. So, the last video that we watched was the one before this one. Like in the canon, I assume. You know, uploaded before this one. So, and it was, I think this character just killed Guru Larry, but they were gonna like bring him back to life, I guess, with magic or something. I don't know. I watched this one next because it was Mr. Enter, but also because it was the next one, and I wanted to see what happens after he murdered Guru Larry. And I'm very confused now. I mean, it's been like a minute for confusion. Again, I have been going through the Kingdom Hearts games, so like this isn't an unfamiliar emotion for me. It's this kind of mix of confusion, you know, curiosity, and also apathy. I'm equal parts all three. I kind of don't care, but I do want to know what's going on, but also I'm too confused to figure it out. So, you know.
Nobody cares about you.
Edgy boy.
He might be a Heartless,
Zeros,
actually.
What are you doing up?
No, because now that you mention it, he does kind of look like the fucking anti-form from 2. Which I have to shout out, by the way, the worst, possibly just the worst thing in that game. The whole Kingdom Hearts 2. Funny, bad cutscenes, you know, haha, the plot is stupid. No, the worst thing in that game is that you will occasionally just turn into this, like, punishment form. Like when you try to switch to a different fucking... You try to do your drive form to go, like, super mode. and you just go into the punishment form that makes you do like shitty attacks and you can't heal. And it punishes you for using the fucking drive mechanic, which you need to use to fucking level up to get more goddamn movement abilities to move in the game. But they punish you for fucking using the thing. And then you fight Roxas and you get a fucking Keyblade that gives you the fucking special ability of light and shadow. And what is that? Oh, it's a special ability. It has a special effect. And eventually I got curious what that special effect was. And it turns out what that special effect is it's the reason why the entire morning I spent going into drive form and exclusively getting this fucked up, stupid nightmare mode. This fucking anti-form, heartless bullshit. Yeah, he looks like that. He looks like anti-form. This video just got 10 times worse. This just got 10 times worse. He doesn't even get any experience while he's making this video. It sucks ass. He presses the attack button once and he just goes for like 10 minutes.
For me...
Fucking Keyblade just makes you go into anti-form every time. It's stupid.
Oh, you want me to get some sleep?
So now it's his OC at home with his sexy wife. Who is the sexy wife this character? I'm very confused now because she's got this outfit and she's got a hood on. Is the hood why her head is all black? Because you see here, it looks like the same character, but she doesn't have the hood and she's got a face now. But this character doesn't have a hood on and he has no face and his head is still black, so I don't know, there's like lore here. I could never begin to actually give a shit, but I am mystified by it at the same time.
For me? Oh, you want me to get some sleep? I will.
Yeah, he drew sexy Larry Gunt, too.
Thinking. I wonder if what I'm doing is right.
The stars, the mood. So this is the last ever video from this guy, by the way. This is the series finale. Nero's Q ended here. And I guess I'm gonna have to watch other videos from this guy in the future. Probably not today. But I'll have to watch more to find out more about his lore. That wasn't meant to rhyme. But I'll have to find out more about the lore, you know, what the fuck's happening here. This is the wrap-up, though. This is the end. I can only assume what he's doing is referring to the judgment on internet reviewers. I would say it's probably not right. I would say there's no call for that kind of behavior.
It seems that no matter what I say, no one will listen. They'd either turn away and blind themselves to the help of others.
You know what you should do is set yourself on fire.
If my words won't reach, maybe I should just give up.
Oh, don't give up. Set yourself on fire. So does she really only... Oh, she's doing a sexy pose now. This is turning into that movie with the child. So does she really only moan?
Maybe I should just give up.
Okay, so his waifu is, like, stacked, but also... Sorry, Dynamite Gal is stacked, but also mute. So that's the best combo, I guess. That's my kind of woman. But I guess she can't talk, so she communicates in this, like, cutesy fucking... She's got, like, this stupid little pillow or something, I guess. Good, that's supportive. This kind of feels like it wouldn't be optimal in a lot of scenarios, but, you know, hey.
You're right. I just need to help others in my own way.
Oh my god, and the ass. Is this the one that was in the, like, cloak thing, then? Or, I thought that was, like, him as a femboy. Or something. It doesn't even look like that, but did he, like, take her outfit that he... I'm confused, because she's clearly got a face and hair, and you can see this... But this is the outfit that he was dressed in. It's like he dressed up as her, and and was like a sexy waifu version of himself in the Punishment compilation thing. Like when he weighs down on... I guess the difference is the eyes are red here. But he's got the same outfit, it's just, it's clearly him, it's not her. Does he have tits in this version? Yes, there are. She is stacked, so it might be the wife. I don't know, this is a very confusing narrative, but the important thing is here is that she's got all the right proportions and she can't talk. So so it's the dream woman, obviously.
You're right. I just need to help others in my own way. They have to know the gravity of their actions, even if I have to use force. In that regard...
Lot of sexy angles of this fucking character, who, I mean, I joke, but this character is... the weird... It's very... It's not good. It's very strange. It's a strange type of person, you know. You've got someone who seems to be somewhat, like, dependent on you or something as your, like, waifu, and here you are depicting her in all sorts of poses. It's, you know, I mean, you can do that, I guess, but it's telling, you know?
I might be the only one who can change these creators for the better.
The gravity of their actions.
Maybe being a reviewer isn't what I have to do. There must be another way to make the city more open. More
the city. So he's a superhero then. This is Batman.
Modest.
Or what?
Another way to make the city more open. More modest.
More modest. Bro, what are you fucking on? What is this? Is this a joke? I have to look at the comments now. Can you review my parents' failed marriage? Half of this video isn't Mr. Enter related. Tom and I are kind of weird examples to use as cartoon reviewers. Are you, LS Mark? Are you indeed? Tom is, perhaps, but are you? Are you sure? So people seem to have found this channel. Larry found it. LS Mark has a comment on here. People know of this. I just don't... I guess people are... Yeah, people are actually on board with this. I really overestimated the humanity. Where did you go, King? Gotta give you props for the amount of effort. I love the animation for this, and the possibility of a bigger story really intrigues me. Hope to see you... Yeah, the bigger story is right here. Not gonna lie, I miss this guy, and just now, seeing the recent vids, it shows improvement, yada yada, he responded. Oh, he got it. God, he has 5 more episodes in the works, and that was 3 years ago. He might be, like, dead by now. Who knows? But, man, where is he? We need more. I mean, I don't like it, but I love it, though.
Change these creators for the better. But maybe being a reviewer isn't what I have to do. There must be another way to make the city more open. More modest.
More modest. Hey, honey, shake your ass at the camera while we talk about modesty.
I'll never stop working towards that goal. After all, I promised you a world of kindness. I won't go back on that.
Eyes did a thing.
How about some TV?
This is basically, I mean, this is 100%, this is 100% Origami Kingdom. I mean, it's higher budget, right? Like, it's better production values on the I can't pretend the animation isn't at least kind of good. I mean, it's a little, you know, it's simplistic, but for a video like this, it's not bad. It's like Newgrounds Flash kind of animation. It's not terrible. It's clearly, it took effort. It took more effort than a lot of what you see from, like, Jason Gomez. You know, but it's the same thing, absolutely. It's him and his dynamite gal embracing after a hard-fought victory against cartoon reviewers. I just, yeah, this is 100% Origami Kingdom adjacent. You're right if you're thinking that.
I can find beauty in unexpected places.
World famous burgers.
I'd like to start off by saying I love you and everything.
What's going on?
Was that?
World famous burgers.
Yeah, that was. It certainly was. It. We're just gonna move along from that. It's fine.
What's going on?
For my question, I'd like
Oh,
some
no,
advice.
we're still on it.
I know
All right.
you're watching me and everyone
Hi, Zontan.
else fap, and
going.
I'd just like to know if I'm doing it right. And
So I assume then that this guy is some kind of Coomer artist. He does like porn of his waifu girl here, I guess. People are saying to look up the lore. I mean, I guess so. I kind of like not knowing to some extent, you know? I like the mystery of, okay, so this guy has been influenced. He's a CinemaSins irate gamer fan who also makes, like, porn, possibly of himself as a girl? Right, gotcha. I mean, you know, the art style did remind me of, you know, that sort of thing. I did say Newgrounds Flash, and, you know, I wasn't talking about the kind that, well, yeah, no, it does.
On second thought,
Elephants actually started
cool.
painting
Elephants.
in the 1930s
Nice.
as a part
Nice.
of a circus act.
Relax.
Written by Valor Lycan. Oh my god, is that your name? I thought it was Nero's Q. Okay, hang on. God, that's a fucking stupid name. You know, actually, that lends some credence to the idea. It might be a heartless anti-form thing. It might be Valor form. Valor Lycan. There's Valorant wiki. Yeah, that's not happening. Valor Lycan. There's someone from IMDb from the Pizza Party podcast. He was a guest on the Pan Pizza podcast, I guess. I would assume that's what it is. And there's nothing else on the internet, it seems, that is related to Valor Lycan. That's a shame. But he do be sleeping though. There's other voice actors in this? Who are these other people? You had like 2 characters and one of them didn't fucking say anything. I don't understand. Alright. Well, that's it for the Nero's Q lore, I guess. I mean, he's got more. There's more videos. We'll probably watch them at some point. Yeah, he's only got these 7 videos. And he claimed as of 3 years ago that he had 5 more videos ready to go. I don't know what the fuck is stopping him from uploading them, but I guess at this point he might be dead or something. I don't know. Really hope he does resurface. I need to know more about this excellent lore. This was a sleeper hit, a good recommendation. Wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Echo Decay. $5 from Hollow. Knowing you like prog rock, you should listen to The Traitor by the Beach Boys. Well, I gotta listen to more Beach Boys in general, really. I mean, I haven't even heard Pet Sounds. $5. Well, I mean, I've heard it. I haven't listened to the whole thing. $5 from Y2K Mermaid. Hey Claw, a user worth looking at is Doodle Tones. They're in the Birdie, Star Giant, Leo Convoy verse and have Pamperchew fetish nonsense. I'm so sick of the end of humanity, dude. I'm just so done with humanity being null and void. Oh god, who are you? This guy's calling someone is talking about this situation, has uploaded a video calling Actman a grifter. What did he? I forget what he did that was grifting. He didn't support the pronouns guy that one time or something. I don't know, but addressing that role play Alright. This one has content warnings abound and stuff. Grooming children and yada yada. People didn't take it super well, but more well than not, I guess. This is the one I decided to click on. I don't know. Addressing that role play one last time. Let's learn all about it. Let's find out.
This video contains some triggering topics.
Does it? Does it? That sucks. I really thought this video was gonna be a walk through a field of roses. I don't know, guys. Are we man enough to force this door upon its golden hinge? We crave the answer, but can we bear the truth? The door. The future.
Discretion is advised.
Yeah, we better turn back.
You got what you asked for. So far this year, not only have I been dealing with...
Why are you a robot voice? What is this? What do you sound like me and you're putting on a fake fucking voice? This is a...
excessive cleanup from years prior.
This is a really annoying voice changer. Right, this is good. Oh, we got some good drama here. This seems good. This seems like some good stuff.
In the SCC.
But the SCC, huh? What are you, the fucking Secure Coomer Commission? What is this?
Like, once again, I'm going to have to deal with excessive cleanup on my end because no one fucking...
The asexual with the grooming allegations, who I also keep hearing is into diapers, so... I guess being asexual and being into diapers are not mutually exclusive. But they sure feel like they should be, don't they? I don't know.
Understands anything.
I'm gonna be real. The definition of asexual keeps getting fucking stretched. It's like, what was that one? I'm asexual by panic. I don't know. Alright, sure. Asexual diaper fiend who's into grooming kids. But they're asexual, though. It's fine. Alright, right. Cool, I'm sure. That's starting to sound like it's a get-out-of-jail-free card or something.
That wants to hold shit over my head from nearly a decade ago. So the inspiration for this particular iteration of me addressing the things that refuse to let me go was Madlib's art. An
Is this the Medicare diaper deviant person? Wait a second. Is this? No. Hang on. Hold on. Medicare deviants. I know who you mean. It's not Tumblrisms, is it? It's the deviants one. Yeah. Maybe. It might be somewhere in Tumblrisms here. I think but it was a DeviantArt person. It's not this one. No. I don't know if that one is still available on YouTube. I looked up Medicare deviants and I'm not getting it. A lot of Purity Sin Gaming, though. I think he's here right now. Actually, welcome. Yeah, no. This might be the one. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's the one that he like directed people to go, to go to their DeviantArt or something. Which it was always the thing that I was like, oh, see, that's gonna make them stop being funny. But I guess it didn't. I guess maybe it didn't. If this is the right person, it might not be.
Who decided to go
it is?
when she didn't need to on Twitter, February 20th.
It's still available, and that's definitely them. Well, I didn't find it then, but I'll take your... Everyone's saying it is. Wow, I had no idea. This is quite some... I don't remember... Well, hang on. What is it? It is... I mean, it was Medicare at that time, right? Medicare... I mean, it's Deviants. It's the Deviants series, but it's not showing up on here. Maybe it's, like, fucking blocked or something. This is so annoying. I want to see this... I want to see the video. I want to see the video. I'm going on to Purity Sin's channel here. Maybe you've got it. You've got Tales of Trout. You've got the Hugbox Chronicles. You've got the Destiny stuff. Sovereign Citizens, In Celebration. I'm not finding it, but I don't know. Apparently, you can eventually, you can go look for it, I guess. Mr. Medicare did look at a bunch of DeviantArt people fucking like 10 years ago or something. And I guess this was one of them. I did forget about that completely, but this is It's yeah. I guess it's all lining up. The cutesy voice changer is making me wonder how old this person actually is now, this user.
This particular iteration of me addressing the things
Because, like, at first I'm like, wait a second, this seems like someone who's a little too young for that. That video was a while ago, but then I'm realizing, wait, they do have this fucking voice changer, which is probably like, yeah, I never groomed anyone, actually. I'm actually an asexual. You know, it might be a little bit of that, I don't know, who knows,
So let me go was Madlib's Art, an ex-art commentator who decided to go salted earth when she didn't need to on Twitter, February 23rd, 2024. In this thread, she, very out of nowhere may I add...
This is gonna be completely with no... This is gonna have no context, that's the thing. I don't know, like, she's gonna explain the fucking context, I guess, and it's gonna be that type of explanation where it's like 5 seasons into Dragon Ball, and it's like, you're supposed to know the basics, it's just catching you up if you missed the last couple, like, updates, you know, but fuck you, Doodletones, for telling me you just had some diaper fetish stuff from 2014 when you liked to sexually roleplay as a fucking 8-year-old in the past. Uh-huh. Right. So yeah, that was from a decade ago. Wow. Doodletones. I mean that lines up. I think the Deviants videos were from like around 2014 or something, 2015. So yeah, that must have been this that we're actually discussing here. It's all connected, crazy. And apparently this person's connected in it was said that this is they are in the Birdie Star Giant Leo verse. Now, is that true, or are they just obviously very similar to those? Like, I can see the obvious similarities, but are they actually connected to those people? Jesus Christ.
On me after already saying that I was a bad person for empathetically saying someone else could have merely forgotten a screenshot for a situation that they were involved in, for talking about things that people hold me to from so many years ago, specifically mentioning that I called it diaper shit from 2014. Not only is this part unnecessary in a thread talking about a chat known as the Fruitcake.
This is a really annoying voice. Like, I don't know who... Like, are you watching this video? Is it for you? Because it's not like fooling anybody, and it's like, it's annoying. It sounds like I'm listening to a computer talk to me. This is annoying. It's a bad voice changer. You got to at least get a good voice changer. Come on.
Club, since it had nothing to do with the particularly bad behavior within that chat. But it's also holding me to a particularly pedantic complaint about something that's...
Yes, shallow and pedantic.
Still true! Madlibs' complaint is with me calling this stuff diaper shit that I did in 2014 that people still hold me to, but specifically brings up a particular RP that I did when I roleplayed as a childlike character in 2015 as a way to call me dishonest. But I still...
Well, I mean, at the very least, it's weird, isn't it?
Did diaper-related fetishy shit in 2014 that people...
Time diapers. Think the age you want to be and you'll become it. However, you'll be a bedwetter. D diapers. Oh, that's the one that Big Boss uses. Diapers that never leak. You never have an odor or develop a rash wearing them. What are these? What the fuck is this? What is this? This is... Is this your defense video of yourself? What the fuck is going on here? Look at all of my contributions to the community, everyone.
Still did diaper-related fetishy shit in 2014 that people have taken issue with.
Boss, we've developed the new D diapers, boss. They were brought in by the diaper chief's personal assistant, boss. The D diapers. They should help me in the field. Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah, the D diapers. You can shit yourself in Afghanistan at all times. The shit cycles back into the environment, and it actually helps to prolong the camo field around Snake. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff.
So, You're really just doing Akumu's dirty work for him, and it shows.
Yeah, fuck off, you Akumu simp.
But in any case, I'm not here specifically to rag on Mad Libs, or even Akumu.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not happy with either, but that's not the purpose of this video.
Akumu knows what they did.
The purpose of this video is to compile the history of my involvement with weird fetishy stuff, specifically
Oh, thank God. I appreciate you doing this for me.
talk and address the role plays that I did back then,
Thank you.
explain how I got there and why, probably...
No, I take it back. I love people holding themselves accountable. This is great. It does my work for me. I don't have to go out of my way looking for the funny roleplay. It's gonna be delivered to us on a fucking silver platter, it sounds like.
We once
That's
again
great.
condemn younger me for getting involved in an environment that could have put me in danger, and put that shit out there for the upteenth billionth time because
Who the fuck is Akumu? This is a new name. I have no idea who that is.
addressing this shit genuinely never ends and no one ever hears me address it. And I have addressed all of this shit in the past. Too many times to count, frankly. We'll call back to at least one of those videos going through this again. So let's talk about my general journey into the world of fetish art.
Yeah, I've said before that I feel like some of these types of people that we see who... There's a certain type of person that you encounter who likes to indicate that they are very innocent, very small bean, very precious, and then they also are into some weird shit. And I think a lot of them don't realize that, you know, like someone like me, I've seen a lot of these types of people at this point. We've looked at a lot of these types of people who are, you know, cutesy, ooh-woo, and then they're also secretly, like, predators. And when you just... I guess what I'm saying is this whole aesthetic that we're looking at here is relying on people not knowing better. People not having experience with this sort of thing and just being like, oh, she's just, you know, she's just got some fetishes, whatever. But I've seen enough, you know, where this whole, like, it's a little disturbing. This, like, fucking voice changer, this cutesy little, like, cartoony, childlike art that you've got, and your role plays from years ago and how you were... whatever, how you were making diaper fucking art. It's all strange to me in a way that reminds me of people I've looked at who were up to some things. And I feel like, yeah, people that are just, that have never normies, basically. You know, you might think this is a little weird, but also be like, whatever, man, you know, I don't want to kink shame, but it's like, I've seen enough. I've seen enough people that I get a little bit of a fucking, you know, the hairs on the back of my neck. Like, this is reminding me... just like Birdie and that sort of scenario where it's like, you should be aware that this is... Well, I guess no one should be aware. No one should have seen Ezra's website, right? But I did, and so I guess... And Snake Thing, no one should have had to read the Snake Thing ooh-woo cutesy rapist logs with all his little fucking 3 emojis and shit. His fucking pleading emojis. No one should have to read that, you know? So, I mean, hey, people should, I guess, be more trusting to some extent, but it's just like, man, I just see this and I'm like, yeah, people, if they only knew the fucking half of how bad this shit gets. It isn't, we shouldn't assume that it's just a little funny little roleplay fetish thing that they engage in sometimes, because it almost never is that. Maybe it is with this person, but doesn't seem to, in my experience, it doesn't seem to be that way.
Before we do, though, I want to make something clear as we go through this. I was born January 18th, 1997. I am 27 years old as of this video, but if you're watching...
So you were 17 or whatever when you were doing the fucking creepy fetish art on... Oh, man, yeah, see, that's the thing. They get you young. This is the problem. When you're a little kid... and you're on the internet, you have free access to the internet, maybe there's some things, maybe you're still wetting the bed or whatever, and you mention that online, and now you've got a community of weirdos that are like, yeah, it's actually fine, you should be proud of the fact that you do that. Like, yeah, great, this person needed help, and instead they got DeviantArt.
watching this in the future, you can do the math to figure out how old I am by the time of you
Yeah,
watching.
yeah, expose the birth date. That's a great idea. That's really gonna... That's super cool.
This time, I'm not holding anything back. I'll talk about some things that I've never talked about before, some things that I had to get reminded of recently. Some of it's uncomfortable, some of it's genuinely traumatic, but enough time has passed that I think addressing this will finally get people to understand a bit better. Not that I think
The concept of diapers.
do anything to get people to...
Hang on, I have to see when Halo is starting. I think it's pretty soon. I think we're getting started fairly soon. I would like to... Oh, never mind. Never mind. Tristan is still sick, unfortunately. So Halo has been canceled. So we'll go a little while longer. But I do have to fucking eat something eventually. That's unfortunate. I hope he's feeling better. But you know, we got some new Halo maps and stuff. So hopefully we can get to that sometime soon as well.
drop the subject, like...
Maybe next Halo night I can actually stream it. We can do one of those, because that's fun.
God knows.
The last few have been pretty good.
Most of these people are only throwing this at me as a way to get me to fuck off, but nearly a decade later, and I have a much better grasp and understanding of what I actually did wrong, and so we can talk about it. Also, it'll just be nice to have this video to throw at people. I think it'd also be a good PSA. You'll understand. Anyway, so to start, let me paint a picture.
The voice changer sigh, that was uncomfortable.
I've been online most of my life. As little as 6 or 7 years old, I was allowed on my mother's computer to play EverQuest, so I'm as terminally online as they come.
I believe you. I'm just over here having like this existential crisis. It's the ongoing black pill of watching Deadwing Dork these days, because like I don't know what to fucking tell you. The world sucks. We watch one person who says in their own words that they are like a digital being that exists only on the internet, and they had a mental breakdown because their parents turned off the Wi-Fi. It's parents, my bad. And now we have this, and it's like, that person is a lot younger. This person's 27 years old at the time that this video came out. That person, Birdie, was 19. So this is just ongoing, you know? Like, 27, you've been online almost as long as I have, probably. And you probably got into some fucking weird shit. You know, I've mentioned before, like, I narrowly dodged so much. When I was a kid, I was on Sonic forums, and I remember there was this one... And, you know, you're a kid, you're attracted to stuff that's, like, a little bit more edgy. You want the shit that's risque. You don't want friendly, fun, happy, good time website.com. You want to go to the one that's got, like, some... that your parents don't want you to go to. And so you find the Sonic website that... on the main homepage of the Sonic website just has the site website admin sitting lounging on an office chair with his dick fully erect and with cum, you know, dribbling down the sides. And, you know, it's a Sonic website. It's not a Sonic porn website. It was just a website with Sonic stuff on it. And that was the homepage, I think, of the website. Or it was at least one of the main pages. I don't know, maybe they got hacked or something. But yeah, no, I saw a lot of fucking weird shit as like an 8-year-old or whatever on unsupervised internet. Here but for the fucking grace of God. You know? The internet has been such an unfortunate fucking occurrence. It's been an unfortunates. This is the new word I'm trying to pass, by the way. Unfortunate occurrence, an unfortunates. It's been a real unfortunates. The internet has been great for a lot of reasons, but man... it's the ongoing infinite grooming machine. The perpetual grooming device. That's what we've got now.
Which has its own brand of issues with it, but we're not going to get into those right now. As I grew up, obviously I had a variety of places that I would frequent.
What website? I think it was like... I don't want to throw any websites under the bus, but for whatever reason, I think it was Sonic Retro. I don't think it's that. It was like... I don't think it's any site that still exists, but I think it was... it might have been that. I don't know, because there was a website, it had, like, real facts. It had real stuff, but it also had stuff that other websites wouldn't tell you. Like, the fact that there was, like, a fucking official there was like an official, I think, sort of, not a like doujinshi or anything, but it was like a kind of sexy manga that featured Sonic and Tails. But Tails was like gender swapped, and it was, I don't know, I think that was either official or I just got lied to and that website was up to some weird shit. Because, yeah, I do remember, there's some weird stuff on, yeah. Like, 2003 internet was even less fucking, people were less aware of how degenerate you could be, by and large, but people were also less, that was a double-edged sword. So people didn't know they could go full out insane and just, like, groom kids left and right, you know? I got lucky that it wasn't like it is now on fucking TikTok or some shit, right? But there was also, you know, less reason to think that kind of thing would be going on in that era, you know? So, no, it was a bad time. It was a bad time. I can see this person's 27 years old. Yeah, probably saw some weird shit. We act like it's all new, like the users just came out of nowhere. But, I mean, OC Flame Wars have existed forever. If anything, my thing is that it's amazing that a lot of this stuff has existed for so long. I see, like, the kinds of shit that people would argue about on fucking, you know, again, on Sonic forums or whatever in 2003. And I'm like, we're really still having this debate? It's been 20 years. We haven't settled this. We haven't at least realized that it's pointless to argue about this. But people still do. The users are the same, the abusers are the same, it's just time is a fucking flat circle.
You know, just everything you'd expect a kid to realistically be doing on the World Wide Web. Initially, it started simple. I would be mostly on kid sites like Sticker World, Armor Games, Cartoon Network, you know, kid space.
I don't remember Sticker World, but alright.
That you'd expect kids to be on. The worst in my early years I can remember that I did was created a YouTube channel when I was 12, and the Music Shake a year later, but...
Wait, your YouTube channel?
That I did was created a YouTube...
That's the YouTube channel? It's Sean the Kirby fan? Eric Surf 6. Wait, that's like a famous channel. That's not... I guess this is them? Sean the Kirby fan might be them. This is like a channel I've heard of, though. I don't think that's their channel. Sean might be, this kid might be them. I don't know.
YouTube channel when I was 12, and the Music Shake a year later, but generally that's as far as I can remember. It's when I had hit my teen years that things really started to go downhill, as that's when I joined DeviantArt and started posting there. Apparently, I was really into the 4chan rules of the internet at the time, because my first upload was of what I had deemed a simple Rule 63 of myself. Truly, I showed no signs of being trans. No siree. Joking aside, I have no idea where I met the rules of the internet, or even...
So you were... how old at 11? Or in 2011, rather? You were like, what? 14 or something at that point in time? They might have said, but... Boy. This is what the, Well, the internet has led to a lot of things, hasn't it?
The specific one in question, but I recalled that I had them saved on my school iPad at the time, so that's what got me to...
Kind of seems like the internet is kind of part of what maybe... It's like fucking... It's like Chris with the Tom girl thing, where the internet like it convinced someone to just... And they were just like, yeah, you know what? This does feel right, actually. I'm going to just stick with this. I guess so. Hey, whatever. But it's just the way you describe it like this. It's basically, yeah, so the internet made me trans. Oh, all right. Well, I didn't know it was that. I didn't know it was like that, but okay.
Draw the first iteration of my Sona,
sure.
Posted November 12th, 2011. So what I would have been 14 years of age if I'm doing my math right.
I'm trying to do the math as well, yeah.
By 2012, I would post a few things worth of note on DeviantArt. Apparently, by this point, I was using a social chatting service known as Chatango, a place where anyone could contact you if they wanted to just by scrolling through an extensive user list. Here, I know I was definitely sent my first dick pic, as that was something that spooked me so much that I wrote a song about it, and the extra porn bot accounts that would send me links to cam sites for Music Shake. As questionable as these lyrics are, the general event absolutely did happen. I also had confirmed myself as getting a Skype by this point, where I would talk to some of my longest friends that I met through a live streaming my—
See, this is the problem, right? It's like you're a child on the internet, and you're just like, and what are you supposed to do? Not be open and want to have friends? Like, you're too stupid and young to know that you're putting your Skype out there in the world, your Chitango, whatever, you're gonna get a bunch of fucking weirdos. You just want to make friends, you know? It's not like it's their fault as, like, a kid for just being a fucking teenager or whatever. But it's just then you put this online and, yeah, you get some weird shit.
Minecraft place called Ghost in the Stream.
The oversharing,
mind you,
yeah.
Ghost in the Stream
Didn't
itself
ask.
used Chitango for its chat box. So
I don't see how, a lot of this, I don't see how this is related, but, I mean, I guess it's all, it's telling the whole story, I guess.
Doubly helped in the doodle was not where she was supposed to be idea. I had also confirmed that I was a user on a social game known as Imvu, which, if you know what that is, there's not really much of a reason to explain the problems there. Definitely shouldn't be on there when you're less than 18. There was also a particularly interesting jump between two images, being the first of two Dare images that I would make, and the 9th page of a comic that I was creating at the time where we had a...
Yeah, so you were a little kid who were... So, I don't get what this is supposed to be getting at. I mean, I guess you are a victim of some weirdos on DeviantArt that made you into, like, a broken human that wants to shit yourself in diapers. I don't know what to, like... I'm sorry, but that, yeah, you were 14 or whatever, and this is just depressing again. This is just another person whose life has been irrevocably fucked up by these internet fucking weirdos on like DeviantArt or whatever website that are like, oh, you should make more art like this. This is great. And just instead of going to any kind of fucking therapy or something to help with this, you just get more idiots on the internet to pat you on the back and tell you that it's great.
Character
Cool.
physically and mentally age regress to bypass weirdness in the setting, but only to create more weirdness in real life for me, though one could make the argument in favor of this just being unfortunate implications. However, the implications are still unfortunate. Recall that by this point, though, I would have been 15, if my math is correct. Moving on into age 16, I created the Transformation World comic, one where much of the irresponsible and gross things started popping up. Specifically, ABDL themes, because gender swapping was, like, always a thing that I was aware of. That was in, like, most TV shows I had watched as a kid, but these other themes had to come...
I dare Susie to put on a really full diaper and have her loving every second of it. And that's the image that we're looking at here. Yeah, it's funny that you would point out you'd censor your own shit with a "that's them right there" officer. That's good. That is appropriate.
From somewhere, yeah? There's no way I would have just known of this stuff,
Piss-filled diaper,
would I?
yes.
Hold that thought, because I'm going somewhere with this. 2014, so age 17, still a minor. A lot of things start falling into place. So not only do I start getting super into fetish content, being super supportive of others, and even...
Anyways, let's move along.
Doing my first error message erotic roleplay that turned into what we are eventually going to get into talking about.
Fucking excuse me? What? Error message roleplay? What the fuck is this stupid shit? We're done! We're just done!
Creating fetish-centric characters, which had gotten me in trouble when a character wasn't...
No, I'm sorry, we should go back to that, actually, because...
Error message into fetish content, being super...
Yeah, this appears... I believe this is, well, this is zoophile, most likely, but then this is... I think a diaper flag? Boy! Boy! How about that? Right, I don't, you know, you can see that right there. That's what you're looking at there. And then we got the FET team here. Here's some of the FETs. That's cool.
Trouble when a character wasn't supposed to be sexual, but whose themes were questionable at best, started popping up in other people's communities, and just all in all getting into content that I should not have gotten myself involved with. I even went back and started reviewing some of the content that I already had consumed to talk about the... right, there it is. So... in my review of a manga called Mika ni Harassment, one that I did for two friends who are not into that kind of content, by the way, I mentioned that this was the thing that got me invested in fetish content as a whole. Obviously, I'm not going to go down the everything that this manga...
Jesus Christ. You read this one, huh? That's, Sure, and there's Trap Quest. So, yeah, the internet did groom this person. I mean, make no mistake. The internet is what planted a seed in this person's brain to go, traps? And then it was self-perpetuating from there. I mean, I don't know how else to... That's exactly what that's exactly what this is. And there's a diaper pride flag, too. So what the fuck? Like, what the fuck?
Something to do with
what are we
the
doing?
chat that
What are we doing?
I frequented because it was connected to a website where you could just
Yeah,
watch
Rayplay.
Thing like Kiss Anime, but it has a chat box with randos feeding you anime and manga recommendations. It was brought up amongst a chat there, and I read it, and then followed that
Poo-poo pride, everyone. But don't forget the zoo flag. It looks suspiciously like the US flag.
up with several other ecchi pieces of media that manga websites would list alongside it. To clarify, it was this piece of media being talked about with a curious minor in the room, and it was this and other related media that made me so desensitized to sexual topics.
And I'm not even, it's a situation where, like, yeah, whatever, you're 15, you're gonna look up some weird shit, you're gonna be curious, whatever, you're 15. But at that, I mean, it's just that's another piece in the puzzle, isn't it? I mean, yeah, if we need any more, I believe that was like a trap, that was like a, you know, what they used to refer to as a trap, thing. That seemed to be what that description was indicating, was that it was something in the direction of, you know, gender swap Rule 63 type of deal. Yeah, I mean, I just think that that's just another thing on this whole series of things that's happening. I don't know. There's that. There's the zoophile pride flag. I mean, I don't know what else that pride flag was. I mean, it was a paw print and a flag. I don't know. I own a dog. I don't know what else that would be, right?
This
furry, maybe just furry. It could just be a furry pride flag, I guess. I don't know.
Was what garnered me my initial intrigue. This is precisely why it's important, actually, to not have kids be around NSFW topics and themes, as it's shit like this that endangers them to potentially get groomed or put into other sexually explicit situations. And I know this now, obviously, but look at where I was leading up to turning 18. I was, knowingly or not, putting myself in danger hanging around these communities. And it's, again, not just the ABDL communities either. I had role plays that had furry themes involved. I had inflation role.
I can't believe the fucking thing is it's Windows XP error messages. What do? You pretend to click the play button? Why?
Themes involved. I had inflation roleplay, macro, bimbo, humiliation, futanari.
Yeah, someone's in chat says they collected every fetish like it was Pokemon, basically. Like, I mean, this was someone who was completely... You want me to believe that you're not like a groomer. This is not the way to do it. Is to just be like, oh yeah, at the age of like 15, I had every fetish because the internet completely corrupted my brain. In every single direction, all at once. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is clearing up any controversy, really. This is really just establishing that there's reasons why people might be concerned about this individual. This is pretty bad stuff.
S&M.
It's unfortunate it happened to you, but I don't know what to tell you. It's not, this all happens to be stuff that winds up being kind of part of the puzzle of, would you leave this person alone with your kids or your pets?
Like, I had a whole RP with basically everything under the sun in it. It's frankly no wonder I watched Bondage Game. But again, I was 17 at the time of all of these examples. I was a minor, which still isn't good, mind you. I'm not saying it was.
Someone just leaves the comment, Patricia Taxon. Why do you say that? What's that about?
But I am trying to put all of this into perspective.
So random. That's such a non sequitur.
This was more or less my upbringing in my teen years. I was always online. I was online homeschooled. I was struggling in classes, stressed out, and then being desensitized to sexual themes. It's a no wonder that I used roleplay like that to escape reality. I know. You don't.
Yeah, it's no wonder. I mean, hey, I was raised by 4chan, so what the fuck? You know, what can I say? But, it's not good. It's just not good, though. I mean, none of the situation is good. I shouldn't have been in that scenario, and neither should you.
I hear I was in a bad place. It's not what I'm saying,
Christ.
but you don't want to hear it anyway, so let's move on then. With all of this laid out, moving into 2015, January 18th rolls around, and I become...
Well, this is worse than Birdie to an extent. I mean, I don't know. It is almost as it is worse though, because it's a similar thing of like, this person has seemingly been just mired in drama for like their whole existence, except this person's older. This person's 27 years old. Doodle Tones is 27. Birdie is only 19. Birdie, it's like more shocking, I think, the fact that basically from the age of 12 on to now, their whole existence is scrutinized as like a drama campaign on the internet, a funny sideshow to eat popcorn and laugh at, which I guess I've unfortunately contributed to, but not by choice, goddammit. This is like a similar thing, I don't think to the same extent as that, but over a longer period, and in different ways. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that was another thing where that person was basically Birdie was essentially also groomed by and large by the internet. I mean, there were maybe some specific people involved, but it was the internet. It was being able to find all this wacky shit at a young age and plant that seed in your brain. And yeah, it's that, but over a longer course of time here. This is just, it's hard for me to separate this from other people that I've seen that this reminds me of, most of whom are predators, like actual criminals, Snake Thing, you know, Goon Clown. It's hard for me to make that distinction at this point.
I'm legally an adult. I hit 18. Mind you, I'm still doing role plays by this point, and while I don't exactly realize what day I dropped out of high school, I was still definitely stressed the fuck out about it all, so...
You know, more needs to be said about parents being strict. Because, like, yeah, if you're too strict, you're gonna act out and become a weirdo in the other direction. Or you're gonna, you know, become like Ed Gein or some shit. But, I don't know, what happened here? You know, I mean, it always comes back to that question. What happened here? What happened to the parents here? Where were they? What were they up to? What were they doing? Why were they not involved in parenting you and guiding you through this difficult time in your life? Just were they both dead? I mean, that's a shame if that's the case. No guardians at all? I mean, no maidens? I don't know. I mean, like, it's always down to that. Like, who the fuck failed this child and let them grow up to be like this? I mean, there's only so much you can do. You know, but you got a good foundation for a kid. You get a good head on their shoulders, you know. At the very least, they're going to be able to navigate the bullshit that life sends in their way. But it seems like this person just got buried in it.
These role plays were definitely my go-to. On March 21st, 2015, I released the infamous
Homeschooled and
RP.
still dropped
Those
out.
who have watched Doodle is Cringe, I released the...
You're playing a video game when suddenly a little girl pops out of it. I, of course, play the little girl who hides one hell of a secret. You can guess what the fucking... One 3 to 6 inch guess what the secret is.
Infamous Game Girl RP. Those who have watched Doodle is Cringe may recall me already addressing this one directly and condemning the action itself. See, to give a bit of context, I was doing online homeschool from 2012 to 2015.
You backed out. You dropped out of online homeschool, though. I mean, come on. This is...
And it was just downright the worst due to the classes on the site being laid out differently class to class, scheduling problems that caused class gatherings to overlap, and so I'd be marked as absent. My internet connection didn't help matters either, as having a stable connection to do and or turn in the classwork wasn't always there. And well, yeah, I won't lie and say there wasn't some aspects that distracted me. I was connected to the internet. Not helped by the...
Yeah, that was probably a lot of it. I mean, hey, I had a bad school experience too, so, like, I can relate to that, I guess. But, it's just... Why are you blaming your school experience for the... I don't know what this is how this is related at all. This is like a non sequitur.
The fact that I had no outside connections and felt
these are all lame excuses. I don't understand.
And boy, am I glad I'm not in academics currently, because I would not want to go back. Things haven't exactly been better, but I'll take what I got now over what I went through in that time.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Not a stable enough internet connection to do online schooling, but stable enough to goon to every fetish. Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, no, I don't see how any of this is really related. If anything, it's like, yeah, if only you were in school more, if only you had, like, a little more structure in this... You know, you might not have had so much time to do this to yourself.
Frame. Anyway, the point is that I needed a mental break, shown by the plethora of vent art that I made at the time. And this is where we get into role-playing, specifically transformation and fetish roleplays. I won't go too in detail about...
For some reason, dressed up as, like, Windows pop-up messages. I have no idea how that's part of this fetish. I think it's such a small part, really, ultimately. Like, the diaper thing, the transforming, that's more of a thing. But it's so strange to me that part of this fetish, I guess, is displaying these things as Windows XP pop-ups. That is really unusual. It reminds me of when I got a virus on my Windows XP as a kid, and it was actually sexual in nature. Like, I mean, it wasn't always... But it would give me weird ASCII art, like, pinup model pop-ups, and, like, just other weird shit. I don't know. But it was like this. It was like Windows pop-up prompts. I guess maybe this person had the same virus. I don't know. I don't know how you wind up being, like, part of your sexual identity is Windows pop-ups. Good for you. Mom, I got a virus!
Detail about each RP I did, because I don't feel as if there's a lot to talk about, to be honest, which, given how people often talked about it, you'd figure there would be, but there's really not. Most didn't really go anywhere, do anything interesting digging through them. However, there was one that I would be amiss to talk about. The Game Girl RP.
Yeah, please, get us into the Game Girl here. Go home, Game Girl.
This is out of order since it was 2015, but since we're talking about them now, and this one did spark up a little bit of controversy in 2018 that got some very not-so-nice allegations lobbed at me, I feel like I should talk about it now. Mainly because of the not-thought-out descriptor of the character.
Now, does anyone remember if this is what Medicare looked at? This was 2015. I'm wondering, because people say this is the diaper DeviantArt fetishist that Medicare looked at like a decade ago. Is this the person? I mean, this is the person. Is this the scenario? Like, was it Game Girl? I don't remember what specifically he looked at, but I don't remember any of this. I don't remember this. I remember someone with a diaper thing on his DeviantArt thing, his DeviantArt series, but I don't remember this. This seems notable.
For not being physically older than 8 years old, and then having one of the people I was role-playing with have a character
never
that
brought
was
up the
supposed
kids.
to be
That's a shame.
moldable,
Maybe it was before
dressed
then.
Only to grope them. It's a little creepy, sure.
I mean, this person was like 17 at the time, so they were like technically still a minor, I guess, and literally neurodivergent too. But yeah, I mean, I look at people on stream sometimes who are like, 16, 17, whatever. It's like, you're still, this is the way you're probably going to be. You're still going to be probably a VHS collector in like a couple years. It's a general representation of like, well, you are, yeah, you're young, but you're probably still gonna be like a weirdo who's into trains in like 2 years. There's probably not much hope for you by that point. It's a shame. It's just sad.
I don't really have an
So
excuse.
similarly, it's like, well, you might be 17, but you're also really into diapers and little kids. So I kind of think that ship has sailed. I don't know.
For how creepy it sounds. And I'm not gonna
Sorry, what?
have
How
a
creepy
character
is it?
that was
Let's see here. I stare at the girl, gently picking her up. The girl can't be physically older than 8.
older than 8 years old, and then having one of the people
Easy, she says, turning into something you see commonly online. Wow, I simply say, absent-mindedly reaching out to her chest. She doesn't stop you from groping her. I move closer, slowly squeezing her breast. She blushes, but doesn't stop you. So it's exactly what it looks like it is. And this is very similar to Tamatoa's scenario, where if you remember, Tamatoa was 16 when he was, he was accused of grooming a girl on Roblox, multiple people actually, but one specific girl who was 10 at the time he was 16, it was like, I mean, yeah, it is still creepy. It's still, like, you'd still call that grooming, I think. Or whatever you'd call that. In this scenario, I mean, it's not quite grooming, but it is an even bigger age gap by, like, 3 years or something. This person's 1 year away from legal adulthood. And they're doing RP like this. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It doesn't help that you're like literally neurodivergent and a minor. You're still doing it, and it's still pretty bad. And I don't think you can. The thing is like you can explain this and like logically, a lot of people might be willing to be like, oh well, yeah, you were, whatever, groomed by the internet and all this shit, and that does maybe soften the blow a little, but then when you do read this, it is still disgusting, though, and, like emotionally, or whatever you want to say, I'm triggered right now, I guess you could say. It's like, logically, you might be able to ease me in with all this, half the video you did, but now I'm seeing this, and it is still pretty bad. Still pretty fucking bad, And I'm like, yeah, I guess you're a victim of the fucking whatever, but that doesn't really help this. That's not helping this. This is not helping.
playing with have a character that was supposed to be multiple grope breast only to grope them. It's a little creepy, sure.
Yeah. Where's my Sandys? God damn it. He's still just in the corner there, but he's watching.
Don't really have an excuse.
He looms. He's looming. In fact, he's not looming big enough. He's not quite looming big enough. There you go. He's now towering over the video, as a matter of fact. That's perfect. That's perfect. There you go.
For how creepy it sounds, and I'm not going to defend it on the basis
It's
of
a little
it
creepy.
being creepy or otherwise uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a little creepy. I was pretending to be an 8-year-old on the internet, and people were groping me. It's a little creepy. Just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's not adding up. This is not, I don't see how this is supposed to make me not disgusted at this point. It's good.
I was a stupid 18-year-old by this point.
You were an 18-year-old. Oh, so at this point in time, this person actually was an adult. They don't even have the defense of being 17 or whatever. Slim though that even would be a defense. They don't even have that. They were technically 18 at the time. Freshly 18, if you will. I see. Well, that's considerably worse then, actually. It's weird how such a few, it's just like, it's probably just like a few, you know, it's probably just like a few weeks or whatever difference, whatever, but, you know, it's pretty bad. That's worse. I think it's worse.
People that I was comfortable. Though the purpose of the RP wasn't to be sexual, that's just where the role player took it, and I allowed it. And obviously, 5 years after this roleplay...
The role player is to blame. It's not this person for establishing that as the fucking roleplay to begin with.
And I haven't done anything similar since, even when I was still doing the fetishy roleplays in 2016, age 19. I think it's safe to say
Freshly 19.
that I've learned from this. It was a...
You know, and you know, people do grow up or whatever, but it is just, it's very odd, and that on top of everything else, there's a lot of pieces falling into fucking place here. It's not helping. None of this is really helping. I didn't know who you were. I had no stake in this game. I had no stake in this. I would have been super willing to believe that you've, like, moved on and changed, but the way you have represented yourself has made me highly question that. I've got to be honest.
Of the time things that I grew from. In any case, yeah, it's creepy. But I learned from where my boundaries were doing these, and they were a good source of escapism during a time where I really needed it. So I don't particularly feel as if I regret having done the RPs, no matter how many people believe that I probably should.
No regrets, no remorse. Fuck them all and fucking no regrets. That's right. No, you know, they basically did a roundabout, I'm sorry you felt offended kind of thing, which in this scenario, I guess doesn't really feel like it's cutting it, but alright, yeah.
One of those things that I can look back at.
You should, though!
Knowing that I grew from. The one thing that I would like to make an addendum for is my lack of regret when last talking about this, because I was made aware of some less than savory things we'll get to here in a sec. But for now, let me focus.
Yeah, they have no regrets.
No story, no motive, no reason, and no background checks!
Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit more on this roleplay. The misconception about this roleplay being that it was supposed to be inherently sexual is one that I never properly really...
Yeah, that's the worst Star Wars droid, the RPCP. They didn't use him very much.
Explain. See, the character...
I think that was one of Chuck Wendig's creations.
...was supposed to be a female companion of...
She shrugs, I don't know. I sigh. So, what am I supposed to do with you? She shrugs, I can serve as a daughter, mother, or girlfriend. It's up to you. A mother? How would you do that? You're way too short for that. She transforms into an older-looking Princess Peach. Whoa! Oh, Princess Peach, I see. This is the mother figure you immediately jump to. Not even like Mrs. Incredible or something. But Princess Peach, alright.
Some kind, yes, but it didn't have to be a sexual one. And I can confirm this by the other two threads that people very commonly overlook. Because...
Yeah, the description of this was, I of course play a little girl who has one hell of a secret, so... I mean... I guess other people tried to switch this into a different direction, but Doodletones did seemingly establish this from the outset as being a little girl RP. So it's ultimately completely... It's like, here's some evidence of other people being less okay with it than me. I believe you. Thank you.
Kirby1250 was not the only person to take up this roleplay. In Nick's story, the two played Mario Kart. In Dragon of Times, she was setting up to be like a babysitter or a maid. And in both those stories, she was described as slightly older, looking like a 10-year-old instead of an 8-year-old.
Oh, well.
Which would still be weird if either
I see.
of those stories went the same way Kirby's did.
Yeah, that would still be... This is... Man... This isn't great. This isn't a great defense, you know? Like, I mean, I don't even know the specifics of this. And I'm just like I'm marveling over it, what this defense is. You know, it's like, well, okay, she was 10, not 8, come on. Cool stuff.
But all in all, it was not built to be sexual. It was just this one person who took it that direction. And while I'm actually...
Oh, fuck off. That's such bullshit. Little girl RP with a secret. Yeah, okay. Sure. It's just those filthy other people on the internet that aren't you that have dirty minds. It's not, it wouldn't be that you, someone who's self-admitted to having, like, every fetish in the book and being weirdly corrupted by the internet. It wouldn't be you. Not you. It wouldn't be you that had the suspicious, ideas for this. It was everybody else. They're the problem, right?
Not going to defend the descriptor or the allowing of it to get that far. That's still on me for not drawing that boundary. I will say that with everything leading up to that point, when you put everything into its proper context and not just keeping it in a vacuum at face value, much like these people tend to do, it becomes less Doodle is a degenerate or worse, a predator, and more Doodle actually didn't know any better. Yes, I didn't. I didn't have any—
In what way would you have said that? No, that's not true. I would never ever think that, Doodle. You made a thing on DeviantArt that said, little girl RP, and I have a big secret. It's pretty obvious what kind of response you're gonna get. Don't play dumb. Don't act. You've used DeviantArt. You know what's on there. You just told us how you got corrupted by DeviantArt. You know what kind of response that's gonna get you. You knew that. Don't act fucking stupid. Don't act fucking stupid, and don't treat me like I'm stupid. I have no idea who you are. But as someone in chat said, the hole wasn't that deep to begin with, but it sure is now. You've been digging this hole even worse. This is something. This is really something. I didn't know any better when I obviously made that thing and then other people came along and made it sexual. I don't know. You made it little girl themed and then other people were desperately like, can she look different? Can she please look different though? And you kind of went along with it. But your initial prompt was little girl. And for some reason it was in a Windows XP fucking message. I don't know. I don't see how anyone would be able to believe. I mean, outside of the internet groomed Doodle into being this way, it's still ultimately your action. So, what the fuck are we doing here, Doodle?
Anyone tell me that I shouldn't be there.
Fuck
I'd
off.
grown up in an environment where this kind of behavior was encouraged. I shouldn't have done it. I agree there. That is my fault. I was 18. I was legally an adult. I should have tried to be more responsible in my actions. But I did not realize I was doing anything wrong. Because going—
Someone in chat just says, I'm glad I'm not a groomer. And with the crying laughing face. Yeah. That would be bad if... Well, I didn't think you were. Why are you suggesting that you... Hang on. Uh-oh.
Even further than that, you might also have the very real argument of Doodle was groomed into it. And
by whom? Other than just the internet at large, which I agree that happened, probably. Yeah, the internet groomed you into seemingly a lot of things. And that doesn't... I mean, that doesn't matter, though. I mean, ultimately, you're an adult, and you chose to post that, and, I think a better argument would be, it was a long time ago, okay? I'm different now, which, she kind of gets into that, but it's like, instead the argument is like, no, actually it wasn't my fault, and I got groomed, and that's why I posted that thing that obviously was sexual, right.
For like a decade, I didn't even realize that
Everyone
I
else.
been until going through my old Skype logs earlier this month.
Someone says you were enabled at most. That's about right, yes. I mean, I would say, again, I mean, I do think it was a very... I mean, I don't know if you'd call it grooming, but it was a situation where this person was exposed to a lot of shit at a young age that should not have been near a child, and that's gonna lead to some fucking things, right? That's gonna lead to, for me, it led to cynicism and depression. For other people, sometimes it leads to certain other things, or that too, in addition to other things, possibly. And in this case, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I believe that the internet had a hand in this happening, but no names have been mentioned specifically of individuals that groomed Doodlebop here. No individual names were said, so I mean, I have to assume the grooming was just the internet. I mean, unless we're about to get into it here.
Even realize that I might have been until going through my old Skype logs earlier.
Okay, so the Skype logs. So there were groomers on Skype is what is being... Okay.
I don't know where this person is at now, so
Sure,
I suppose
okay.
this is just for peace of mind.
It's not just the internet, it was a groomer. It was a specific
At
groomer.
this point, and to help contextualize things a bit better, but the same year that I got super into erotic roleplay, I met this person called White Clouds 1988, also known as Alex. We used to chat a lot with each other, and when I say chat a lot, I mean we chatted a lot.
That's unfortunate. You probably shouldn't have talked to a man born in 1988, yeah.
We met November 22nd, 2014.
I'm getting all the fucking messages here. Great.
So,
we're getting literal decade-old fucking messages.
Remember, I was still 17 at this time. Alex here was, according to their profile, 26 at the time, so a year younger than I am now as of this video. They knew I was as young as I was at the time.
Yeah, I'm sure this guy is a creepy scumfuck, and what's your point? I mean, unless... That doesn't change what you do, though. Like, I don't see this, like, shifting of the blame, like, no, but I was groomed, so it made me do this. Like, that can be one thing if you are, I don't know, like a thrall in a brainwashing situation, and you've been, like, you know no better. Maybe your life was at risk. You had to do some weird shit. But when you're just an 18-year-old that's decided to, like, post about being a little girl ooh-woo on the internet, and you're trying to use this, like, well, someone else made me think that was a good... Well, you... Everything that we do is influenced by other people. Solid Snake told you to think that. Fuck off.
Too. In fact, they said that I was cooler than they were at that age. It was one of the first conversations we had. That same day, I was also allowed to trauma dump on them about my rampant suicidal ideation, and they were allowed to just casually talk about the time that they tried anal while talking with me about asexuality. We then got onto the topic of diapers, as that was the circle that we met each other in, after all.
Oh my god. Oh, wow. I can't believe that this happened then. Wow. I can't believe... I'm sorry, I don't know how much you can pin the blame on this guy grooming you. Like, yeah, he shouldn't have done this, obviously. No question. But your actions being like, well, no, it's because he groomed me. It's like, well, yeah, well, you shouldn't have been in the diaper community talking to fucking 26-year-olds. A lot of things shouldn't have fucking happened. I don't know what to fucking tell you. This whole situation sucks. The internet is fucking cringe. I hate it.
And at the time, I felt like I wanted to need them. I could not tell you why all these...
This is disgusting. I don't want to read this right now. Yeah, but we're gonna keep reading it. Cool. Alright, so yeah, grooming happened, and that's why they're a sex predator or whatever. Not
It was a very common thing between...
Yeah, we're doing, like, sexy stuff. That's great. Make the RP fun. I don't know, like... I just don't know what reaction to have, I guess. It's like a fucking, of course this guy should not be doing this, but when I'm watching this, like, don't be in a fucking diaper community then when you're 17. What do you want? Don't. Be more fucking careful. I know, it's like victim blaming. I know. And like when you're 17, but like when you're 17 and you're getting groomed on Roblox, or whatever, you know, you're a kid, you're a minor, you're being groomed on like Roblox or something. That's a lot different from being groomed in the diaper fetish community. Like, you're already in a weirdo community of degenerate freaks. Of course this happened to you. What the fuck? Like, this is A to B to C fucking logic here. This isn't even like fucking, this whole situation sucks. The whole rest of it is basically reading these, like, logs, and I don't need to get into all of that. It's, not really interesting enough, but it's also kind of, obviously distasteful. But don't worry, everything that they ever have done as an adult is because they were groomed, I guess. You know, I'm not one for holding something against someone for a decade and being like, oh, you posted this online in 2006, you should be ashamed, you know. But when the argument that you have when confronted with this is this weird roundabout, like, well, it's not really my fault, actually. It's not my fault. That's when the problem starts to me, is like, okay, you still have problems with this. If this was something, you were 18, you posted something fucking weird, it's like, alright, you know, maybe in a decade things have changed for you, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's like you can't really, I don't know. Very, you know, I think the Avatar says it all today. I think the Skibbity Bear says everything that needs to be said. He's looking very skibbity. Let's see here. $5 from Almighty Loaf. The hypothetical hurricane suggestion was meant to be the fandom wiki. Never checked out the YouTube side of it. Oh. Well, I'll take a look. Yeah, I heard it was posted in Milk Barn, so I'll look. $2 from LinkFan007. When are you going to play music live again? Oh, maybe sometime. I think that would be good. I've, you know, I got my bass here. I haven't played my bass in a long time. That's the problem. I need to practice. But I just haven't touched it in a while. I'd like to try to make... I wish I could play my own music. I'd like to play my own Strange Odyssey on bass, but I don't even know how... I don't know how to play my own song on bass. I don't know how to play any of it. I mean, I did play the first two parts of that, the Strange Odyssey song, in its entirety. That was all stuff that I like played on a keyboard, you know. I mean, it was the most music I just like plopped the fucking notes down, but that was one of the first ones where I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just actually record all of my, like, me playing solos and stuff. And you know, I think it turned out with extensive what do you call it, quantization to fix all my fuck ups. It worked out. So you know, I played the bass lines on there, but I don't know how that translates to playing them on an actual fucking bass. And I don't even remember how to play them now. I think that one was in C. I don't know, man. I don't remember how to play it. $5 from Autistic Wolf. Good to see that An Ordinary Fern and Almighty Lowly did this movie collaboration together. Can't say I'm super comfortable watching, but E for effort. Yeah, today's been a real roller coaster of, like, child abuse and movies. and the intersection thereof. $2 from Autistic Wolf. From holding his wood to introducing his snake. Wow. Yeah, there is a lot of that. $2 from Archivist Arcontrol. What did I miss? I'm so lost. Quite a lot. You missed the whole sex movie. $5 from Quill Clock. I was suggested the rare user of color / Afro user. Jaja the Hedgehog. He does animated skits. You might be interesting. And the word animated is in quotes. Well, there's a lot of users of color, I would say. There's no shortage of that. Especially, like, Sonic community, you know? I don't know. I would say, I mean, I would say that by default I do when I picture users. I mean, I'm obviously I hate, you know, women and minorities, so, like, by default I do picture, like, I basically picture, like, a white guy whose head looks like a sodding Tic Tac or like, again, like, Kalobi Productions, or whatever his name is, Pictures, whatever. I think it was Productions. With him, I was picturing, like, Dolly Flesh. I was not picturing, you know, dude who, what is he looked kind of like Kanye, but less crazy. He looked like a younger, less insane Kanye. He looked like Kanye from 10 years ago. 15 years ago. You know, he did not look like Dolly Flesh as I was expecting. But Jaja the Hedgehog, I think you said. Jaja the Hedgehog. My channel is not made for kids or the mentally ill. He's got some friends here. He's got some friends. And, SSS Show, Episode 6. Okay, he's got like a Sprite-themed Sonic... oh, yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is in the... Okay. Well, it's not too much here. I don't know if this is the right channel. He is on Twitter as well, but I'm not seeing too much. It's like a lot of memes, and then it's this SSS the Hedgehog. Oh, and also there's something called Red Lightning Estate, which looks like it's a real estate logo. It's got like a house and 2 palm trees. These are like Sprite comics, but as series. Like, it's weird. SSS Show Episode 3 has like a Rayman sprite in it that looks like it's from the Rayman Game Boy Advance game. But let's start with Episode 1. This is from, wow, 5 years ago? Oh, wow, he was doing this for a while then. Shit. 5 years ago, SSS Show Episode 1. Let's introduce Jaja.
Man, I don't even know what to do.
Okay, this can't be it, right? It was Jaja the Hedgehog, right? Jaja the Hedgehog. He does animated skits. If this is him, I mean, it's text-to-speech. I don't know.
Today. Well, instead of laying here, I should see what Shadow and Silver...
I don't know about this. What about fucking Red Lightning Estate? Text-to-speech?
Walk it like I talk it. Walk it like
this is more what I was looking for.
Talk it. Walk it like I talk it. Walk it like
a director verse series.
I talk it. Hey. Walk it like I talk it. Walk it like I talk it.
I like that this is also just the Gatorade logo. You know, it's economical. It's got like a Gatorade logo just behind the other logo that's happening. You know, you get 2 for the price of 1.
Walk it like I talk it. Walk it like I talk it.
Walk it like I talk it. Is that Migos? Okay. I just got copyright claimed by Migos. It's okay. I already got one from Black Sabbath and Nightwish. And probably someone else. Is it Georgia? Is that what Georgia looks like?
Yo, Jaja, gotta admit, this place looks fire as fuck.
How do you have a text-to-speech that also sounds like it has a shitty microphone?
A lot better looking than Hawkins Mansion. That's for sure.
No kidding. John used whatever he had left in his savings just to get...
I'm not watching this, man. This is from 4 months ago. I'm not watching this. This is maybe there's something in here that's funny, but the text-to-speech is giving me a brain aneurysm. I don't need it. It's like the other video with the horrible voice changer thing. This person says it supposedly has 500 videos, though, but I can't see most of them. Wait a second. Hang on. Shorts? Is there shorts? No, there's lives, maybe. There's lives. There's live streams. There's live streams. Happy Weed Day. What's his most popular live stream? His most popular live stream has 120 views. Jaja live stream from a year ago. And I mean, he's just on his PS5 playing Street Fighter. Yeah. I mean,
oh wow, dang.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something there. I'm not really seeing it here. I mean, I'm open to more suggestions from him. Take a look at chat, see if there's something I'm missing. Oh, decent enough sprite work. Greeny Phaeton. Oh my god. I vaguely remember that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing there. $5 from Ray. Got so drunk I woke up buzzed. Good morning, Claw. There's a little smiley face with a nose. Good morning. Either that's a nose or that's like a mouth, and then the bracket underneath that is like your double chin or something. Like it's a fat guy with his mouth agape. I don't know. But good morning. $2 from Clunt Ficus, the Karate Kid, at your creepy uncle's house. Or out in his woods, I guess. Yeah. 5 CHF from Super Mario Hack. You know, I much prefer Larry's one static drawing over a bunch of mediocre drawings of some cringy, kawaii, hot topic weeb OC. Lol. Well, you got him. That was a lot of words at the end there, but you got him. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the genes chain really says it all. People People really got into chains as a concept, as like a weapon or like an aesthetic choice. Chains and belts. Nomura loved his belts. I know that much. $2 from Keygrass. This is in no way a joke. This is not ironic. Listen, man. Listen, man. There's no way you can say that about anything now. $5 from Gecko. While we're on this topic, please consider looking up Ghost Doctor. It's Chris Boris's rip-off of Ghost Adventures, Lamau. Not today, but maybe another time. Suggest it to me another time, or I'll try to remember, because I have thought before, I wanted to do a stream where we do, like, ghost debunking kind of deal. We look at some of these, like, look at the video! Do you see the way the thing moves? Was it a ghost? Yeah, one of those. That I haven't done that on stream, and that could be fun, and so looking at some of the irate gamer ghost videos might also be entertaining. $2 from Evil Tomato Man. There's corn of that girl on his DA. Oh, not the corn. Oh, dear. $2 from Keygrass. His waifu acts like a child. That's weird. Yeah, she doesn't speak, and she just goes, eh! And that's, oh, that's sexy. That's the ideal woman. I kept saying, that's, yeah, you want a woman who just makes occasional squeaks like she's got some kind of, like, actual frog living in her throat or something. $5 from Y2K Mermaid Claw. I meant their DA, not their YouTube, is where the degeneracy is. Oh. Who? Which person? Oh, Doodle Tones. I see. Well, we just watched the video. I mean, I think that video was pretty bad already. What happens if I go to the DeviantArt? You mean it's still bad? Is it still bad on DeviantArt? Featured 2016. I mean, you can, yeah. I don't know. Most of this is like older stuff. The most recent art, the most recent like art that might be cringe is from like 2016. The RPs are available though. I would need to like log in. I'm good. Maybe another time, but it is all seemingly still available there, so people can still go check it out, I guess. But I think we got the gist of it. Let's see here. 647 from Exile Postman. Hey, let's watch Sex Shop Woman Chases Off Robber Using Dildo. That sounds a lot less, you know, problematic and hurtful than a lot of the things we've been looking at today. Let's do Sex Shop Woman Robber. Yeah, it's this one. Give me all the money. Give me all the money. No! Hit him with the Saints Row 3 special! Get out! Get out! Get out! You love to see it. Get him out of there. Get him out of there! You love to see it. Hang on. Get the fuck out! Go! Oh! Get going! Piece of shit! Don't come back! Fucker! Alright, very good. Very good. $5 from Ron Masatome. It says in the official asexual definition that not everyone agrees on the definition. So it's very confusing. You really want to have more confidence in your official definition of something. More that, like, because I think that can be said about a lot of things, really. Is like, it's all argued on, but, you know, you at least have a definition to go by that people can at least argue on. Like, your official definition is, well, we're not sure, we're just not sure, we really don't know, we just don't know. It's not helpful, you know? It's not helpful, and, you know, it's like, I'm sorry, gay people everywhere, you gotta understand, when people react with, like, confusion, it's not just because they're bigots. A lot of the time it's because this shit is just confusing. The forced switching to different pride flags, and, like, if you're not in the community, you're never going to know, like, which of the fucking terms you're supposed to use. Like, the fact that being like a Native American with multiple personalities is apparently a sexuality is unbelievable to me. But I mean, whatever. It is a little bit fucking confusing for people that don't subscribe to all the newsletters. $2 from Keygrass. Doodle Tones was in a Jar video. So yes, a Jar video? I don't remember what that means. Not the Jar Media podcast, right? $5 from Y2K Mermaid. TLDR Doodle says they were groomed into it, but they were doing this long before they got groomed. The voice changer is because trans and 20 years-ish. Yeah, 27 apparently. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, the internet seems to have set this person up. It doesn't seem like they needed any individual to groom them. It seems like they were doing shit like this just because the internet made them think it was cool, and then the grooming just kind of fell in line with that, I guess. $5 from this channel is retired. Next suggestion stream, you need to watch the Ouija Pie allegations and his response. Well, I mean, maybe I'll see. Maybe. I mean, this is technically a suggestion stream. I mean, who is this? I'll see at a glance if I care. Ouija Pie allegations. We gotta put that in. Ouija Pie can't hide from these allegations. Needs to respond to these allegations. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. It's another one of these people on the internet who's apparently a groomer. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not that interested. At a certain point, I could potentially be made interested, but at a glance, it's like, oh, it's another person who's a groomer. Probably an art tracer, too. I don't know. It's, you know, it's not every single one of these that's really funny. I don't go out of my way for them most of the time. It's usually like I'll see a video that'll make me, oh, this looks funny, or someone will suggest something that I don't know is related to this sort of thing, and they're like, yeah, then it's kind of funny, but I don't know. I guess it's just right just from searching it doesn't look super interesting. I don't know who the person is, you know. It doesn't look super interesting. $10 from Jafer. The internet is the ultimate force of corruption, and children should not be on it. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like anything's going to change until it becomes too much of a problem to ignore. Well, arguably it already is, but they've banned TikTok, and that isn't going to fucking do shit. That's just going to... You know, they banned Omegle. Omegle got shut down or whatever happened to them, and then, like, within days... Omi.tv showed up, which is the same thing and almost the same name, but it's just because once people want the thing, it's prohibition. Once you cut off the fucking source of the booze, they're just gonna get it elsewhere. It sucks. The internet sucks. $20 from Taylor and Gwyn. Users to the left of me, abusers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the tism with you. There you go. Thank you very much. We're right here in the tism. We're right in the center of it, you know. $2 from Archivist R Control. The almighty Loli thinks bass players are stinky. Well, his channel is called Loli, so fuck off. I mean, I say that with respect and appreciation. I do enjoy his channel, but if he's lobbing shots like that, then come on, man. You glass houses. What are you doing? I'll listen. You can come to the instrument duel with any. You can come to the guitar battle, the battle with Satan in Guitar Hero 3 with any instrument you want, and I'll still beat you as a bass player. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. $2 from Tivy2Vs. Watch Noggin salutes Block 13. I don't know what that is, but alright. I like when people say that and it's just words. It's hey, Deadwing, watch. It's just fucking what's white noise. Noggin salutes. What the fuck is it called? Block 13. Alright. Oh yeah, it's this one that's a different Jay Kaiser. It's not Jay Kaiser, but it sure looks like him. And this is from HAA Studios Noggin. Do not hack or terminate!
This is my 13th salute, and this salute will be about Block 13. To anyone who hates this show, I'm fine with your opinion, but if you bash my opinion, you will be blocked.
Come on, you just made this, didn't you, Tivy? What is this? This is from 9 days ago. You just made this. This is... At some point, we have to reckon with the fact that at a certain point... What? Oh, I don't know what Block 13... I guess this is like a ripoff of South Park? Is this... Okay, I have no idea what this is, but I just noticed that this is South Park. It's like Allahu South Park. That's funny. We're gonna have to eventually reckon with the fact that, like, people will catch on. We already found that one guy, if you'll remember, that guy who was, like, the ultimate user. He called people user in, like, every sentence and said, like, opinion basher, and he sounded fat and everything. I mean, it was a perfect storm of userisms. And we were certain that that guy had to be full of shit, but for whatever reason, we eventually realized that he was probably legitimate. But, like, eventually, I mean, I don't know, we're gonna have to assume that some of these channels are gonna be, you know, when we hear somebody who's this user, it's just, their opinion bash, it's gonna eventually be somebody who watches the stream.
Anyways, here I go. Block 13? Yes, this show rocks. This show is about these 4 boys and 1 girl, and they like to go on successful adventures. Hamud is cool, Azuz is great, Abud is funny, Saloom is good, and Honey is cute, and the rest of the characters are awesome. The animation is great, the music is catchy, and the whole show looks fantastic. Too bad that this show got cancelled in 2003, and I hope it gets a reboot. Do you know who likes this show? Me. I like the show so much in my spare time. And do you know who hates...
But is this a joke, though? No, it's not. This person has 6,000 subscribers. Probably all of their videos are like this. Waluigi. It's a bunch of fucking garbage. It's a bunch of stupid kitty garbage. Let's randomly click one. Which one? This one. Peanut Big Top Punches Cussing Splat. Robo Splatoons Shorts. Created by Hunter Aries.
Lasky Chupo.
I will kill you, cussing Splat.
Oh no you don't, Jewel Sparkles. I'm going to jump scare you.
Yeah, so this is just a real child. This is some real stupid baby bullshit. We need more rants, though. The rants are where it's... La La Loopsy fan. Need more rants. Noggin rants. We got 61 videos, and there's another person with rants too. The Yo Gabba Gabba movie rant, Kinemaster rant. They're all very short. John's cartoon show, Elma the cute bat, Slendy Bob, Pink Guy, Cussing Splat, Beyond. He's not a fan of Beyond, huh? I always appreciate the weird love-hate relationship that these people have with their own... the shit that only they care about. It's like, these people will be like, the Thomas the Tank Engine hater! But then they'll also have every episode of Thomas memorized, you know? Let's see this rant on YouTube poop. Is he gonna call YouTube poop unfunny cringe? This is from 2 months ago, by the way.
My 50-second rant, and this rant will be about YouTube poop. To anyone who likes this company, I can handle your opinion, but if you dare to bash my opinion, you will be blocked.
Do not even dare to bash my opinion.
We have a new enemy in town.
Piece of fucking garbage. I will block you so fast.
Anyways, here I go. YouTube poop? Absolutely not. More like YouTube provement. Oh my noggins. This company sucks. This company ruined you.
All my noggins? Maybe he is joking. Maybe is that like a funny racial slur?
Improvement. Oh my noggins.
All my noggins.
This company sucks. This company
What's up, my noggins?
ruined YouTube, which was way better than this. And this company is about making fun on the internet for no reason at all. Anyways, this company has a lot of videos.
Company?
That contain stuff containing strong language.
This is a joke. Opinion handled on YouTube poop. Amazing. So maybe this is a joke. I mean, someone calling it amazing. Well, I don't know. This person here also loves fucking rants. Look, Dylan rants Happy Wheels.
This is my first rant, and I'll be ranting on Happy...
This is from a month ago. One of the worst computer... Yeah, like, I can handle your opinion. I mean, I don't presume to act as if I'm the one that's found this community, the opinion handlers. But, like... Man, I think this might be some trolls. I can't tell. What's this guy's deal?
To anyone who likes this game, I can handle your...
Yeah, that's a decapitate. I mean, it's Happy Wheels.
Opinion. But if you bash my opinion, then I'll still block you from my channel no matter what.
It's the exact same way of speaking. It's identical. It's like the same... I mean, this is text-to-speech, but... if you can handle my opinion, like, it's the same exact script from the other guy.
But anyways, enjoy. Happy Wheels? What? No way.
It's like the new, more like these videos are all the same, dude. They're always the same. I mean, I don't know if this is trying to be funny. Here's an angry message to Apple.
Fuck you, bitch.
No, it's just a stupid child. It's not, we really assume too much that these people are learning things. Opinion handled. Opinion handled! So, can we just call these people the opinion handlers, then? Because that's what this is. They're handling opinions. I'm really amazed, actually. And I mean, we've seen a lot of this. It's nothing special, but it's just how they all say opinion handled. I like YouTube poop, but I can handle the opinion. You know, but opinion handles YouTube poop. Opinion handled, adore. Opinion handled on YouTube poop, neutral. Opinion handled on YouTube poop, like. They've all handled these opinions. In fact, opinion handled. Oh yeah. Everybody's opinionated just to get by. Post opinions till they get sky high. Bum, bum, bum. Users sing. Users sing. Y'all guys comment opinion handled hate in the description. And this is from Sebastian the Doki MMCH and South Park fan 2K9. And it's just a little meme. Most of these are very short, just little memes. Austin Tube Entertainment. Make cyberbullying, liking number blocks. Right. An actual video about how to handle differences of opinion. We got a Ben Shapiro video. Opinion handled on Poco. I like Poco. Opinion got handled there. Go comment opinion handled in the description. From Menace's backup. So, I mean, yeah, I guess there's not necessarily... Yeah, this is the thing. It is. Dislike these videos plus comment opinion handled like in description. Please handle my opinion. Opinion handled. I like this person. Go comment opinion handled. I mean, I did look that up specifically, but this is what we're getting. I mean, what is that? What is opinion handled? What is that? What is that? What does that mean? Opinion handled.
This is my 50.
I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. I can't handle their opinions. I just can't. $5 from Asterati. Have you heard of Brian Mullins the Fox? He thinks that children were cannibalized for Christmas dinner, and that's just the tip of the crazy iceberg. Well, that's news to me. I've heard the name. Brian Mullins. Is it with an I? Fox. Is it on YouTube? Copecast. Who the hell is Brian Mullins the Fox? I mean, Leo Convoy talked about him. Yeah, he's got a main channel here. The Roast of Brian Mullins the Fox. Apparently he's furry Chris Chan. I mean, it's quite a fucking statement right there. So he's got a 47-minute video called The Truth About Child Predators and How to Actually Get Rid of Them. And it's got like an AI fox surrounded by balloons. A Brian Mullins the Fox commentary production. Oh god, I just realized this guy looks exactly like Nipples the hedgehog or whatever. The guy who was like best friends with I forget his fucking actual name. He was the dude who was like defending Caro the Wolf. And he had like nipples and he had this exact posture. It was like made with the same avatar creator or something. Pedantry and why I hate it. There's other types of ped things that, well, I don't know. I know nothing about this. I'm just assuming. Making an ass out of you and me. The pre-roast game Christmas dinner prices. The fuck does that mean? Roast game numbers by year. Where do we learn about, like, the... You gotta tell me the... What the fuck is this? Among the 13,383 children. What the fuck is this? Episode 7, Clearing My Name. Oh. This is all from the last month. Christmas Dinner, Series 3, the post-roast. I don't know what to click on first. I guess, you know what, let's follow the trend of the random, I didn't do it, you know, addressing the drama video. Let's watch Clearing My Name. It's got 50 views. Fair use, everybody. Fair use. I have a lot of users.
Hi guys, I am Brian Mullins the Fox. Welcome to episode 7 of the Brian Mullins the Fox Show. This will be me clearing my name when it comes to my opinions and actions over the past few months.
Funny, I don't think I've ever looked at this channel, but I do think people have this name sounds very familiar, so I've probably heard of it.
Or almost a year. I'm also going to clear my name and completely disavow my edgy past. Because I was wrong,
was he edgy?
For writing inappropriate shit about rape. Even
about what?
Past. Because I was wrong for writing inappropriate shit about rape. Even before I got kicked out of high school. I was also
even before he got kicked out of high school, he was writing. Okay. These are the best kinds of videos, though, is the ones where I guess they're addressing some kind of allegations, but it's like no one... Like, I don't know you. I have no idea. Of course, I don't know any of this, so this is just you being... This is just like, boy, oh, you've got a lot surrounding you, huh? I guess he's gonna prove it all didn't happen or something. Well, no, he said he shouldn't have, so he did do it. But he was just edgy. He was in high school. I don't know how old he is now. He might be 18 now. I don't know.
So wrong for posting fake lyrics to a song that doesn't exist, only to fool those who were gullible enough to read it aloud, only for them to cringe to death for doing so.
What the fuck? That's a very strange thing to apologize for. Okay.
Disavowing all of that.
I'm disavowing that one time that I showed up at the drive-thru and I was like, hey, can I get a chicken fajita? And then they said, sir, this is Subway. And then I just literally just dropped trow and shit all over the window. And, you know, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have because, you know, my ass was itchy the whole way home. I didn't have any toilet paper, so it was a whole situation, you know. I regretted that immediately. It was like a Darman video. I'm sorry, everyone. And I'm also really sorry for that... the incident with the newspaper. I don't want to get into it.
Should too. Yes, I was an edgy prick, but now I don't have to worry about writing creepypasta fanfics about a fictional dog having to try to fight back against a cruel monster dog. It wasn't really supposed to be wink material at all. It was supposed to be a creepypasta, hence why creepy is in the name creepypasta. I'm sorry if you mistook it for something else. I am not going to drag...
I love the idea that this video just continues for 6 minutes, just being like, and furthermore, I'm very sorry about that time that I ran over those school children, but in my defense, they were black and I didn't see them. It was dark out. I'm sorry.
that further out because it's irrelevant at this point, and I'll just leave it behind and watch it slowly disappear when I look at the rearview mirror. I am not
Another thing I'm watching disappear, the time I burnt down my parents' house, I was trying to make brownies. It was a nice thing I was trying to do. It's not my fault that I fell asleep while they were in the oven. Okay? Alright, can we move beyond this?
Zoophile. I'm not a pedophile. And I'm certainly
not a zoophile or a pedophile. Well, I mean, you are a furry, so I guess both of those are things I assumed you were already. I'm not going to pretend that came out of nowhere. That is something that all furries should have to announce to the world. It's like, you know, it's like you're a furry. It's like being a sex offender. You have to announce to the world whether or not you are a zoophile or a pedophile. And it has to be real. It has to be true, you know? Like, you have to wear a shock collar. No, most of them would be into that. I don't know. I don't know how you would make sure it's true, but
here when I look at the rearview mirror. I am not a zoophile. I'm not a pedophile.
Someone says that this is an AI voice. I don't know. I guess it could be. I maybe if I watch his older videos, that would clear it up. But I mean, everything else in the image looks AI. This is probably AI. This is definitely AI.
I'm certainly not a groomer. I'm not going to give any of these false accusations any power, and I'm not going to come off as if I'm fighting back. I don't take pleasure in beating, hurting, or even killing animals. I don't take pleasure in hurting or ruining the lives of children. I don't even take any remote pleasure in any of that shit. I didn't do. I am not required to bear that burden. I'm not entitled to ruin people's lives. I'm not the big monster that some Senate pricks said about me. Yeah, they'll still drag it out
Senate pricks?
For a gotcha because they felt I did it to Lio only for that purpose first. I genuinely believe and know wholeheartedly that Lio Convoy is not only a hypocrite, but a dishonest, worthless—
Oh my god, it's all around this fucking Lio guy. I'm so done with this dude. Who is this it really is, like, is this— I mean, maybe this guy did nothing then. I guess this is another person who— that guy might have fucking thrown under the bus or something. I don't know. Apparently that guy made a bunch of shit up. I've heard some very negative things about that guy recently, and he seems to be related to, like, everybody that we're looking at who's, like, got drama and allegations against them.
Predatory, disgusting pile of shit, and never a real father, at 38 years old. The burden of proof isn't on me to prove that I'm innocent. It's on any of these Senate or post-Senate tards that keep dragging it out to prove that I'm guilty. Although it wasn't right, and it doesn't help for me.
I mean, there's every chance that this is definitely not an AI voice, by the way. There's every chance that this is just fake. From what I've heard recently, I mean, we're all joking around, haha, I'm not a zoophile, whatever. There's every chance that he actually isn't, and this was all just fake. I mean, from what I've heard, I've heard some bad things recently that Lio Convoy guy is more or less like the furry Mama Max, who's been, like, just kind of making shit up about people. On the other hand, though, apparently he was involved with some of the stuff with, like, Star Giant or something. So, I mean, he does seem to be there seems to be a lot of weird fucking groomer people in that sphere. I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm very ignorant of the whole thing, frankly.
To fan the flames for shock value back then, in 2018. It was wrong. Accepting that you fucked up is one thing.
It's not the real Senate. Don't worry. It's not Mitch McConnell.
Doing or writing anywhere near this type of garbage ever again is another. But what matters the most is that you're someone and somewhat able to clear your name and disavow your edgy past mistakes, words, and actions. Kumo released his video on Lio Convoy.
Are we getting Heaven Harp now?
Boy has a debate with Sen.
I remember it like it was just yesterday. I guess we are. This is because we're getting this now. Sen lost.
And McNuggies 101 resorts to advocating others to drop and dump Kumo because—
Oh my god, you're arguing about McNuggies 101, dude. I know touching grass is like it's not really a thing that helps, but find something that helps. Do pottery or something. I don't know, because this is not it, you know? You should do the thing where they spin the clay and you have to, like, mold the clay with your hands and make it into, like, a shape. That would be something. Just not this. Don't argue with McNuggies 101 over the pedophilia, zoophilia allegations, dude. It's not the done thing. It's just uncouth.
As optics. Kumo's video on Lyle is by far, as of me making this video, the most successful video on him in less time than Zay's video, even though Zay's video on Lyle is by far the most popular in response to Lyle Convoy. I have to absolutely get this point out of the way. I am not, nor have I ever associated myself even tangentially or accidentally with the Fox Mafia. Hell, I never...
The Fox Mafia. Good God, this is so stupid. Watching this out of context, and it's just like, it's just obviously it's making me think of my own version of this video that would be like, and listen, I don't know anything about the Snuffy Wuffy Brigade. I was not involved when they conducted their raid on Town Hall. I did not know that they were what they were planning or the magnitude of such things. I had no way of knowing that they were serious when they made those comments. I thought they were jokes, goddammit.
Joined their server or their ranks,
Mafia.
nor did I care to. Vash Lancet did like an idiot and now regrets it. And the reason why Zay had to do that is completely egregious and wrong. He had to lump me in with Fox Mafia. If they keep cannibalizing more and more successful quote-unquote nobodies, we would all have no voice. Take that, McNuggies 101. I don't give a fuck about optics. In fact, optics...
Take that, McNuggies 101.
Optics is the reason why all of this shit even happened to begin with. If it hadn't have been for someone exactly like me, none of this well-deserved pushback against Lyle Convoy himself, alongside with Hopeless Peaches, would have gotten off the ground in the first place. The reason it attracts more and more nobodies is because they were fans or watched Lyle's content, and they are ashamed of Lyle as much as I am, if not more so. And some of them regret
a pretty good epic own. I did like that.
Having ever watched their content at all, or taken them seriously by any stretch. And by the way, those who throw the term schizo vaguely is literally trivializing the real meaning of schizophrenic. Someone who's
Are we about to get into like actually about words? Are we doing this thing? God, I can't deal with everybody having to stop every fucking video to be like to do this. I thought we were past this. This is so 10 years ago. I thought people stopped doing this like a decade ago. Actually, sweetie, that's problematic. Like, fucking hell.
Schizophrenic has multiple personalities and is afraid that some person or whatever group is out to get them. I'm not a schizo. I've never been schizophrenic, and quite frankly, I've never even been remotely paranoid. All I was worried about was Jordan's future, and hopefully he's at a better place somewhere else, and he likely will be. I just had my worries, doubts,
rest in peace, Jordan,
and even fears. Not that I was schizophrenic, not that I was paranoid, that someone is somehow out to get me. I was just
fucking people that have to make a whole big deal about, like, you know what they mean. Don't act like you don't fucking know what they mean. Why do you need to stop everything to be an attention whore and be like, actually, I'm not schizophrenic? Yeah, but you're acting like a fucking schizo. Somehow, remarkably, even though you're not schizophrenic, you are acting like a schizo. It's crazy. It's wild. I know.
Worried that someone might get to him. But no, those worries are all fucking false now.
Someone needs to explain to me, what video is it where he says that children are eaten for Christmas dinner or something? What is that? That's what someone told me in the super chat. I don't know which video is the one where he goes into his Christmas cannibalism conspiracy theory.
And I'm glad
but
they
I'd like
are.
to watch that next.
It doesn't help that I made those videos back in January, and it doesn't help that people really love to force a lolcow so fucking badly that they're willing to use AI to generate videos and audio bits cloning my voice just to make it so. If this
I mean, hey, that's the techno future we're in, dude. I mean, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Welcome to the races. It's all over. You know, but you know, I don't know. Do they need to do that, or is that just an excuse? I guess either could work. Either could be.
This is the future of lolcow content. I want nothing to do with it. If just dragging it out for the gotchas and for the lulz is what you want instead of actually.
So you're a lolcow then? All right then, Junior. You know, that word gets overused now, and it's become a word like cringe. That's a bit, you know, dare I say, cringe to say. You also notice that I've stopped saying cringe, because that got cringe. That got pretty cringe. I got really sick of having to say that every time, and it just I started to actually not want to say that. So, yeah, it's just the word cringe now. It's fine. Yeah, lolcow is getting to be a little bit too many people want to be lolcows. It's getting to be too desirable of a status. Like, that's where we are now, is that people are so desperate. I've said it before, broken record, but they're so desperate for attention that people do want to be lolcows for attention. So, I mean, I don't know if that's the case here, but, I mean, the term is dead, at the very least, you know? But I would say if anyone sounds like a lolcow, it's maybe the guy who thinks that you eat children for Christmas or something. I don't know. I don't know what... That comment was a little bit vague because of, like, character limits, so we'll have to find out.
Hearing my side, I want nothing to do with any future commentary communities. I just want to be a solo commentator, no community required. And if this, by all means, is going to somehow be enough for me to make that video about the truth about child predators and how to actually get rid of them, then...
I'll write that video. Write the 47-minute video about child predators, because no stream that we do can be about anything other than that, apparently.
I'm all for making that video. But until then... Fuck anyone that's dragging out my edgy past as a gotcha against me because I made a good point, and fuck anybody that says dump Kumo or Akumu just because they're doing successfully the job.
Dump Coomer. Right, okay. So there's the pre-roast game Christmas dinner. Prices. There's a bunch of these fucking things. If the roast game never happened at all... The Christmas Dinner Series 3, I mean, if I just go to, like, popular stuff from years ago. History of Lio Convoy, Pseudo-Intellectual, Predator Hunter, Hypocrite, blah, blah, blah. 10,000 subs. The Roast Game, A Final Look, Opening Crawl, Teaser, Trailer. The Roast Game is Fact, Another Final Look. Okay. Show me this. What the fuck is this thing? Why do you have 400 videos on your channel that are called The Roast Game? What the fuck is this shit? The Roast Game Theory with Detective Brian Mullins the Fox. Oh, it's so much worse than we thought because it's like 100 videos. Look at this. It's 4 separate playlists. And I guess this is case number 1. This is the roast game theory. Like roast hens? Or what do you mean? Okay, it's the names of I assume children? It's like full names are the names. Yeah, Damien Amber Hefner, age 4.
Hello, everybody. I'm Detective Brian.
Man... this is from 5 years ago, so maybe this is some of his edgy old content. I don't know. But it's still on your channel, and you're still making stuff that's called The Roast Game, and as near as I can tell, this is what it's all, like, going back to? I don't know. There's 400 fucking videos with the same title, so I have no idea. Like, then, that's generous. It might be way more than 400. I have no idea. This says number 1. I'm gonna assume this is number 1.
And this very first case of the roast game theory is called The Old Country Home of Fort Mill, South Carolina.
So is this going to be true crime about dead kids, but also he's a creepy sex furry?
This is an old country house I knew and visited multiple times as a child. And
God.
My brother told me when I was young that this old country house was actually built in 1973. What I will be using to find real names of every child that was slaughtered and eaten for not believing in Christmas.
What?
Is something that actually works. It is called the investigation calculation technique, which is similar to the
Wow, this has been a stream for the ages, people. You know, I always love the way the streams come together like art, like an art piece. It's like you've got multiple disparate things that happen at once, but somehow, by means of destiny, their forces have all convened in a way where this is reminding me it's child predator related, like half of what we've watched today, but it's also reminding me of the insanity of the fucking guy who lit himself on fire because of The Simpsons. It's like a perfect culmination. It's an insane conspiracy theory about child cannibals, I guess. I guess.
Forensic math decimal.
I don't know if this is the first episode of this thing. I think this might be. This feels like it's dependent on further knowledge of something that I don't have. But I mean, maybe he'll explain it.
But instead of finding the home of the slaughtered child, just after finding the name of the child with the roast game death toll timeline, which, to be specific, is from November 17th, 1998
cool music.
to June 11th, 2017. It will
Speak
be
up, friend.
different.
Friend.
I pick the house I see to investigate, then I
too
calculate the built year with the year of 1998. By adding them together, alongside with the roast game death toll itself, which is 18,568,322.
18 million children have been killed for Christmas dinner. You know, you'd think that people would have noticed eventually, but I guess NASA and whoever else is in on it to, like, censor people. So.
Then I get the first name of the child. Next, by getting the child's middle name, I divide the decimal number I got the first name of the child
some
from
Sonic
by
Adventure
the
2
middle
mixing.
number of that decimal number.
This is some
Then
Final
get the
Fantasy
middle
VII
name.
Rebirth
But
mixing.
ironically, after you get the middle name of that child, you multiply that number to the second power, then divide that.
What the fuck is bro talking about? Multiply the number of their middle name to the second power to get the times they were murdered? What?
By 2. Then you'll get the last name of the child.
Oh, you multiply the name to get the last... Okay, this is just insane, or it's some kind of bizarre fan fiction.
Once you've gotten the child...
Is this like a... This is... I guess... Is this like fiction, then? I mean, is this trying to be a story? This feels like true crime, but is this trying to be a story? Like, he's inventing, like, a fictional method by which to find people's names or something. I don't know, is this like a science fiction story about child endangerment and Christmas?
Old name. You add up all 3 decimal numbers by the very first number of those decimal numbers.
Oh, it's a creepypasta?
So you'll divide the total of those 3 added up numbers by the very first number.
What the fuck? So if this is a creepypasta, this is awful. I mean, he's just, like, getting into the fucking weeds about his magic system or whatever this is. This has nothing... What do you mean, creepy? This isn't even creepy.
Then, you'll fill in the gaps, like finding the actual birthday of that child, and the death date, which, to be specific, the age of the child when that child was slaughtered, is also the number of days, weeks, or even years.
Great. Good stuff. These are all from years ago. Let's see some of his newer videos. Some of the newer roast game videos here. Season 4. This one's from 2 years ago. The roast game theory. An introduction to the final season. He has a whole fucking thing. Why is Zillow here? What? Oh, because he, like, looks at houses, I guess. What the fuck? Hang on. Why is... Evidence? What's happening? Evidence, courtesy of Zillow. This is up for less than a fucking second. And then this keeps just restarting. What the fuck are we watching? What is this shit? Why is this being played at ultra super fucking speed? What the fuck is happening? It's normal playback speed. What the fuck? Get me to a normal episode. Vaporwave editing?
Hello, everybody. I am Detective Brian Mullins the Fox, and welcome to Season 4, Case 1 of The Roast Game Theory. The home that we are about to look into is 4787 Carr Road in Columbus, Ohio. This house has 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1,384 square feet of space, and was built in 1963.
This video is like just over 3 minutes. How is this gonna become scary, or what's gonna happen in this?
The name of the child is Bricker Leonardo Jalen.
Oh my god. Yeah, when he shows us the math that he was explaining about how he gets these names or whatever, I can't discern if this is just full insanity or if this is like just a very strange piece of fiction that he's trying to write, I guess.
He was 7 years old, born on March 6th, 1995, and died on July 31st, 2002, November 17th.
Loving this, like, whimsical Nightmare Before Christmas music. Yeah, the Tim Burton sounding music in the background.
1998, from now on being the middle marker. I introduce to you the middle marker rule. He was 57.3 inches.
The middle marker rule. Right.
Tall, above average. His total weight was 47.5 pounds.
Where are you getting this from? None of this is like any basis in anything. I don't understand what this is coming from.
The weight of his Christmas...
I'm sure... What?
Butt meat was over 1.5
Excuse me?
pounds. The weight of his Christmas butt meat was over 1 1/3 pounds. The total caloric amount in which is 3,040 calories.
So, I mean, yeah, it's pretty explicit. We finally have gotten to the horror. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Can we just watch some bad cooking? No, we're watching this. Absolute insanity, yeah. I have no idea what the fuck this is.
It served 7 people on average, 9.2 people without sides, and 4.6 with sides, adding up to about 21 total servings.
Some kind of insane autismal math man who wants to save the children or something. I have to watch now. I have to see his... Okay. I mean, we have all of this, too. Whatever this is the new roast game, I guess. This is like his new series down there. But we have to watch The Truth About Child Predators and How to Actually Get Rid of Them. Which is 47 minutes long, from 2 weeks ago. And not being received super positively. Get ready for some comments, people. Well, apparently not. Kind of wondering if they've been deleted or something, but, you know, long-form commentary.
Hello everybody, I am Brian Mullins the Fox, ready to prepare you with what's to come. So, this will be a long commentary where I do research on a topic I've never touched upon before. This will definitely...
Yeah, the whole thing with the numbers was very strange. He seemed to just take numbers from random locations. I don't know where he was getting those numbers. But he would just say numbers and then, like, throw them in a calculator with other numbers and get, like, a number with a period and a bunch of decimal, like, a bunch of fucking numbers after a period. So, I guess that, and there would be a square root in there somewhere. So that would make a name or something. I mean, obviously there's no explanation, but he didn't even try to explain it. It was just, he would just throw numbers at us, and that was supposed to be an answer. But this is going to teach us about how to stop child predators, so maybe it'll also use math to beat the sex weirdos. I don't know.
Be separated into chapters. Let's get to the chapters. Number 1, Introduction, which we're already in. Chapter 2, How Desensitization is the Cure. Chapter 3, The Problem with the Bullet as a Supposed Cure. Chapter 4, The Difference Between Pedophilia and Crimes Against Children.
Oh no, this is gonna be like a Destiny video, isn't it? This is gonna be like one of those things that Vosh said that no one asked him to say or talk about, but he just chose to.
Number 5, The Truth About Parenting When It Comes to Protection Against Predators. Chapter 6, Banning child porn makes it more lethal and dangerous. Chapter 7, Legalizing all porn is the one solution that renders pedo hunters and even parents useless. Chapter
Yeah, I think that's where we're going, chat. I'm glad that he's laying this out for us, so there's no surprises. You know, we know right out the gate what arguments he's making, and you know, based on our prior knowledge of my channel, and all of you having watched every video I've ever made, obviously, we all know that this is all very trustworthy, and I'm sure he just has the best intentions, I'm sure.
Chapter 8, Why Arguing That We Should Kill All Pedos is Harmful and Futile. Chapter 9,
I'm sure
Rants
it would be to certain people that shall remain nameless.
segment. And finally,
There's a special dedicated rant segment there.
Chapter 10, Finale/Conclusion. Now, let me explain to you how desensitization in only
So this is the guy who's talking at length for hundreds of videos about children's butt meat being served to eat for Christmas dinner. And, I'm sure he's got the answer here. He's got the answer. This is another one. It's now 6 o'clock. I wanted to eat today, but I guess that's not happening.
Specific context is a good thing and the cure to all things pedo and predator. I'm anti-pedo, and I am disappointed in the generic-ass response to how they see pedos and predators. They would rather idolize a murderer than ever for the life of themselves let a pedophile/predator jerk it to less harmful CP, get desensitized to it themselves, to where even they don't hurt children or even want to come near children and find...
That's really assuming a lot, sir. That's assuming quite a lot that would happen. That's quite a leap that you're making there that would be really unfortunate and dangerous if it didn't happen to be true, which it doesn't seem like it would be. You know, famously when people get access to degenerate materials, that usually stops... When degenerates get more access to degenerate stuff, that usually stops them from getting worse. Typically what we've seen is that usually... Oh, no more insane, creepy shit for me, thanks. I'm good. I'm on a diet. Just a little for me. You know, yeah, that's gonna happen, I'm sure. So is the whole video gonna be this guy's stupid fucking face?
Themselves more comfortable with getting help, therapy, and a great assurance that they will never...
Is he fighting for or against pedos? For. Well, I mean, like, he's technically saying that there will be no child predators if we just give everyone, you know, whatever material they want, because that's the solution. But he's arguing for, ostensibly. Whatever he wants to say that he actually believes, that's what he's really saying, yeah.
Never need to do any of that either ever again or never once in the first place.
Very
the truth is, it was never...
Is Sangi not here? No, he is. He's here. He's side-eyeing. He's right there. But now he's even bigger.
Never about getting rid of pedophiles and predators. It's about how to prevent them from being monsters to begin with and how to properly treat them, so it's more useful than just therapy alone. It's about parents being responsible enough on not just how to raise them, but not to be such lazy deadbeats, having to rely on police and government to do the rest for them. It's not about...
I don't see how that's relevant to lots of things that I discuss, but not child predators. Not so much. I mean, should Should a 16-year-old be hanging around in the uwu diaper rape forum? Yeah, probably not. You know, that's probably gonna lead to bad things. But, apparently it's on the parents to stop the child predators, I guess. Talk about
Stigmatizing mental illness like everyone on the internet really seems to do or want to do. And to be honest, I am part of the problem. And you wonder why people are starting to say that pedophilia isn't a fetish. And you wonder why people are gradually considering that pedophilia isn't a mental illness. Because they want to run away from emotion. They want to run away from being responsible enough parents and influences on children and society altogether. They want to run the fuck away from being the reason why pedophiles...
Yeah, this is more or less the... someone says this is... basically the technicality of we can get rid of predators by decriminalizing predation. Let me just go back through this a little bit.
Pedophilia isn't a fetish. And you wonder why people are gradually considering that pedophilia isn't a mental illness. Because they want to run away from emotion. They want to run away from being responsible enough parents and influences on children and society altogether. They want to run the fuck away from being the reason why pedophiles shouldn't be near your children.
I'm lost on what exactly he's even saying. But it seems like he's avoiding generally the point. I kind of have lost the plot on what exactly the point he is making is.
Stigmatization is the cure because not all sexual predators are child predators, but those that are don't need to be exploited by the government, law enforcement, or even predator hunters in general by giving...
the predators are rising up against the predator hunt. The concerned citizens who just care so deeply that certain people are being harassed and bothered by authorities and the legal system because they want to talk to kids online. So there's a lot of that lately. That's been a common theme lately. I guess that Alex Rosen guy is really fucking ruffling some fox fur, isn't he?
Them what they want by baiting them to pretend that they can come near children or minors or young adults pretending to be minors or children, only for them to know that the more porn they watch, the more desensitized they are, and the more desensitized they are, it's dramatically less and less likely that they need to even exploit or hurt actual children.
The more porn that we've seen on this, we literally just watched a video of someone saying that I got exposed to weird shit and it basically kept making me interested in weirder shit. No, that's not going to desensitize people. They're eventually going to probably want to reenact it in real life. Or they're going to move on to even worse shit. And eventually that'll be, let's do that in real life. It's gonna be Sangi shit. This is such a bullshit defense. This is not fooling anyone. No one is going to listen to this and be like, oh, that's a good point. No, you're just doing this because we know why you're fucking doing this. We all know why you're doing this. We all know why this is the fucking hit. We all know why you're dying on Lowly Hill, dude. Don't act like it's just some fucking, moral thing. Whatever. We all know the real reason.
/minors to get the same satisfaction that's disgusting and depraved that jacking up to CP gave them.
It's the opposite of how paraphilias work. It's like, just don't worry about it, bro. It's totally gonna stop if we just, make more shit not... Just let's remove the taboos and then, Yeah, if we remove all the rules from society, then no one will ever break them. It's pretty simple.
Give to anybody in the first place. What if I told you that the government sexually exploits far more children than a child predator ever could? We rely on the government to do the rest of our job for them when it comes to protecting our children from these very predators. How come it's only a bad thing that...
I really enjoy this picture of the fox, though. People want me to switch it to Sangi or something. I like this stupid fucking smug smile he's doing. It's like, yeah, this fucking... This little dick-ass fucking smile that he's doing. It doesn't fit at all with the tone of this video, and that's what makes it great.
predators exploit children, but not bad when the government or law enforcement, you know, the ones we trust to protect and serve, exploit children themselves? How come it's only a bad thing when predators do it, but also not when parents do it? How come we only care to weaponize stigmatization and child porn being...
If anybody hasn't named themselves Sleaze Fox yet, there you go, that's your name.
...illegal against those who consume it, pedophiles and predators, but no one...
What are we saying now, dude? What hole are you digging now?
Protect and serve, exploit children themselves. How come it's only a bad thing when predators do it, but also not when parents do it? How come we only care to weaponize...
What do you mean? It's absolutely a bad thing. You can't just win an argument by pretending facts don't exist. Yeah, people are also not happy when parents abuse kids. They're also called... They're typically also called predators in some fashion. Predatory parents, whatever. Like, that's not better. People don't like that. That's not preferred. What the fuck is that? That's just... You can't argue things by just saying things that aren't real. What the fuck?
Stigmatization and child porn being illegal against those who consume it, pedophiles and predators, but no one the fuck else, even children/minors themselves, even if it means the fake-ass porn not even hurting them. Because if and when we humanize pedophiles/predators, we understand what their problem is in a more humane way. Because if...
Why are we getting, like, seizure effects in the background?
We desensitize and destigmatize humans with a fetish, and a fetish of that with a self-contradictory desire, we can treat it in a much easier, non-abusive way. These monsters are no less human than you and me. They're not even...
Well, you maybe.
Less human than we are. As a society, we would get rid of these pedo rings/predator circles without having to rely on the FBI, CIA, or law enforcement to bust them down.
Okay, but like, who gives a shit? I mean, it's funny to me how like that Ethan guy is so fucking upset that this dude is taking is trying to catch predators with, you know, and like, oh, it's not the police doing this. What the hell? The police should do... I thought the police needed to be fucking defunded. I thought the police were bad. I thought all cops were bastards, but I guess in this scenario, I don't know. I guess now the police matter, you know. When you take matters into your own hands, it's only good up until it starts to affect, you know, people that are close to you, I guess.
Porn in general has an inverse effect when it comes to rape rates in general. So
I don't know if he's playing blurred CP in the background, chat member. That's a bit of a reach, but I mean, it's something. There's something happening back there that is blurred. I don't know. It's very colorful.
It's not just in this sort of sector of porn. It's any porn in general. If we would decriminalize all porn, including CP, and not the dangerous type of it, the predators and pedophiles wouldn't feel like they're taking a risk or making a business out of it. Illegal.
What? So it would be easier for them to decide to do this. What do you mean? That's worse. Obviously, that's worse. They wouldn't feel at risk for deciding to make a business out of it, so therefore it wouldn't be a problem anymore, smiley face. What the fuck is this? How... I'm just smarter than everyone in the world. That's the problem. And you are too, chat, by watching me. I've granted all of you my intelligence. And we're all able to watch things, and other people would look at this and I guess just be like able to like, people exist who think this? People exist who can exist in this kind of cognitive dissonance of, if we decriminalize it and make it less stigmatized, people will stop doing it. And if, you know, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, set yourself on fire in Minecraft.
And hence they would be less likely to want to come near your children in general. Prohibition of anything, let alone this kind of shitty material, doesn't work, because it only makes people want to do it more, and they would even need to create these rings because of it. Prohibition of alcohol created the mafias of the 20th century. The gradual prohibition of child porn created more and more of these rings of absolute monsters since 1977. And they want more of this because it's the only reason they would...
It's funny, I just watched a video recently about, it was a Danish, like... I guess, kind of porn magazine thing. I don't know what they were exactly, but they were like famous for doing, early, like in the 60s in Denmark, I guess it was illegal to depict any kind of nudity. And this company started making like loophole stuff where it was like, oh, it's a documentary, so it's fine. And they would make like adult films, and so they were like early in on that, and then eventually they started to go into like, animal stuff and kid stuff. And because Denmark, I guess, had never thought that would be a situation, they didn't criminalize it explicitly. And they did something actually similar to this, where I forget the details of it, but they did something where essentially they I think they decriminalized something, which essentially allowed shit like this to happen, these kinds of rings. And then they were like, oh my god, I didn't expect that. I just noticed the smile is fucked up because of AI. I just noticed that. Also the whiskers, these are like balding whiskers. This is a shame. These or I guess maybe this is one whisker that comes from here and shoots out this direction. I don't know. It's not good. It's not good. It's like matted down by cum or something. Yeah.
Have any use for any lazy parent at all. Predator hunters practically use themselves as a self-suppository against this very idea. What's the point of being a predator hunter when even trying to get rid?
Yeah, it was what is it called here? Internet Investigator. Yeah, it was a good video about Color Climax. And it was interesting because it was basically like people just didn't even expect that this would be a thing that would be something they would need to crack down on, and then it became a problem. So there's a reason when they had allowed something even close to this that had a loophole that was, they had a loophole that essentially allowed them to get away with certain things, and so people got away with it, and it was pretty bad. And there was horror stories in that video of parents who were like, it doesn't bother me if some weird sickos are into it, and my kid isn't harmed by it, so whatever, it doesn't bother me. And yeah, so I don't know if just decriminalize it, bro, it'll be fine, is really gonna work here, because I think it's been proven to not be a great idea, especially when you talk about, if you get rid of the laws around it, people will be incentivized to make more of it. Yeah, they sure will. I just saw a video about it, and it wasn't great. It wasn't great. It probably wasn't great for those kids.
Bit of them seems more predatory. Going after a predator and ruining their life is no less predatory than a predator molesting a child/minor. The problem isn't that if we desensitize ourselves to this porn and legalize it all, that it would make themselves more dangerous. If anything, the opposite is true.
Not.
Now, it's that...
Why would you ever, literally ever think that? That's just the opposite of the way paraphilias work. There's no sign. There's where can we see something other than your stupid AI Fox avatar? Can we see you prove this? Can we see you have like any kind of like, I don't know, like a study that says that, yeah, the more you get exposed to this and that, you're gonna become less insane. It's gonna be like, no, this is too far for me. That's my limit, thanks. Really? Yeah. I don't think that like psychiatrists would agree with that,
The more they're desensitized to non-dangerous CP, the type of porn that isn't dangerous, and the type of porn that's fake, the less likely we would need to worry about protecting our own children, or at least how it's treated, in this case for which the actual problem is not that consuming CP at all makes you an automatic threat to children. It's what you've done in your criminal past towards children that do. Because the truth is, it's addiction to more and more dangerous forms of child porn. That's
the gradient of dangerousness in this context is pretty concerning. I mean, like, yeah, someone said I'm pretty sure he's gonna make a case for AI, CP, and I mean, it's still better than CP-RP, the worst Star Wars droid. It's still better than him. fucking Chuck Wendig. I don't know what you were thinking, but yeah, I could see that. I could see that happening. Yeah, in terms of this like gradient scale, this sliding scale, the Iengo curve of like dangerosity when it comes to this sort of thing. I guess AI would be harming no one. Obviously, he's gonna. I think he will. We already know he likes AI, so yeah, I think that'll happen. That's a fair bet.
That's the problem. Not that they have any CP at all, even the type that's not dangerous and won't hurt children. The more they are kept away from the most dangerous part of it, the more that kids can keep their innocence and keep predators at bay, because parents at that point have given themselves a better opportunity to raise kids not to be compliant, not to be obedient, but to make mistakes so that they don't have to even...
Someone says, I don't know, man, looking at that sort of thing is already very fucked up. I agree. AI art is disgusting.
Remotely worry about making
I see. I got what you mean.
Them again. And other people who are anti-pedo in general that would ever have to boil this shit down only to make non-arguments against the legalization of all porn means that when parents get lazier and lazier and this kind of porn remains somehow illegal, even when consenting minors don't matter, pedophile rings are allowed to exist by default for the sake of it. There is a reason why pedophiles in certain circles are allowed to molest children until it's seemingly convenient not to anymore. Only because they got caught, like priests, shepherds, and other people that get high praise when nobody knows or suspects what they're doing to their...
This is so all over the place. I mean, is he gonna start talking about, like, Epstein shit? You got a better leg to stand on with that, probably.
Own children. It's because they don't care. It's not the wolf just looking for its prey that we need to be worried about at all. It's the shepherd they fawn over so highly. They may wax poetical about how they feel sorry for them, and how if we didn't have all this child porn or pedophiles and pedophile rings, that this wouldn't happen. Stigmatizing mental illness and believing the myth that people with mental illness are more likely to commit crime or be...
See, here's the problem again. This is all going to go into my... It's not even going to be a trigger warning rant. At this point, it's going to be just why the left makes me sad. Basically, that's probably the title, is the left makes me sad, is probably what it'll be called. Because it's like... Yeah, I agree to an extent that we shouldn't stigmatize people just for being born wrong, even if they are definitely born wrong. However... This is all, like, lefty shit rhetoric that I'm just like, God, Destiny and all these fucking Twitter, everybody's allowed to think whatever they want. It's all led to this, hasn't it? I mean, it's unavoidably, you just do have lots of people who've recognized that this is a very convenient way to shield their weird shit. Is just couching it in this, like, bullshit left-wing rhetoric that everyone is obligated to, like, pretend is valid because everything is valid now. Like, it's fucking frustrating. Where no one's allowed to just be like, yeah, this is fucking stupid, you should just stop. No, everything, yeah, we can't invalidate mental illness, oh my god. Guys, come on, won't someone please think of the pedophiles?
Violent, as opposed to the parents actually being the ones to blame. The reason why they don't care, I'm talking about the parents, is that they assume...
Well, it is the left. It's this whole, it is like the political online weirdos that have made it like this whole thing to be like, you're stigmatizing blah 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 and you're normalizing this, and it's like, God... Yeah, I mean, this is where you get it. This is what it's the same reason why you get a bunch of people who think that they can, you know, make it like seem like acceptable as a sexuality, you know, and that you get that website. I will never forget that fucking website with all those child predators who were all like, you know, fucking 18-year-old trans rights advocates, and they were all like super cool right thinkers, but they, you know, they all also wanted to groom kids at the same time. It's like, I don't know, yeah, it's a great shield for that, the whole thing, all that. It's just like how God and religion is great for left-wing, or for right-wing pedophiles. You know, it's fantastic. It's so easy to just to just manipulate people with guilt and shame. It's so easy. It works for everyone who tries to do it.
That since child porn's illegal in general, that it makes their job of having to protect their children less dangerous, when the complete opposite is true. It's the parents' fault that their kids are being groomed, diddled, raped, or in the rarest case ever, murdered after being raped. It's because parents are lazy as shit. And if there's any cure for it...
This is a guy, once again, reminder, who has a whole series of literally at least over 100 main series videos, as well as several like offshoot side series videos about children being murdered and their butt meat being eaten for Christmas dinner. So he's currently detailing a scenario in which, in the worst of cases, maybe a child gets murdered and stuff, but I don't know. Is that the worst case to you? I guess that's what we'll believe what he says. He says that would be the worst case. So.
Murdered after being raped. It's because parents are lazy as shit. And if there's any cure for it, I know what isn't, and we're about to get into it.
You contribute nothing to society. You're just taking up space.
You're really gonna use a Kramer clip right now. You're gonna use possibly one of my favorite Kramer clips, where he's just shouting at some woman that he's with. One of the only times Kramer is ever actually contextually with, specifically with another woman. You know, the rest of them are always dating people, but Kramer, he's like nebulously with a lot of women in the background is the suggestion, but you never really see him, and you don't see who this woman is, but he's just shouting shit at her. And it's a great scene, and you're really going to use it, and you're going to ruin this scene. You're going to ruin this scene for me.
Contribute nothing to society!
And we're going to get gunted for Seinfeld, too. And now we're going to get to the problem with the bullet as opposed to cure. So, as a supposed cure. Sorry, that's my bad. I read it wrong. As a supposed cure. So this is, going against you should just kill all pedophiles, as the thing that people say. And I mean, I guess I agree with that, but,
You're just taking up...
The problem with just saying that pedophiles should be shot if they go near your children is that you don't know who you even allow or allowed near your kids to begin with.
It doesn't matter whoever they are. If they touch the kid, should probably be shot. It's a difference if it's like they have this desire and they would never act on it. And they're actively seeking help. Don't shoot that guy. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's not her fault. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's not their fault that that they got fucking groomed by DeviantArt or whatever. If they're trying to help them, not trying to help themselves. If they're trying to get help. You don't want them to help themselves. You just make sure they don't help themselves. But if they're trying to get help, yeah. Don't shoot that person. But I do come down a little differently. I mean, there's people who genuinely think if you feel that, you should be like killed, and I don't agree with that. But I do come down a bit more strongly if it's like if you catch a child predator in bed with your fucking son. And what do you suppose? Just have a conversation with them and ask them why? What do you mean you don't know who it is? Well, whoever it is, I don't give a shit who it is. They're not gonna matter who the fuck they are once they're dead, are they? They're not gonna, their identity doesn't matter once their brain matter is all over the fucking floor. Timmy, run out of the room. I just want to talk to him.
It's not the pedo's fault that he or she's going near your kids. It's the fault of parents like you who make...
Fine. I mean... Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna really fit. It's not really gonna fit in the video, is the problem. But that's fine. It's... the great thing, too, is Sangi is also a furry. So, like... I think... And there you go. That's... I mean, that's a little off, but it's fine.
made it impossible for them not to because you relied on the government and law enforcement to make child porn illegal. It's like saying you should shoot the angriest drunk that's trying to hurt or kill you because back in Prohibition he couldn't get easy access to safe-to-drink alcohol and not the bathtub gin he or she is alcoholically afflicted by. It's not the alcohol that's the problem. It's not that child porn in general, and I'm not talking about the dangerous type of it, that's the problem.
We're not talking about the porn. We're talking about the consumers of it. We're talking about the people who watch such things, and more specifically, the people who would then go on to... We're talking about predators. Like, that's the specific wording. It's not pedophiles. It's not someone who is a pedophile who doesn't want to be, who wants to be, like, cured. It's a predator who is actively predating on children. That's the wording used. It's not for... There's a big difference between those two things. And he's talking about this like if you find someone fucking molesting your kids, you're supposed to just, like... drive him to the doctor and get him shock treatments or some shit. What is this?
Hell, it's not even that pedophiles in general are the problem.
Yes.
It's that Prohibition doesn't work, and
he says that you're not allowed to call him schizophrenic because he's technically not schizophrenic, but this is pretty fucking schizo, though, I gotta say. If it's not, it's amazing that it's so schizo despite you apparently not having that illness. That's quite something.
Is the problem. Prohibition also stops them from getting comfortable and desensitized enough to stop, get help, and get on with a better life. Addiction to it is the underlying cause of this problem. And without desensitization in this context, it will only get worse. If anything, banning all child porn permanently will also permanently make child predators impossible to get rid of, without law enforcement or government. Not that we really or should need them to begin with. And the innocence of children will continue to get compromised more and more because what's stopping us, as opposed to stopping them? They will permanently close the door on fixing an issue, as opposed to
I'm getting really concerned about the wording of us in this scenario.
Actually solving it.
And them.
That's why they don't care about even their own children. Because this
is very poorly worded. He's trying to get this point across, and it's very confusing. Because he's just mixing up... Because they don't care about their own children, and those people who hate them because of the... It's not working. It's not working. It's too, it's spaghetti
their
logic.
Adult form? They're too stupid to get the difference, but too quick and dishonestly motivated to notice that they're wrong. They permanently
Yeah, I mean, the way he worded that was there was children versus us. I mean... Am I wrong, or let's go back a little?
Children will continue to get compromised more and more because what's stopping us, as opposed...
What's stopping us? Who's us?
To stopping them.
As opposed to stopping them.
They will permanently close the door on fixing an issue.
Them are the children, right? Them are the children. So you are us. Who's us? Just adults or child predators? You're wording this in a very suspicious way, sir.
As opposed to actually solving it. That's why they don't care about...
Someone just says BreadTube did this. Listen, I watched some BreadTube videos. They aren't this bad. Come on now.
Even their own children. Because
maybe Ethan is online did this.
Just like their...
Maybe Lindsay Ellis did this.
Adult form. They're too stupid to get the difference, but too quick and dishonestly motivated to notice that they're wrong. They permanently shut the door on anyone critical of their complete abortion they would call a quote-unquote justified policy, so that nobody can criticize a pedophile or predator. Because if we stop them before we stop ourselves, we would have no crime to commit, as much or if not more than we would have criminals to throw in the slammer to.
We would have, you're really making it confusing, and it's not helping how suspicious this video is, man. You're making this confusing, and you're making it seem even more like you're talking about yourself as one of the child predators or something. It's probably not what he's intending, but that's very much what it's starting to sound like as he mixes up like the third person pronouns or whatever the fuck, whatever you call that.
And for anyone who believes wholeheartedly
Stop
that this
ourselves,
is the
yeah.
only cure to it was just the bullet and nothing else, should just stop and say no. Just
yeah, he's voshing real hard at this point in time.
no. We are the reason these kids are even alive. The way we indirectly influence children is the same reason we directly influence pedophiles and predators. It's too much of a mistake.
So is I think the we he's saying is like the ware wa royal we society kind of thing. It's not the right context for that. What it's not, that's, you wouldn't say it in that but it, you know, like society at large is what he's talking about when he says we, I think, but it sounds like he's because he's referring to child predators versus children, and then he'll say we, and I'm like, well, you're not the children, so
In a hustle to permanently solve the problem of child sex predators, to know that the reason is us, the parents, the internet, and human beings that live on planet fucking Earth, and us alone. Child porn, most of it, excluding the most dangerous kind of it, is not the real reason why they want to rape children. It's
the most dangerous kind of it. Again, this, like, I think all of it's pretty bad. I mean, I guess it can't all blanket be technically as bad. It is, but it's also like everything in the fucking world is like a sliding scale of fucking balance, I guess. So I guess what he basically means is like there's a difference between again, like drawn stuff versus like actual. That's what he's getting at, but it doesn't really in practice matter that no one was harmed in the production, I guess, but the person who consumes it is just as much of a weirdo. I don't know. The person who consumes it has just as much going on, I think, that needs to be. I think it's just I think either way, any way you look at it, it would be pretty much just as concerning. Just because it's like, oh, well, some of it's not as bad. Well, yeah, but whoever is pursuing that type of stuff, it's that person is someone I don't want to share a Christmas dinner of child butt meat with, personally. I don't want to pass them the mint jelly on that one, personally.
Despite of it, because child porn is still mostly
us, the
illegal.
Parents?
That's
is he a parent? Would that be us? Oh, that's really concerning.
the problem. And if we keep doing this by banning child porn permanently, we'll make it more and more dangerous, and more children are gonna die as a result after being raped or compromised and not murdered after being raped by a molester or a pedophile/predator. And if that is what a pedo hunter or someone who is extremely...
I just realized this video didn't give me any trigger warnings, and I'm very, very upset right now, all of a sudden. I just noticed that he's been saying a lot of words without pretending that they're other words, and I'm just very unreasonably upset right now.
Anti-pedo while being a far-right reactionary nitwit once, then those people aren't really...
Who's a far-righter now? Who's far-right? See? Maybe BreadTube did do this.
Compromised and not murdered after being raped by a molester or a pedophile/predator. And if that is what a pedo hunter or someone who is extremely anti-pedo while being a far-right reactionary nitwit once, then those people aren't really quote-unquote anti-pedo.
You really need to stop making raping children a partisan issue, dude. You are not... That's the title of the video. The left makes me sad. Or maybe just the left needs to stop making child rape partisan. I guess that would also work, but that's, that's one part of it. That's not the whole thing. You really need to stop acting, for Biden 2024. Like, this is not good, dude. I don't...
They're the only ones who are
Fucking
pro-pedophile.
hell.
That's what they want, so that they have competition. The smaller, less predatory, and even those that aren't as predatory than the least predatory ever are snuffed out.
What?
While the quote-unquote pedo/predators will remain on...
This is the worst. This guy is so terrible at speaking. People say this is like an AI script. I don't think so. Everything is AI, whatever. You want to believe that? The whole world's a simulation. Go fuck yourself. I think he wrote it. I think it's fine. He wrote this. And he wrote this, and he just didn't have any understanding of how this would sound. It's a lot of the same words being repeated. It's like it's washing over me like fucking Charlie Brown adult noises.
On top of the chain, and giving them the bullet as a supposed cure will do.
What did he say? He said something bad, huh?
Pedophile. That's what they pedo while being a far-right reactionary nitwit once. Then those people aren't really quote-unquote anti-pedo. They're the only ones who are pro-pedophile. That.
Oh, so the far-right reactionary nitwits are pro-pedophile? He's doing like a gotcha thing, I think. I can't tell. It was probably Pause Andy'd it too much, but the whole thing is bad. I'm sure there's something I missed.
That's what they want, so that they have competition. The smaller, less predatory, and even those that aren't as predatory than the least predatory.
I did catch this. The smaller and less predatory. Like, what do you mean?
Ever are snuffed out.
They're snuffed out. Oh, they got one of the smaller fish. Well, everyone's a smaller fish than, like, God, dude. But, you gotta start somewhere.
Quote-unquote anti-pedo, pedo/predators will remain on top of the chain, and giving them the bullet as a supposed cure will doom us all. Even the children with us. It will doom
us all. I really think he needs to stop saying, because I can't be sure anymore. That context is so... It feels like it's more weight in the direction where he means us as in predators. It feels like that's what he means by us there more than it did before. Like other times earlier, he was mixing those up, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear what he's saying, but it sounds like, no, that time it specifically sounded like what he meant by that was, you'll doom us all of us predators. I think that's the point. I'm sure it's not what he meant. This is not what he's trying to say, but I think that is the point, though.
It as a supposed cure will doom us all, even the children with us. It will doom us in a way.
Where do I find these? Someone told me to look at this guy. Apparently, he's the newest lolcow. He's the newest lolcow, but he's apparently very against lolcows, and I mean, I don't know. He's been doing this for years, though. He's been talking about Christmas dinner child butt meat for like 5 years. So, and he's only recently become a character in the Lio Convoy sector of YouTube. So, yeah.
Way where it even trivializes the
Horror
suggestion
cow.
they call a cure, because it's not really a cure at all. It's just a lazy-ass excuse to actually solve the pedo problem, the predator problem too. Just shoot them, man!
I mean, like, no one's gonna act like there aren't certainly a number of far-right weirdos who are way too into protecting the kids. That whole fucking stupid movie came out that was just a con, basically, directed at, oh my god, the children, oh! And, the foreigners are trying to kill our children, huh? There's certainly a lot of that, but, I mean, yeah, it's a very partisan issue now, apparently. And, I mean, yeah, it's strange. I mean, it's just strange times. Everything feels wrong. It feels wrong to be alive.
And nothing else.
Syndrome.
It can only be a life-saving thing if it's only in self-defense. So just murdering them, even when they've never shown themselves or posed to be any kind of threat or an actual danger to these kids, is not the way to go. The fact that this is anybody...
Well, yeah, we don't live in a Mad Max society, dude. People say kill all pedophiles. I don't think they generally actually mean that. I mean, maybe they mean that in philosophy, but I don't think they're strapping themselves up to go fucking kill people. That's still gonna get you in prison, whether they're a pedophile or not. Most people are not going to do that. So, like, I don't see what you're even fucking complaining about.
go-to as a quote-unquote solution is beyond me. Not allowing them to properly and humanely treat their addiction and mental illnesses is the main culprit of that very problem. It's a last resort. Shooting and killing a pedophile out of pure fear/concern is only a last resort. Those that even say or suggest that this should be the be and end all for anything.
This is like such a stupid straw man. I don't think anybody genuinely thinks that this is the solution. Maybe in spirit, maybe hypothetically, that's the way they'd want to do things, but this is not... No one is genuinely arguing this. This is like a fucking straw man or something. It's one of those. This is arguing in lay epic bad faith.
Pedo/predator is not just not anti-pedo, but they're unironically the greatest friend a predator ever had. They are willing to be a pedophile's bitch if and only if it means sacrificing their own children to make a point. And the point to end all points in solving the problem of child sex predation in general. Not allowing yourself...
You think people are baiting their kids so that they can... Caught one!
To become a better parent is the reason why, as time goes on, parents will become lazier and lazier and lazier, so that they make themselves more and more comfortable in neglecting to realize that if we stop them, we stop ourselves from...
Yeah. We stop ourselves, them and us and we and them and the child predators and me and them and us and the children and them and us, the child predators and me and them and us. Here's another cool image that he's got for us here, telling us about the difference between pedophilia and crimes against children. Take it away, Brian.
Me in this entire video, as if any other chapter before or after hasn't yet done so. Apparently, people in general don't even bother to care enough to distinguish the difference between someone just being a pedophile without having inappropriately laid a hand on a kid in his life, or her life, and being a child predator.
Okay, yeah, right, and that's a fair enough point, sure. But also having the material is still bad. The truth about parenting when it comes to protection. So again, it's on the parents, and a lot of the time it is. I mean, where are these parents who are allowing their kids to get fucking sucked into the DeviantArt void and become weird, insane people? Where are they? They're nowhere. They're busy. They're fucking yapping with their friends, whatever. They're not there present for their kid. They're not dealing with their child's weird diaper fetish that they still have at the age of like fucking 17, you know? They're not doing any of that. So, I mean, I guess there's something to be said about parents, but it's also really weirdly shifting the blame, though, obviously. It's very obviously shifting the blame. It's like, I don't know what people like this think who they think they're fooling. Is he fooling himself? Does he not even recognize what he's doing? You know, like, who do you think you're fucking fooling here? Everyone can see what you're doing. You're sweeping for pedophiles and child predators. Every opportunity, you know, you see a lot of videos like this where it's someone who's trying to act as if they're not super... Like, they know that if they come down and they say, yeah, I believe this, that everyone will no longer take them seriously. So they have to do this thing where they clearly still do believe that, or believe something pretty close to it, but they have to do this like, well, you're just not being fair, actually, and like, I don't think you're looking at all the facts about this, and you're not examining it from all the sides, and just this kind of like weasel word bullshit. Because apparently he can't just admit that he's a pedophile. He can't just admit that he's a predator. You know, he has to couch it in this fucking, well, it's actually the parents' fault, really. It's like every opportunity he can to sweep for pedophiles, he's doing it. Every possible opportunity he can to shift the blame. And, of course, every now and then do the little, well, of course it's bad, but, if you think about it, the parents, but it's bad, though. I mean, they shouldn't do it, they should never do that, it's terrible. But the parents really are the problem here. Tell us, man, tell us all about it.
I will let you all in some historical pretext before 1977, then we'll get to what led to the first anti-CP federal laws. But before we get to how odd it is for one law to be passed before the other, let's get into how human trafficking became a political issue in the 1900s. The true problem that made child pornography most lethal is human trafficking, much less child sex trafficking. And I'll get to how fucked up calling child rape child porn is later in this chapter. Bear with me. But let's read a somewhat adequate reading of the history of the sexual exploitation of children.
I'd rather not. I don't know. Banning CP makes it more lethal and dangerous. Legalizing all porn is the one solution that render pedo hunters useless. He's got more cool art here. Let's jump to this. He's got more cool art. More AI art. I guess this one's probably not made by AI, so we should be thankful that this one has brought us such wonders.
Controversial, but it just may be the one thing that'll stop these predators from the source of the issue. Before I get into all the deeds as to why, I'm going to hone your attention on the source of the issue outside of child porn itself. Let's say that not all children are well informed on and about sexual education. I suggest that
you did miss the other art. Sorry, it was the giant Sangi. What you missed was this cool art. This was what we had for a few segments here, and now we're on to this cool one that looks like a Spyro level from hell.
From the source of the issue. Before I get into all the deeds as to why, I'm going to hone your attention on the source of the issue outside of child porn itself. Let's say that not all children are well informed on and about sexual education.
Yeah, he was gonna teach us the whole history of child porn. That's great. He's gonna teach a class. I'm really happy about
suggest that teaching them sex ed at an early age, between the ages of 5 and 9 years old, or an age when they're capable of understanding English, science, social studies, mathematics, as much as the meaning of life, which should never...
The meaning of life. Do they understand that? Does anybody? Do you?
Be any time when
the meaning of life is God put us all here to hang out with each other regardless of age.
And after they hit puberty. This measure, and this measure alone, should be preventative in nature when it comes to child predators, for the most part. And the most part is...
Which measure? I'm lost in the sauce. The meaning of life? Is that what it is? Puberty? It should... Okay, right?
Is all that matters. The very thought of anyone suggesting otherwise is the real reason why these predators even want to come near these very children and minors. Because
he just wants to give Kirby fan a shout out. It's not weird.
Just like the children and minors that run away to these predators for satisfaction and for
satisfaction
hand sexual experiences, and the very predators that depend on these children/minors alone for their sexual satisfaction.
This is just such a colossal self-report. I can't rightly believe this. I mean, it's like, why do you know so much? Like, assuming you're not talking out your ass, the whole subject matter is weird. Why are you even talking about this, for one thing? But why do you apparently know so much about this? This is very strange stuff to have such knowledge about.
The problem stems all the way back to bad parenting.
The children? Oh,
the lack of proper and early on sexual education is the real...
Well, yeah, I mean, it all stems back to bad parenting. This guy had parents, so there you go.
Problem that begins and ends all problems when it comes to child predators. The reason why these parents want to either sugarcoat or baby talk their way through explaining it is the same reason why these predators exist, just like the other reasons I mentioned in this fucking video. It all stems back to dependence. The reason why any creep, pedophile, or predator always suggests that we lower the age of consent to anything lower than it already is, like the age of 13. I mean, come on, really? Fuck no. This is the same reason.
Yeah, I'd never be interested in that. That'd be crazy. That would be way too low. Not interested. Not interested at all, sir. Thank you. Thank you, but no. I politely decline.
Why parents are such dereliction of duty when it comes to teaching their
Surprisingly, he does seem to be against the lowering the age of consent. I mean, that's almost like an afterthought in a video like this. I mean, shit. good. That's good, I guess.
Kids' sexual education at an earlier age than what these creeps should suggest.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. No, 13 is crazy. Yeah, I would never suggest. Now 14. That's
the age of.
I mean, anything's possible with this video. He might just be like, no. If you think about it, though, 50. You know, he might start to get. I don't know. Probably not though. He does seem like he's not into that idea, at least.
Consent must be, even though it shouldn't. I will explain that reason to you. It's too obvious, but people these days are beyond oblivious.
They sure are. AI-generated fox defending child predators.
Denial of, and they just don't get it. I'm going to sweeten this up so YouTube doesn't strike or ban me for it.
Well, it was only going to be a short stream when I thought we were doing Halo, but now we weren't doing Halo anymore, so you know, now I can watch all the child predator videos that I want.
It's a competition on who can beat who to the pancake batter. In other words, who is it going to be? The parents with the right ingredients and
who took a cookie from the cookie jar
instructions, or the predator with his or her own ingredients, with the children/minors being completely oblivious or unaware as to who made them hungry and where these cravings go. If age doesn't mean jack shit to a parent, the same goes for a predator. The fate is only to be sealed for these kids when either the parents or the predator on the streets gets the job done first and fast.
Oh, man, you should really, you know what you should do? Because, like, the internet, everybody's so divided, you know, a lot of people voted for Trump. You can never talk to the internet. What you gotta do is you gotta go to your local supermarket, or, like, you know, downtown, like, you know, an area with people, you know, like a mall, maybe, and just set up a little microphone, like a megaphone, and just, you know, start telling people your case there. I think that people would really be more amenable to it if they could hear you talk about it and see your face also. I'm sure that would help. Like the face of this guy, I'm sure would be really, you got to keep in mind, he's not in reality an AI generated furry fox creature in armor. He's in reality, well, we don't know what he looks like in reality, but whatever he looks like, I'm sure it's only adding to his argument, and it's making more sense. It's lending an air of credibility and prestige. And when he's saying this in front of the Sears or whatever, you know, with the megaphone, and everyone's gathered around him, and they're all going to agree with him. I'm sure of it. I'm sure once, you know, when they see him in person, and you know, it's not the divisive internet. You know, an even better idea would be to go in front of the police station and do this. They would really be on your side, actually. You know, I think you could really get some support there. You should try it.
Even if it means getting pancake batter everywhere. Nobody cares as to where the pancake batter has been, or even remotely where it comes from to fucking begin with. Ignorance really is bliss in the eyes that not even a blind man could envy. It's also a competition on who gets...
You want to try that one again?
Blind man could envy. It's also a competition.
There you go. You figured it out. You got the right.
Who gets their gooses cooked the last? Because parents rely on law.
It's not an AI. The AI wouldn't have done that.
Enforcement and government, after all. Who gets arrested first in the worst case scenario? Depending on what that scenario would ever be, or what it would even have it.
Someone says, "Yeah, ignorance is bliss." So shut up.
Lead up to is key. And just like any problem...
It really is weird. It's like, I mean, we watch a lot of videos where people talk, and, you know, they just talk, and most videos that we watch, you know, it'll be just someone talking and giving an opinion. But this is just so much... It's like in mono. It's all funneled directly into my face. There's no music. There's no effects or anything. There's nothing... It's just his voice, and he won't shut up. And he just keeps saying, like, we and us and them and we and us, and he won't fucking... It's so... It's mind-numbing. This is mind-numbing.
That nobody cares to solve and has what they consider any reasonable doubt as to how any of this can be solved without government or parental influence. It has its roots. A tree without a root never grows, but you can't kill a tree without it. You can't cut down...
Bane, have you missed this whole thing? Oh. Bane, check out this chapter of the video here called Banning Child Porn Makes It More Lethal and Dangerous. While his furry avatar tells you all about that opinion. And now he's talking about legalizing it all to render pedo hunters useless. Yeah, note that title, by the way. I didn't even notice that. Legalizing all porn is the one solution that render pedo hunters useless. Well, that's funny, because most people don't really want the pedo hunters to be useless. I would say they want the predators to be useless. I would say generally the goal is to not reduce the effectiveness of the pedo hunters. You know, if it had to be one or the other, it would probably not be them. Most people would probably not want it to be them. So it's interesting that is the title of this chapter. Very good stuff.
A tree when it's dead, but you only need to when it's in the way. It's mainly focused on who has the moral high ground, and or who has the highest standard, regardless if it's forced upon them or not. The one with the highest standard gets to win by default, even when they, as in the parents themselves, become predators, or worse than the predator in the streets. Not only
worse than the predator in the streets is the predator in the sheets, obviously.
Is legalizing child porn that's fiction and harmless, parents teaching their kids
fiction and harmless, everyone.
Sexual education long before they hit puberty.
And it is harmless in his point of view, because he believes that if you give everyone as much degenerate porn as they want, it will eventually just stop working, and they'll stop getting more degenerate, and they'll stop getting worse. They'll stop developing further paraphilias and stuff. They'll just eventually give up and realize they'll convert to Mormonism or fucking something instead, I guess. I don't know. That's apparently what he believes. So hey, I mean, that's just his opinion, man.
Can be the best and only curveball that no child predator can ever hope to get around or get over. When you do that...
Yeah, can we, $5 from Reverend Cudgel, I think to bring everyone together, we should hunt this thing in Minecraft. I can't stress enough how disgusting calling them pancake batter is. What is he referring to as pancake batter? Is that the children or the predators? Or who? I'm lost. It's impossible for me to follow what this guy's fucking saying, because it's just like a constant, never-ending fucking sentence. It's like learning a Japanese sentence where all the words are in the wrong fucking order, and it's like, I don't know how to parse this shit. What the fuck do you mean the whole meaning of the sentence is at the end of the fucking thing? What is that? The fuck is that? Who is he referring to as pancake batter? Is that the children? Sure, man, sure. Yeah, no, like, it's so funny that a video like this is definitely not going to make there be less child predator hunters. Like, you know, like the pedo hunters that this guy wants to render useless. Definitely just galvanizing people there. You probably just created one in chat as we speak.
All these Discord mod-looking motherfuckers are useless and still incels. Having sex won't mean that you ain't a virgin anymore, bitch tits. They don't...
Well, it literally does. What does that mean?
Get addicted to children because they jacked up to pixels on a goddamn screen. And the funny thing is, it never did. And even the worst of child predators can be taken care of if they dare to try coming near your children, of course, because
yeah, and I mean, honestly, like, the real thing is...
If you want sex so badly, just get a girlfriend.
Yeah.
As a sex offender, I'm quite surprised by this.
He's a molester! He's a child molester!
And I think if he's not careful, he's gonna wind up with... AIDS! Thank you. Soundboard. It's great. It's good stuff.
It's a last resort. But the last resort does not justify banning child porn. The anti-CP laws made no difference. Made no difference at all when it comes to curb stomping these predators.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's getting at. It's like impossible to tell. Because he wants it to be everything at once. He wants it to be the Lenka song Everything at Once. He wants it to be as cool as ice as whatever the lyrics are. He wants it to be both anti-predator but also very clearly going to bat for predators. He wants it to be all sorts of things. He's clearly trying to run interference for people. He wants to be anti-pedo hunter, but also anti-child predator. But also the parents are at fault. Everyone is at fault but him, and seemingly at every turn he downplays the significance of the actual predators doing the predating. Including the one that I thought was notable, where he was like, and even lesser predators and less important predators get snuffed out. And it's like, oh, you got one that only has one victim who is irrevocably fucked up for life, instead of, like, hundreds, like Jeffrey Epstein or something. Wow, what a piece of shit. Just one. I can't believe you'd fuck with that guy's livelihood. What a piece of shit.
And child sex trafficking rings out of existence. If anything, it did the exact opposite of what they intended to do. If we only made a distinct and proper measure on addressing child predators, the number of them would have been damn near zero. It's just the dream-crushing reality that not all predators will comply, as much as not all parents will care. This should be a multi-pronged approach, in a libertarian way. Legal.
Oh, God. Oh, that explains a lot, doesn't it? Just whatever you do, touch the kids, whatever you want, just don't violate the NAP, goddammit.
Child porn that doesn't harm or is entirely fictitious, while clearly distinguishing and making recording child rape illegal, because we have to separate the two, recording child sexual...
And my question here, at the end of the day, I mean, all of this is all well and good, like, and he's talking a whole bunch, and he won't shut the fuck up, right, about, like, and it's very difficult to tell, like, what exactly he's trying to get at, ultimately. Is he couching for pedophiles? What is this? What the fuck is this? But at the end of the day, all I want to know is, what is Aleppo?
Assault or even rape material is not the same as child porn, because the rape is real, but the porn isn't. You can't have it both ways. B, making it so even the most sexually depraved and predatory child sex trafficker or pedo ringleader goes after his own flock and eats their own. The more they do this, the less they exist out in the public. The less they exist, the more that these non-offending pedophiles can actually be more desensitized.
Wait, what did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, God.
Fairly fictitious, while clearly distinguishing and making recording child rape illegal, because we have to separate the two. Recording child sexual assault or even rape material is not the same as child porn, because the rape is real, but the porn isn't.
Excuse me? What is this semantics bullshit? What the fuck is this bullshit? What the fuck does that mean? The rape is real. Welcome back to Deadwing Dork's Rape Review, where the rape is real, but the porn isn't, everybody. And this episode is sponsored by Eastside Marios. Hey, bada boom, bada bang. When you're here, you're family. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? The points don't matter.
Fictitious, while clearly...
Let's go one more time around the block there.
Distinguishing and making recording child rape illegal, because we have to separate the two. Recording child sexual assault or even rape material is not the same as child porn, because the rape is real, but the porn isn't. You can't have it both ways. B, making it so even the most sexually depraved and predatory child sex trafficker or pedo ringleader goes after his own flock and eats...
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, if you leak...
their own. The more they do this, the less they exist.
I don't understand. I can never, ever understand. He already said at the beginning, he had some insane logic that was just literally like, well, this train will go... up that hill because it's going down the hill currently, so that makes it, like, just backwards, insane logic that was like, if we decriminalize it, then people will make more of it because they'll have incentive to make it, because it will be, they can sell it. And somehow that was like a point against it. I don't know, he already said that earlier, way earlier. So, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised, but I just don't know what he's getting at, and the rape isn't real and the points don't matter.
Out in the public. The less they exist, the more that these non-offending pedophiles can actually be more desensitized to the porn they consume, which is the cub art or fucking lolly or whatever. So when they stop consuming that fucking material, they can finally get help and turn around their life. And if and when all of this works, they can actually become functioning.
They can finally get help and turn around our lives. I mean, their lives. God damn it! I'm not one of them.
Members of society, if you let them. And finally, C. Parents teaching their kids sexual education when they're between the ages of.
Yeah. He's the one that brought up Cub and Lolly, by the way.
Of 5 to 9 years old in a manner and a matter of life or death, to where even the children can be able to say no to the predators without having to ban the faintest bit of child porn that hurts absolutely no one.
Just have the children say no to the child predators. That'll do it.
Not even them. The less that children are dependent on these predators for that first-hand sexual...
5 to 9? Yeah, what was that again? I did hear, what's he getting at?
And finally, C. Parents teaching their kids sexual education when they're between the ages of 5 to 9 years old.
Right. Well, I mean, that's already kind of, birds and bees or whatever is kind of a thing people do. Generally, I don't know. That's not good. Probably not helpful in the way that he's describing it. I don't think I would want him teaching his children that sort of thing. But
in a manner and a matter of life or death, to where even the children can be able to say no to the predators without having to ban the faintest bit of...
Just have the children say no. Once they've been educated by, their parents, they're gonna be able to just say no to the predators, and then the predators will go, okay, and they'll just walk away, and a little rain cloud will appear above their head. Maybe some, sad jazz music will play as they walk sadly away.
Child porn that hurts absolutely no one, not even them. The less that children are dependent on these predators for that first-hand sexual experience, or any first-hand sexual experiences...
The children dependent on predators for first-hand sexual experience. So what he's describing now is I guess he's not entirely incorrect, but it's funny to me that he knows about this. I mean, we know why we know about it, which is we keep fucking seeing people describing how, oh yeah, I was fucking 14 and I was doing all sorts of insane fucking diaper fetish shit on DeviantArt. But, yeah, I mean, people that seem to, again, the adult-attracted minors that we were seeing on that website, it's not necessarily incorrect, but I don't see it's a very weird thing to even bring up, and that's kind of unrelated. I mean, it's also a problem that's maybe, I guess it's related, but it's not related to stopping child predators. I don't get this. I don't get how this is even relevant. It's like he's trying to bring up the children that really, really want it, though. But he's trying to do it in a way that I had to, fucking go through a fucking maze to figure out figure out what he's getting at. I think that's what he's getting at. Is basically, but sometimes they want it, but I don't know, I can't be sure.
That can damage or permanently tarnish their life and the way they view themselves, the less likely they'll be traumatized. The more likely they're taught how to make pancakes for breakfast, the less likely they'll end up with pancake batter all over their faces, feeling a little silly. The less that these predators have the given ability to come near children with indirect and unconditional permission by the parents of said child or children.
Hang on, let's go back through this. This is starting to get bad. This is just starting to get bad. Why are we doing pancakes again? What is with the pancake shit?
Less likely they'll be traumatized. The more likely they're taught how to make pancakes for breakfast, the less likely they'll end up with pancake batter all over their faces, feeling...
Ooh, pancake batter on their faces. What is that? If you teach a lolicon how to make... What? teach a man to, you know, catch a man to rape and he rapes for a day, but teach a man to rape, you know?
A little silly. The less that these predators have the given ability to come near children with indirect and unconditional permission by the parents of said child or children.
What is this scenario you're even describing, though? When does this happen?
And we're only talking about the shepherd here that we need to be more concerned about. The more that they themselves get help and get on with it in life. So they don't have to take the bullet. So that more people save their own goddamn ammo. Because I don't justify murder. Unless if it's self-defense.
Good for you, man. Congratulations.
I'm pro self-defense, but I'm anti-murder. So that they don't have to rot in a big white van for over 30 years. So in that way, you don't sugarcoat how sex works. So that younger children don't come running for free candy. Only for them to find out the hard way on how bad your parents really are. Now, let's move on to the last chapter
running for free candy. We got a couple more chapters here.
Actually put any effort into making original commentary in. Now, here's the lead.
We've just reversed the Fox image.
Least controversial commentary chapter in this entire video. As a bit to give you a little breather,
hey, be careful. You already got banned from Twitter for saying you wanted Ian Want kids to be, like, murdered in prison. You're gonna get banned from YouTube, too. Just be careful.
You're probably getting intensely angry at this video. Here is why arguing that we should kill little pedos is harmful and futile, outside of it being bad and completely useless advice.
It is stupid. It is stupid, but I don't think anyone... Again, he's operating as if this is like a real thing people are acting is the solution to pedophilia. No. No one who isn't insane unironically believes that you should just fucking gun them down in the streets. Maybe they want to, but they don't, because that's not the world we live in. No one is advocating for that in a realistic way. People might be very against you guys, you know, I mean, Freudian slip there. People might be very against people, allegedly, who might be, who you're talking about here, allegedly, very against people, of that nature, and want them to die. They don't necessarily want them to, they don't necessarily actually want to actively be killing them. And people in chat will say, haha, I want to. Yeah, in practice, in actual real reality, you don't. You don't. You're not going to be killing people in the streets because they're pedophiles. Maybe you think that you should, but that's not the world that we're living in. And people, like, no one's really arguing that. No one's really arguing that. So when this guy has spent a big chunk of this video acting as if, like, straw-manning this fake argument as if people are really out here, like, well, the real solution here is to fucking gun them down. Like, yeah, people say that mostly as a joke. That's not really what people, this is such a fucking stretch.
It not only solves nothing, but does nothing to an actual issue, as opposed to an issue they think is the real one, instead of direct...
Yeah, if you were the parent of a victim, I mean, he did get into, like, we did have to talk about that a little, didn't we? Where it was like, if you're the parent of someone who's been, you know, if you're active, you walk into your room and you see the molester actively go into town. It's like, what are you supposed to do? Fucking walk them to the family-friendly pedophile clinic down the road? Or do you just shoot them in the fucking face? Like, I think in that scenario, you shoot them in the fucking face. You know, like, no one's arguing against that. That's the thing. Well, I guess he is. Well, I mean, like, that, when people say, like, kill pedophiles, I assume it usually means, yeah, if they're rooting around in your cellars trying to get photos of your kids at the beach, you know, that's when you shoot them. That's when you kill them on sight, I guess. But, you know, just, like, see them on, you know, you see them in the street, you know, and you profile them with the Watch Dogs app that tells you that they like Blue's Clues and church hymns, and they're a big-time pedophile. You know, you know, well, actually, in that scenario, I guess that would be a scenario in that video game where you probably would kill that guy, actually. In that game, I think they do have people that are, like, you know, rapist or whatever. Probably nothing like that, but they have stuff that is negative that's like, oh, is the player gonna kill people? I don't know. But yeah, most people in real life don't advocate for these sorts of things. Self-defense scenario, I mean, maybe, but he's really applying this to a very broad sort of thing.
And actually addressing the real one. Oh, if you blame parents, you shouldn't have children. Maybe that's the solution. Give me a break. As long as the solution fixes all of the problem, it's all that really matters at the end of the day. Arguing that the last resort to an issue is the way...
I mean, the worst thing you could really get is a libertarian who wants to fuck kids, allegedly. Not saying he is one, but... You know, just someone who's gonna come at you with this kind of, like, Ayn Randian fucking fountainhead logic about, like, kitty diddling. Like, I don't know. I don't, this is very unusual.
To cure and solve all of it is the most pedantically retarded thing I have ever heard in my life on this issue. The problem is with the parents. It's with the government. And it's with having made child porn illegal. I
love how whiny can you imagine walking by this guy's, like, jail cell? No, not jail. He's not in jail. Can you imagine walking by this guy's, you know, room in the, like, halfway house or whatever, and this is child porn illegal! Decriminalize it! Like, wow, that's gotta be something. I hope he's got all his windows closed. Do you think his mom is like, listening in on that? Do you think she's just, oh, it sounds like he's in a fervor today. I better make him some extra tendies.
And then the fuck of. It's harmful advice because murder is worse than child rape. And I just came up with an analogy. Child rape is to murder as child porn is to self-defense. If and when it comes to self-defense, actually prove that it's self-defense. Or don't, because at that point, you'd been guilty of murder and...
I think he's just going in circles. I don't even think he knows what he's saying now. I don't think... It's like one of those old video games where I don't think they ever anticipated that people would get all the way to through their fucked up bullshit and, like, actually see the ending. So it's like, yeah, they just put, like, a big poop emoji on there. No one's gonna know.
Murder is wrong. I'm not saying that child porn isn't wrong, but child rape is.
Yeah,
how it's
a pretty bad analogy.
Couldn't be a mystery if
it's a completely insane analogy, yeah.
Outlined it for Scooby-Doo and the gang to solve. They're all useless. Predators are just as useless or as much as the victims will become of them. After all, you're supposed to make your trauma something you can be made easily capable of moving on from with a bit of therapy and counseling and all the 9 yards.
Yeah, I mean, how many times does he need to say that he thinks CP isn't wrong? That's what he keeps saying. You need to get this guy on a debate with fucking Vosh or Destiny or some shit. You need this guy's got words. He's got some words and some facts, you know. And plus he's a furry, so he's a protected group. You can't make fun of him.
And can only mention them in passing memory, not your own degenerate and...
What did he say about victims?
Them. After all, you're supposed to make your trauma something you can be made easily capable of moving on from with a bit of therapy and counseling and all the 9 yards. And can only mention them in passing memory, not your own degenerate...
What happened here?
Printment. And it's with...
I keep having to scroll back because there's so much. It's every sentence has some insane shit that people are catching, and I'm just like, wow, that one washed over me.
Having made child porn illegal.
Illegal!
Cut, print, and then the fuck of. It's harmful advice because murder is worse than child rape. And I just came up with an analogy. Child rape is to murder as child porn is to self-defense. If and when it comes to self-defense, actually prove that it's self-defense. Or don't, because at that point, you'd been guilty of murder, and murder is wrong.
Yeah, I don't know what... I can't even follow this logic.
I'm not saying that child porn isn't wrong, but child rape is.
Right.
How it's futile couldn't be a mystery if I outlined it for Scooby-Doo and the gang to solve. They're all useless. Predators are just as useless or as much as the victims will become of them.
Oh, gosh. Oh, dear. What become of the victims is useless, I guess. That is very, very distasteful. I mean, a wash in a sea of... I mean, this video is the verbal equivalent. This is the argument equivalent of a Dark Souls poison swamp. This is Blight Town, but as like a video essay. This is a mire of disgusting opinions and toxic damage. And yet this stands out as something, yeah, the victims become useless. That's, man, that's just a really... that's a really bleak thing to fucking say, man. I don't like that. That one's extra bad.
After all, you're supposed
Fucking
to
hell.
make your trauma something you can be made easily capable of moving on from with a bit of therapy and counseling and all the 9 yards, and can only mention them in passing memory, not your own degenerate and personally driven
Dude, why are you toxic?
storyline to gather false sympathy or make your trauma content like some fucking trauma whore, like Hopeless Peaches. The reasons why predators exist can easily have everything else mentioned in this video. Stand up to that and those reasons alone. Now, before I go off on my rant segment and finally end this
Yeah, I think he's suggesting there with the degenerate wording that I think he's talking about the pedo hunters. He's referring to the people hunting the pedophiles as degenerate. This is really rousing up a lot of fucking people lately. This is a big... We've had at least 3 streams that have talked about this. There was Ethan. There was that crazy guy that someone suggested the other day on the Discord, who for months now has been talking about Alex Rosen and the pedo catchers, and, you know, he was also kind of suspicious and strange. And then now this, and this is even worse than both of them. This is a notably bad video. And it's one of those great videos that you watch where it doesn't matter if he's trolling at all. I don't think he is. I really don't. I think this is totally genuine. But even if if he tries to do the haha, I got you all, it's Japes. I don't know, hang on, when was this, 2 weeks ago? April 9th, no, it was like 9 days too late, fuck that. Even if he comes out and he acts like this is an out-of-season April Fool's joke, it's like, man, you still chose to represent yourself this way on the internet with your little furry fox fuck avatar. Someone says that what he looks like is known. I haven't seen a video on his channel with his appearance, but maybe he's got like a post somewhere with his face. I don't know. I'm not looking at the Kiwi Farms thread or anything right now, but this is really quite something.
Video, I will highlight a key difference that everyone forgets. It's not at all hard or even remotely difficult or even impossible to prevent your kids from running to these predators for sexual dependence, all because you refuse to
This is a weird thing in this video. He's acting as if that's the problem. The predators did nothing wrong. They aren't going after kids. The kids, in fact, are going after the predators and seeking out the predators. I will acknowledge that that does happen. We saw that website with the fucking, you know, the groomer cult website that had like the AAMs, and that does happen. However, that's not the most common thing, and it's weird to act as if that's the conversation that's being had. It's not. That's a whole other conversation, and it's bizarre that he's trying to pretend like that's what is actually happening.
Teach your kids sex ed when
Very
they were
strange.
5 to 9
For
years old.
dependence,
It all stems
yes.
from you as a parent for both the child/minor and for the parents of these predators. Now here's the rant.
It does happen. I mean, at least, the very least, maybe those people were just adults role-playing as kids, I guess. It's possible. But I've heard other people say that is a thing that's, like, you know, going on in various fucking DeviantArt communities and shit, so... I don't know, you know, I don't know. That seems to be what happened with the fucking Birdie situation and the fucking, what was it, Doodle Bop, whatever, fucking Doodle Diapers, Diaper Bop, Diaper Tones. That is also similar to, it's these kids being fucking, like, indoctrinated into insane fetish shit at the age of, like, 12 on DeviantArt or wherever, fucking watching Finger Family and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, stuff like that happens, I'm sure, but it's nowhere near the kind of scenario that he's describing, as if that's the main situation with, yeah, the real problem with this is what he's saying is the real problem, is that we need to teach children about sex stuff early so that they don't, at the age of 8, apparently seek out predators on, like, predmeet.net or whatever. You know, it wouldn't be a .net, it would just be an app called Predmeet. You know, Pred Talk. That's not happening, right? Well, I don't know where that's coming from. This is a bizarre side argument. This is a very bizarre side tangent that's, like, acting like the fucking war in Ukraine is happening because of, you know, the Beatles. You know, well, maybe someone involved listened to the Beatles, but I doubt it's, you know, it's probably not really, it's no, that's a bad analogy too. I'm bad at making, I've streamed for like 10 hours. My brain's not working that well. I'm like a super mega victim. I'm utterly brain broken. But, it's terrible. This is just a terrible video. It's better. It's still a better analogy than what he put together.
Holy shit! This is a long ass video.
It sure is. Welcome to the rant segment. Here we are with the fox. You thought the other AI foxes were bad. Here's a hyper realistic but also cartoonish AI fox with a bunch of fucking balloons and weird orbs around him. Good stuff, good stuff. So you can imagine what type of other things this guy's probably making with AI, you know. Because that has been a growing discussion, too, in this regard. The production of material that doesn't harm kids because it's just made by AI, right? So, like, what's wrong with that? And, I mean, I don't know. My ultimate thing is, like, I don't know. It's complicated. Morally, I just know that I wouldn't necessarily want to sit next to that guy on a bus, you know? That's how I don't want to have the whole conversation. I just know that in my heart of hearts, I wouldn't want to sit next to the guy on the bus if I knew. You know, maybe it didn't harm a kid, but I still wouldn't want to be around him. I wouldn't want to be around that individual. And that's as simple as I make it, you know? You know, you could probably assume that this guy is into that sort of thing. I mean, allegedly, you know, I don't know. If he were to be into children, he is into AI as well, is what I'm saying. So, like, if he were, like, hypothetically, allegedly, like, into kids, if he were really, really into kids, like big time into kids, like, if he were, allegedly, like, he probably, as a person who's also into AI, yeah, you know, probably would be doing that. But we're going to get into the rant segment here. He's going to, you know, hang on, just, we need to, okay, go ahead.
I can't even believe that I was able to make this video. I can't even believe that I was able to dissect all the reasons why these child predators exist and how we can actually get rid of them by A, legalizing all porn, decriminalizing the not so harmful child porn, and separate that from the child sexual assault material that should be banned. What if we did...
I'm sorry, this is a good song and I like it. And, you know, I gotta say, I really hope that they just play that original version and they don't make some fucking dubstep future 2025 remix or whatever when they do Sonic 3. Because they are gonna play that song, but if they do, like, Generations and they make it, like, some fucking skibbity remix... What they did to City Escape is unforgivable in Generations. That's a great game. But both versions of City Escape are just bad. They're just bad. If they do something like that with Live and Learn, I will be very upset. That will be like 3 number grades down. That movie could be a 10 out of 10. It will not get more than a 7 if they fuck with Live and Learn. But that being said, I do have to actually go back to listen to what his fucking points are, because that song is just distracting. What exactly... Every sentence is so dense and full of content that we do need to We do need to analyze
this
it.
video. I can't even believe that I was able to dissect all the reasons why these child predators exist and how we can actually get rid of them by A, legalizing all porn, decriminalizing the not so harmful child porn, and
isn't this whole thing already been a rant segment? Is this just unscripted rant? I guess
that from the child sexual assault material that should be banned.
So what exactly are you saying?
By A, legalizing all porn, decriminalizing the not so harmful
I think what he is suggesting is that we legalize stuff, we, us, them, and they, and them, and us, and them, and we, and I. Decriminalize the stuff and produce stuff? Is that what he's getting at? Like, he's saying decriminalize porn. Well, what porn... I got news for you, dude. All porn that features children in it, all sexual material that has children in it, unless it's like some lady breastfeeding and then she stops doing that and then fucking like gives a guy a blowjob or something. You know, maybe that kid's probably not like a victim, right? But, you know, all porn that's like whatever that has, that's all, any version of that is gonna be CSAM, you know, as the skibbities say these days. It's gonna be CSAM, right? So unless he's I think he's talking about like producing something that isn't gonna harm. There's no version of that exists though, dude. I mean, unless he's specifically talking about Loli. In which case, again, it's like, I don't know, man. I still wouldn't want to sit next to the guy on a bus. You know? I don't know.
Child porn and separate that from the child sexual assault material that should be banned. What if we did that? Instead of just banning child porn in general, how we blame the parents for these predators existing like we should. We should also blame parents for not teaching sex ed when they're at an age long before puberty hits, to where they're capable of saying no when it matters the most.
What does it matter that they say no? I mean, like, they're too young. They'll say no, and the predator will just say, who gives a shit? And they're a giant adult, and the kid is like a child. Yeah, saying no is great, and that helps when you're both legal adults. But when you're a kid, what do you mean that's not on the child? The child shouldn't need to say no, sir. Fox child, weird creature fox. The child shouldn't need to say no. The child shouldn't have any fucking opportunity. That shouldn't have to come up. That shouldn't come up. He's literally, he's putting the onus on the child. He's putting the onus on the parent and the child. Like, the parent has to decline the predator. And then the predator is just gonna respect that and walk away. Again, he's gonna get the sad rain cloud, and like some sad music will follow him. You know, as he just, okay, and he just walks away, and he's very upset about it, but he honors and respects that, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter so much that the kid is educated. Yes, they should be, I guess, educated to fucking learn about consent, I guess, but they're fucking not going to... This is so... I don't know who he thinks this would appeal to other than him, other than people that are already... He's either just preaching to the choir or nobody, because nobody else would ever buy this. This is so transparent.
Parents even care to say that? Or do they just not think? Are they just fucking NPCs? They don't think for themselves? They let the government, predators, and even the child sex trafficking rings themselves think for them? Keep child porn illegal. I'm a fucking retard. I can conflate child porn with child sexual assault material, or even child rape being recorded.
What are you talking about? He is acting as if there's a separate category of consensual porns featuring... What would... He needs to explain himself, because he's not... the video's almost over and he doesn't have enough time to explain himself. What exactly he means by this. What he's fucking talking about. Because what it sounds like is that he thinks that they should produce material that's like, I guess what, with the parents' consent or something? I just mentioned the fucking What's her name? Internet Investigator, I think, did this video about this company that had the parents consent to do a bunch of weird shit with their fucking kids because the parents were fucking degenerates themselves and were like, I don't care, it's not harming the kid, whatever, gives me money, it doesn't matter, they don't care. That's not anything. If that's what he's talking about, that doesn't help. If it's the kid can say yes, that doesn't help. What is the point he's trying to make here? Unless, again, it's just specifically like lolly and AI stuff. In which case, I guess he has more of an argument, but not much of one.
Reported by some fucking predatory rapist loser with AIDS. It isn't that simple to those people, but it's very simple to me. They are the problem. Hey, anybody who has kids who disagrees with me, you're part of the problem. You have never taught your kids any
You love the guy saying in a sing-songy, mocking voice, he says child porn should be illegal in a SpongeBob. Oh, just these fucking losers acting like, oh, child porn should be illegal. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. I mean, again, if you put anything, universal basic income would be a good idea for all people. You just put it in that voice and it just sounds really embarrassing for whoever you're talking about, really. It does.
Ad without sugarcoating it. Because it's too inappropriate. Nothing's too inappropriate. You hear children cussing all the time. You didn't teach them to cuss. What's the fucking point? Makes no fucking difference. You make no fucking difference as to getting rid of these fucking child predators. If anything, predators are the symptom of the problem, and you people are the problem. Parents.
Society is the problem. Parents allowing their kids to be so sexy is the problem.
The government, these child sex trafficking rings, these predators and pedophiles, you're all part of the same problem that you contribute to. And I will literally block anybody that tries to call me a pedophile, tries to call me pro-pedo,
I mean, you're welcome. I love the fucking, the thread of blocking. Like, I won't engage with you or defend my points, idiot! Sure, dude. Go ahead. I mean, most people are just gonna block you, frankly. I don't think anyone really even wants to debate this with you. No one's... no one's gonna be like, no, wait, please don't! I just want to have a conversation, please!
To call for any unjust or undue murder or harm towards me for hurting your fucking precious feelings. If pancake batter matters to you the most,
none of you are free from sin. He's still going with this disgusting pancake batter shit, which again I think refers to the children being abused. He's referring to them as pancake batter, and I guess the porn is the pancakes. And he's already made a point in this video that was like, people will just make pancakes themselves. Like, he's already made the opposite of the point he thinks he's making in this video. But it doesn't even matter, because the main point is that that's disgusting. That's just a disgusting thing.
For hurting your fucking precious feelings. If pancake batter matters to you the most, pick a wall and stick to it. I don't fucking care anymore. Pick a wall and fucking stick to it.
A wall? Pancake batter? What the fuck are you talking about, retard?
Almost 25 years old, and I know for a fact...
Almost 25 years old, everyone. So he is well into his 20s. You know? Pretty well and truly past an age where, you know... He might be like 14 and stupid and think this is the way life is, but no, he's almost 20, almost 25. You know, he's a grown adult. He's a grown man. He shouldn't be thinking these things. That's wrong think. I'm gonna go so far as to say that's wrong think.
Fact that I'm right. I know for a fact that I'm right. I'm not gonna tolerate anybody's bullshit. I'm too old for this shit. I'm not even...
Sussy user is almost 25.
In my 30s, and I know that I'm too old for this shit. Alright? This is the last time I'll ever have any conversation with any of you fucking anti-CP retards and pro-pedo f***s.
Anti-CP retards and pro-pedo... I really hate that the British won with pedo. That's disgusting. It's weird to be the ultimate centrist, I guess, and be against CP and pedophiles at the same time. That's really, That's like voting for the Green Party. Like, alright, guy. Alright. Well, no, we know he's a libertarian, so of course he's like this. I say Green Party. It's the other one. It's the other one that's like that. This guy's gotta be like this. So, yeah, I mean, that's that video.
This is the one thing that I will say, and I will say towards anybody that dares to try and troll me, or fuck with me, or claim that I'm full of shit and not back it up with any fucking evidence or reason. Pick a wall.
I don't need evidence. I don't. I mean, I just don't think this video is very good, and I think you've made an ass of yourself, in my opinion. I don't need evidence for that. But I have to pick a wall.
Or claim that I'm full of shit and not back it up with any fucking evidence or reason. Pick a wall and fucking stick to it. Alright, that's the end of the fucking rant segment.
Pick a wall. Pick a wall? No, people don't say... You don't even talk like a normal person, dude.
Now let's conclude this video. In conclusion, that's
the two AI foxes together at last.
The truth about child predators, and I have illustrated and outlined every single way to get rid of them properly in a safe and non-abusive way, and finally, in a way where parents can actually take responsibility for themselves at the end of the day, so that we don't have to. People in the furry community, people in other communities, even...
What the furry community isn't... Well, yeah, it's talking about raping children. Of course the furry community has been involved this whole time.
When we're degenerates, have no say in what happens to that child. We have no say what happens to children or grooming victims. But at the end of the day, nothing else really matters. Thank you all for watching this long-ass video. It took me...
I have no idea what you're even... I don't know, man. That's, People were marveling at this video in chat, just like, this is one of the worst arguments I've seen in years, type of thing. I saw that a couple times, stuff like that. This one really was something. People were not ready for this. People were not ready for this. So his parents must have been really, really shitty. Yeah. This dude is dangerous, my god. In the end, it doesn't really matter. Most fatherless behavior in history. These people can vote. Salute. Double trouble. No, it is the parents' fault, Bane, if you frame the issue as being children seeking out adults to have sex with them. And that's what if that's your definition of what a child predator is someone who children call up on the cell phone, you know, like Drake, and they call up the predator for a booty call, and that's what he seems to be trying to imply this is. But that's obviously not what's happening, so, like, I guess it's not really the... I mean, it is the parents' fault. His parents, again, he has parents, so, like, ultimately, is it not the parents' fault? Ultimately, you know, I don't know. Well, we're winding things down now. We're winding things down now, and it's been a while. It's been a little while we've been doing this video. It's been a whole long day of streaming. And I didn't eat lunch or anything. So that's unfortunate. I have basically been streaming all day, as a matter of fact. We're almost up to 12 hours. And so, how about that? Fuck you all. I'm gonna read some super chats now. $5 from Evan Medfees. Wanted to say thanks for usually taking my music suggestions. You're a real one, Clawfather. Thank you. Sorry, because I just also saw this one here. Okay, yeah, I saw Archivist Arcantroll. $5. The bass player cries out as they're edited out of the mix. The almighty lolly Deadwing, he fired shots back, Lamau. Well, that's not firing shots back. Listen to my new music and then cut the bass out of the mix. You have less of a song. You're ruining your own music by removing the bass. You're an idiot. That's just stupid. I mean, I love you. I love you, man. I love your channel, but that's just wrong. That's just very dumb. You're not slighting me. I'm gonna go all Jason Newsted and go do my own thing. It didn't work out very well for him, to be fair, but you're not slighting the bassist by doing that. You're not. You're just, the bassist will just go, okay, I'll go make better music without you. You can go make weird fucking And Justice for All, where there's no fucking low end on the whole album. That's terrible. That's just awful. That's just awful. I'm sorry. That's an awful, awful opinion. $2 from Reverend Cudgel. Huh, there sure are a lot of degenerates online. There sure are. You get a lot of them. $5 from Em and Medfee. You can see him when you're driving. $5 from Em and Medfee's pro CP Foxboy should start a scarecrow making business with the amount of straw manning he's doing. Yeah, that would be helpful. That would be finally something good for him to finally a good industry for him to take up. $2 from Ranma Saotome. I'm predicting he'll make a case for AI Kitty. Oh yeah, he did. You were correct. That was yes. $10 from Em and Metfees. This guy is, wow, there's evil and then there's diabolical. I've never wanted to jump through the screen and throttle someone this bad since the first Uzurk video where that forum was found. Yeah, that forum. I think I don't know. I think I'm just gonna bite the bullet and put that out, and like, I don't know, some info might be wrong. I'll do a little disclaimer that's just like, hey, this is apparently not totally accurate, so read at your own fucking discretion. But this is what I saw in the document. I don't know how true it all is, whatever, but you know, I think most of it is pretty accurate. It's not like the screenshots were doctored. It's more just that, like, I think it was implied that someone involved was not really, I don't know. There was one implication too many kind of thing, but I don't know. I think it's time for that to just finally be put out there. People need to see it. That was too important of a stream. That's still relevant now, and it's still, there's shockwaves. Every fucking other stream, I'm like, well, if you remember that one, no one remembers, because it was blocked worldwide because of fucking Berserk music, which I'm not even blaming Em and Metfees for, because it was very well-fitting Berserk music, frankly. I don't know if I'd say, like, diabolical and evil. I mean, it is very bad. I don't know. I think he's... I mean, I don't think he's doing this out of... I don't think he's doing it out of the position of, like, yeah, we're gonna normalize it. I mean, that's ultimately what it's gonna be, but I think he's just stupid. I mean, he's just a big fucking moron. Maybe evil. I don't know. Diabolical, I don't think it's like a Machiavellian plot on his behalf. I think he's a stupid idiot who, if he had his way, that would ultimately, you know, lead to some things, but I don't think he's like planning 6 moves in advance. His video is fucking incompetent. He's got like shitty AI fox art. I don't think he's, you know, diabolically plotting anything in that regard, but I mean, maybe he wants to. It's tough to say. I just think he's a big idiot who, I mean, I do think admittedly, in my opinion, I do also think he's a pedophile who's sweeping for predators, but you know, so I guess, yeah, evil, but, you know, evil retard more than, like, Machiavellian supervillain diabolical monster. Just the normal kind of monster. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, but it is pretty bad. I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from. $10 from Emilio Silva. I popped in the stream in the morning and left like 20 minutes in. And here you are, 9 hours later, with a Sengi on the screen. Oh god, must have been a real user today. Well, it's been several. It's been a whole... We watched a couple fucking movies. It's been real. $2 from Reverend Cudgel. Not really, but a man can dream. You know, I guess the killing all pedophiles thing. And then $5. Yeah, we should hunt this thing in Minecraft. Can't stress enough how disgusting calling them pancake batter is. And again, that is the kids. That is the victims, even. Is pancake batter. That's the term he went with. $2 from Fuzo. Let's do the hunting in Rust instead. If you know, you know. I don't know. $20 from Miss Rabble. As someone who's worked with countless children who were sexually abused, pimped out, or filmed to create CP, this is disgusting. The response, that's capital, all caps, disgusting. The responsibility is on the predator, not the children or their families. Seek help. Well, yeah, I mean, that sounds obvious coming from... I mean, that sounds obvious, but hearing it from someone who's worked in that field, yes, it's reassuring to hear that. I mean, I thought we were all taking crazy pills, but, no, I mean, yeah, and the whole thing about, like... You know, if we provide access to material, it will fucking numb them to it, and they'll start, like, that's also not based in any form of reality. It's all just, I mean, yeah, maybe it is diabolical, and diabolically evil, maybe. It is, maybe, because that's so absurd. That, like, what else would that lead to? I mean, what else is he going for other than what that seems like it is? I don't know. Maybe that is just complete diabolical evil. I mean, yeah, I guess. It is very wild how far he's trying to extend that. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Been listening all day at work. How are you still going? Because the content has been lit, and because, you know, I started that, I didn't think it was going to go this long, and then I wasn't going to just cheat people out and be like, well, we'll watch the rest another time. You know, it's one full video. It's not even, like, multiple parts. You know, yeah, we had to see that one through. People were going to be upset. I would have been upset. I would have felt like my job wasn't done. So, you all needed to know, frankly. $10 from Tommy Ellis. I had a super stressful day at work and wasn't able to catch most of the stream. Can't wait to catch up on whatever the fuck was going on. Well, there was another birdie type of situation with a diaper friend. There was another, I don't know if they're furry. There was another thing with, there was a couple movies we watched. There was one of them was also weird and filled with Sangi bullshit. You know, the grimacing bear in the corner is really, it's fitting. Because before I had this kind of neutral, you know, depressed grimace. Not even just depressed, resting depression face. That was how it was before. But now it's worse. It is becoming more insufferable.
I'm about to say some super harsh things.
Some slurs. Let's see. $2 from Autistic Wolf. You must be half machine to still be going. Yeah, I'm built of iron. That's true. I am like a bull. $2 from Autistic Wolf. $2 to go buy yourself some McNuggies. Well, fuck you, McNuggies 226. Whatever that. What was it? It was McHuggy or something. I don't know. $2 from Autistic Wolf. $2 more for the amazing all-day stream. Thank you, Claw. Well, I didn't intend to go all day, but, you know, all day and all of the night. The next stream begins in 10 minutes, everyone. Go take a break. No, probably not. Unless, no. But, yeah, we didn't stream for a little while, so maybe this makes up for, like, a week with nothing. You know, went a full day here. Lots of varied content, and you know, I hope you enjoyed. That'll do it for the stream. Thank you, everybody. I gotta go eat some big food, muchly. Take it easy, and don't molest kids. It's no good touching